everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland. Konosuba, Kazuma, how did you become the Demon King? Chapter 66 to 126, I'll give my big sister to you. Does that mean Mimi doesn't have to go to school anymore? Little Mimi held her black cat plushie, tilting up her innocent little face. Her large, ruby-like eyes looked at Kazuma with great anticipation. Her voice was soft and sweet, and her expression was pure innocence. It was incredibly effective. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yui, who had been smiling gently beside her, momentarily stiffened before regaining her mild expression. But Yui's tone carried an unquestionable firmness. Mimi, what are you saying? School is mandatory. Look at how beautiful Amanagawa is. You can learn so much knowledge and meet many new friends there. But? Mimi's little mouth puckered, her eyes instantly turning red as if she were about to burst into tears. The teachers at school are definitely scary. There's so much homework. Mimi wants to stay home with big sister and play with big brother Kazuma. This tearful offensive clearly didn't work well on Yui. She shook her head gently but firmly, patting her younger daughter's head. No, Mimi. Every child has to go to school, that's the rule. Besides, big brother Kazuma is doing this for your own good. Seeing that her mother was a dead end, Mimi immediately shifted her target and looked back at Kazuma. This time, not only were her eyes watery, but she added a pitiful sob. Her small hands clutching the plushie trembled slightly. Big brother Kazuma? I beg you. Mimi doesn't want to go to school. Mimi is very good. I can help you clean the castle. I can. I can? Her large eyes darted around as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She suddenly leaned in and, in a volume she thought was a whisper but was actually audible to everyone present, said mysteriously to Kazuma. I can give my big sister to you. Phut! Kazuma, who was drinking tea to try and calm his nerves, sprayed hot tea all over his rumpled clothes, coughing violently as he choked. Cough, cough, cough. What? Mimi, what nonsense are you talking about? Megumin, standing nearby, bristled instantly. Her cheeks turned so red they looked like they might bleed, and she almost pulled out her staff. Mimi! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll blast you with explosion magic. Darkness, Chris, Aqua, Union, Wheeze, and the others all had quite the range of expressions. Darkness blushed, Chris facepalmed, Aqua's eyes widened with a "you can do that" look, Union covered her mouth and giggled, while Wheeze looked completely dazed, seemingly failing to grasp the deeper meaning of the statement. The gentle smile on Yui's face was also starting to waver. She lightly tapped Mimi's head. Mimi! Stop talking nonsense. How can you just give your sister away? Pio Saburo, the father, looked shocked and nuanced. He looked at his younger daughter, then his elder daughter, then at the disheveled, coughing Kazuma. His gaze wavered between, is my younger daughter a genius, and isn't this development moving a bit too fast? After being tapped on the head by her mother, Mimi pulled her neck back sheepishly, but she hadn't given up. She continued to tempt Kazuma, really. Big brother Kazuma, even though big sister has a bad temper, only knows how to set off fireworks, and is always collapsed on the ground needing someone to carry her. She's still somewhat cute, Megumin, hey, and Mama said girls should get married early. If I give big sister to you, you won't have to go snatch big sister Darkness, or steal the other sister's pantsu, the girls, her. Anymore. So, please don't make Mimi go to school, okay? So much information. Too many things to complain about. Kazuma felt like his brain CPU was overloading and burning up. What on earth is all this? Who snatched Darkness? Who stole Aqua's pantsu? And what do you mean by only knows how to set off fireworks and always collapsed on the ground needing someone to carry her? Is that the image Megumin has in your eyes? Moreover, trading your sister to get out of school? What kind of devil's bargain is this? Am I Mimi? Megumin was already shaking with rage, dangerous sparks beginning to emit from the tip of her staff. "Why you finished today? See if I don't tie you to a tree and make you watch me be a Cayman rider 100 times. Whoa! Big sister is being a bully." Mimi immediately hid behind her mother, showing only half her head and her cat plushie as she continued to fire pleading beams at Kazuma. Kazuma wiped the tea from his mouth and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Mimi, going to school is a happy journey that every child must go through. Amanagawa High School has so many fun things and many children your age, you'll definitely like it. Oh. Mimi lowered her head in disappointment, unconsciously tugging at the cat plush's ear, muttering softly, "But school is really so boring." This little interlude caused by Mimi, which nearly resulted in Kazuma's social death, finally came to a temporary close under the majestic gaze of Yui and Megumin's murderous stare. The time that followed was, for Kazuma, a long and agonizing war of attrition with the parents. At the breakfast table, Yui elegantly ate her breakfast while conducting a comprehensive interrogation of Kazuma with gentle but sharp questions. "Mr. Kazuma, this castle is truly amazing. I wonder how it was built." It's an heirloom." "Yes. An ancestral summoning magic. It works once in a while." "Oh? Then Mr. Kazuma's family must be very prominent." "It's all right. Just an ordinary family, Mr. Kazuma seems to take extra special care of Megumin. I heard you usually accompany her to set off explosion magic." "Ah? Oh, that. I have no choice, she collapses after casting it. I can't just leave her there." Mr. Kazuma is truly considerate. "Our Megumin has been spoiled by us since she was little, she's blunt and a bit special. Please bear with her and guide her more in the future." As I should. P.O. Saburo, the father, was more interested in the castle itself. His eyes never left the turning gears and glowing pipes on the walls while eating. From time to time, he asked technical questions that gave Kazuma a headache, such as what is the gear ratio? What is the composition of the energy fluid in the pipes? Where is the castle's power core? Kazuma could only make things up, it's probably 110. It might be some kind of magic solution. The core is in a very deep place, while frantically complaining in his heart, "How should I know? The system gave it to me. There isn't even a manual." This breakfast made Kazuma feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, the food tasted like wax. He tried his best to play the role of an honest, reliable, and responsible young man, keeping his scumbag attributes completely sealed, fearing that if he said one wrong word, his future parents-in-law would label him as unreliable, frivolous, or unworthy of our daughter. Megumin kept her head down the whole time, taking small bites of rice. Her cheeks remained flushed, and she didn't dare look at her parents, let alone Kazuma. Darkness tried her best to maintain her noble lady table manners, though it was a bit awkward since she was in her pajamas. Chris ate quietly, occasionally signaling Kazuma with her eyes to answer well. Aqua, on the other hand, was completely heartless, complaining while eating that the lack of bubble wine is a bad review. Yunyun and Wiz worked hard to take care of everyone, pouring tea and water. After finally enduring until the end, Yui seemed to have finished her inspection and finally showed a satisfied smile. She elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and said to Kazuma, "Mr. Kazuma, seeing Megumin living so well here with so many reliable companions and your considerate care, her father and I are relieved." As I should, Kazuma nodded quickly. "We won't disturb you any longer." Yui stood up, followed by P.O. Saburo and Mimi. "Seeing that Megumin is doing well, we'll be heading back. Our home isn't far, come visit often." "Take care, uncle and auntie. Please come visit often." Kazuma felt like he had been granted a grand pardon and quickly rose to see them off. Megumin also breathed a sigh of relief. Walking to the castle gate, Yui suddenly stopped and turned around. Looking at the girls who had come to see them off, she showed an even gentler smile, though her eyes sparkled with a you-know-what-I-mean look, and said, "By the way, Mr. Kazuma, and all you lovely girls. I just heard from Megumin that you are preparing for a beauty pageant?" Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. How did Megumin even tell her family about this? "Why yes, Auntie, there is such a plan," Kazuma admitted, biting the bullet. "A beauty pageant, such an activity for young people, how wonderful." Yui's gaze swept meaningfully over Darkness, Chris, Aqua, Yunyun, and Wheeze, automatically ignoring Megumin, Alice, and Claire. Then, in an incredibly natural tone, as if saying the weather is nice today, she smiled and said, "Miss Darkness is tall and has an outstanding temperament. As a knight, she must be very photogenic. Miss Chris is smart and agile, with silver hair and purple eyes, which is also very special. Lady Aqua is lively and cute, very energetic. Yunyun is gentle and kind, and Miss Wiz, well, has a mysterious aura. I think you all could give it a try. It will surely be wonderful." She paused and added, "Girls should confidently display their beauty. Besides, this kind of activity can also enhance feelings, right?" After saying this, she specifically glanced at Kazuma. That look clearly said, "Mama can only help you this far, the rest is up to you." Darkness's face turned red instantly, and she subconsciously straightened her back. Chris had a subtle expression, while Aqua's eyes lit up. "Beauty pageant? Are there prizes? Is it bubble wine?" Yunyun lowered her head shyly, and Wiz looked dazed. "Be beauty pageant? See, can I?" Megumin looked at her mother with a mix of shock and indignant shame. "Mom, what on earth are you saying? Are you trying to push all of your daughter's teammates into this? Also, why didn't you mention me? I'm a girl too." Kazuma was already numb. "Auntie, this assist is way too obvious. And your eye for people, why does it feel like you're selecting concubines for your son-in-law? All right, we really should go." Yui gave Megumin one last gentle hug, whispering "go for it" in her ear. Then, leading the reluctant Mimi, who was still looking back every 3 steps with pleading eyes saying "don't make me go to school," and Pedo Saburo, who was still reluctant to leave the castle, they left. Their figures gradually disappeared on the small path leading to the Crimson Demon clan's residential area. At the castle gate, everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. Beauty pageant. Aqua was the first to break the silence, excitedly grabbing Kazuma's arm. "Kazuma, I want to join. The prize must be unlimited bubble wine." I don't think I can," Yunyun said softly. How shameful." Darkness's breathing quickened, but a flash of eagerness crossed her eyes. Chris sighed and looked at Kazuma. "It seems Auntie really supports this plan. What do you intend to do?" Wiz asked weakly. What do we do in a beauty pageant? Wear pretty clothes." Megumin glared at Kazuma in a huff, then looked at the other girls, and finally gave a HMPH before turning and running back into the castle. Kazuma stood there, watching Megumin's retreating back, then looking at the girls with their various expressions. He thought of his mother-in-law's earnest gaze and god-tier assist, as well as little Mimi's disappointed eyes from her failed bribe. Chapter 67, Planning and Promotion. The next day, the streets and alleys of Axel were quietly plastered with colorful posters of various artistic styles. The posters had only one theme: the Demon King's blessing, the first Axel beauty pageant. The designer was a youth from the Crimson Demon clan who called himself a dark artist, and the style was extremely Chunibya. In the center of the poster was a huge silhouette of Zo drawn with exaggerated perspective, surrounded by elements like roses, gears, lightning, and skulls. Below, in eye-catching font, it read, "Seek the brightest star in the dark night. Compete for the supreme crown of beauty under the Demon King's throne. Regardless of race. Regardless of background. Anyone with confidence and charm can participate. The winner will receive the Medal of Peerless Beauty personally awarded by the Demon King, a prize of 1 million eris, and a mysterious gift from the Demon King. Registration, the temporary Demon King Affairs Office in the Central Plaza. Time, from now until the night before the competition. Once the posters were up, they instantly ignited the entire city of Axel. The Crimson Demon clan was in an uproar, especially the females. For them, this was a natural stage. Show themselves off. Release their charm. Compete for the crown. And even receive a commendation from the Demon King. It fit their Janibia and passionate aesthetic perfectly. For a time, a long line formed in front of the registration point. The Crimson Demon girls scrambled to sign up, and the air was filled with declarations like, "My beauty shall illuminate the darkness, and how dare these mediocre commoners compete with me?" Among the dozens of adventurers who had been lured here, there were quite a few women, as well as some people with ambiguous gender identities who were eager to try. 1 million eris. To many low-level adventurers, this was a huge sum of money. Besides, what if the Demon King took a fancy to them? Wouldn't that be an instant rise to fame? Although the rumor that the Demon King was a lolicon was a bit of a turn-off, what if he just liked the pure type? The succubi had a different reaction. After the full meal from the previous night, they were all radiant and full of energy, and they were quite interested in the competition. It wasn't for the money, it was more because they thought it was interesting. They could openly display the charm of a succubus and, by the way, observe this Demon King's aesthetic preferences. There were quite a few applicants as well. The preparations were headed by Kazuma himself, assisted by Chris, with Yunyun and Wiz helping out. Aqua also clamored to be a judge, but was ruthlessly rejected by Kazuma. In the end, he gave her the title of Atmosphere Team Leader, responsible for using nature magic to set the mood during the competition. Darkness didn't sign up for logistics. Instead, she locked herself in her room, practicing in front of the mirror with a flushed face and pounding heart on how to walk elegantly and how to display a knight's heroism and a woman's tenderness, while muttering to herself, what a trial. But for the glory of the Demon King, no, to demonstrate the upbringing of the Dustinis family. I must do my best. The entire city of Axel was immersed in this sudden, somewhat absurd, yet vibrant craze of preparing for the beauty pageant. Except for 2 people. Kazuma. Kazuma. Let me participate. Please, I beg you. In the Demon King's castle, inside Kazuma's temporary competition preparation office, Megumin was hugging Kazuma's arm, hanging onto him like a koala. Her little face was scrunched up, begging with what she considered to be her most pitiful expression. No. Kazuma didn't even look up, frowning at a dense schedule drafted by Chris in his hand, trying to cross out explosion magic performance from the talent show section. I said no, and that's final. You are the security leader for the Crimson Demon clan team, responsible for maintaining order among your kin, so don't cause trouble. I don't want to be any security leader. Megumin protested. I want to compete. I want to win the championship. I want that 1 million. I want to buy the latest manga and magic books. Do you have the money? Kazuma glanced at her sideways. I'll have it if I win. You can't win. Why? Megumin bristled. What's wrong with me? I'm a girl too. I can also. She looked down at her flat chest, then thought of Darkness's proud figure, Chris's well-proportioned curves, Wiz's astonishing bosom, and even Aqua had more to offer than her. Her momentum instantly weakened by half. Anyway, I don't care. I want to participate. Megumin began to act unreasonably, shaking Kazuma's arm. Otherwise, I will cast explosion magic in your room every day. No, I'll let Chomasuke poop on your bed. You wouldn't dare. Kazuma glared at her, but looking at her red eyes, which were shimmering with eagerness and grievance, his tone softened involuntarily. Megumin, stop making a scene. This competition has another purpose. Whether you participate or not isn't important. What purpose? Megumin pressed. That you'll know later, Kazuma said vaguely, trying to pull his arm back. Anyway, don't get involved, just be a good spectator. I'll save you a front row seat, okay? No. I want to participate. Megumin persisted. Just as the two were tugging and pulling, stuck in a stalemate, the office door was gently knocked. Come in. Kazuma took the opportunity to shake off Megumin. The door opened, and Princess Alice timidly poked half her body inside. She was wearing a light blue dress embroidered with small flowers today, and her blonde hair draped softly over her shoulders, making her look fresh and cute. She looked at Megumin hanging on Kazuma's arm, her little face blushing slightly, but she still mustered the courage to walk in and whispered, "Onii-chan. I also want to participate in that competition, is that okay?" Another one. Kazuma felt his head spinning. He patiently explained, using a tone 10 times gentler than when speaking to Megumin, "Alice, this competition isn't quite suitable for you. You are a princess with a noble status, and appearing in public to participate in this kind of competition isn't good for your reputation. Besides, if your father, King Belzerg, found out." But? Alice lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress, her voice even smaller. "I saw everyone signing up. Darknessne, Chrisne, Wisne, Unionne, and so many others, they can all participate, why can't I? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or because I'm too young?" She looked up, her blue eyes already misted over, which made Kazuma's heart ache. "No, Alice, you are beautiful, very beautiful." Kazuma hurriedly comforted her. "But this competition is really a bit chaotic. I'm afraid you might get hurt or be targeted by someone with bad intentions. Be a good girl, and stay with Claire to watch the live broadcast of the competition in the castle, okay? I'll prepare the best snacks for you. Really, can't I participate?" Alice's tears were already swirling in her eyes. "Really? I'm sorry." Kazuma steeled his heart. Let Alice participate? If some blind judge made disparaging remarks or even harassed her, wouldn't King Belzerg send an army to scatter his ashes? The old king, who was currently raising troops, suddenly sneezed. Alice sniffled, trying hard not to let her tears fall, whispered "I understand," and then lowered her head and silently retreated from the office. Her back looked lonely and dejected. "Look! You made Alice cry." Megumin immediately seized the opportunity to accuse Kazuma, but she also felt a bit uneasy. Even Alice was rejected. Just then, the office door was pushed open again, and Wiz walked in timidly, holding a stack of documents that needed signing. She was wearing her signature, somewhat loose, dark-colored long dress today, but even so, the astonishing curve of her chest still stretched the fabric tight. She seemed a bit nervous, her little face flushed, and she kept her head down, not daring to look at Kazuma. "Kazuma, these documents need your review, they are about the budget for the competition venue setup." As soon as she entered, the visual focus of the already small office space was instantly drawn to her magnificent bosom. Kazuma's gaze was drawn to it for a few seconds, then immediately moved away. Megumin and Alice, who had just been sad and hadn't gone far, glanced back from the doorway and also noticed it at the same time. Megumin looked down at her own flat airport. Alice looked down at her own small hills, which had just started to develop but were far from spectacular. The two of them looked up in unison again at Wiz's presence, which could be called a lethal weapon that couldn't be hidden even with conservative clothing. Then, looking back at how Kazuma had just rejected them, cold to Megumin, gentle but firm to Alice, and now, facing that surging Wiz, although he didn't say anything, that momentary distraction. A terrifying thought, one they couldn't accept, rose in both girls' hearts at the same time. Could it be that Kazuma, Onii-chan, rejected me because he thinks we are plain and unremarkable? Because we aren't big enough, not well endowed enough, so we don't even qualify to participate. Inferiority, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed the hearts of both girls. Megumin let go of Kazuma's arm, silently stepped back, and lowered her head, her red hair covering her expression. Alice stood at the door and walked away dejectedly. Megumin? Alice? Kazuma sensed that something was wrong with their moods and wanted to call out to them, but Megumin had already lowered her head and walked out of the office quickly. Alice had already run off without a trace. Kazuma-san, did I come at a bad time? Wiz held the documents, even more at a loss, looking at Kazuma pitifully. It's not your fault, Wiz. Kazuma sighed and rubbed his brow. He could probably guess what those two girls had misunderstood, but he didn't have time to explain now. The competition preparations were the priority. Anyway, it was better if they didn't participate, to avoid complications. He would coax them after catching Aquis. Just leave the documents here, I'll look at them later. Kazuma said to Wiz. Oh, okay. Wiz put down the documents and hurried away as well, seemingly feeling like she had done something wrong. The office returned to silence. Kazuma looked at the mountain of documents on the desk, then thought about the two girls who had run off, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let them misunderstand. I'll deal with it after this is over. He refocused his attention on the preparations. The schedule, venue, judges, security, prizes, promotion, it was all very complicated. However, with Chris's assistance and the high enthusiasm of the Crimson Demon clan, progress was quite smooth. By evening, most of the preparations were ready. A huge stage had been set up in the central plaza, the lighting had been tested, and the judges' seats, contestant lounge, and audience area were clearly divided. The million prize money and the Medal of Peerless Beauty were also ready. Everything was just waiting for the competition to start the next day, waiting for that lecherous armored fish to take the bait. Kazuma stood in front of the nearly completed stage, watching the busy crowd under the setting sun and the gradually illuminating magic lights, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Aquis. Tomorrow, let's see where you can run. He seemed to have already seen the scene where that arrogant armor was cornered on the stage and captured. However, Kazuma did not notice that in the shadows of a building on the edge of the square, a succubus with beauty that was unreal, a figure that was explosive, and wearing extremely revealing clothes, was observing all of this with great interest, using a pair of deep red eyes that seemed capable of peering into people's hearts. Especially when seeing Kazuma's confident smile, the corner of her mouth curled into a smile identical to Vani's, full of malicious fun and anticipation. An interesting festival, gathering so much beauty and a desire, and the trap carefully set by that Demon King brat. Tomorrow, there will surely be many delicious and negative emotions to taste, right? He. The succubus lightly licked her red lips, and her figure seemed to melt into the shadows and disappear. Tomorrow, the beauty pageant in Axel was destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 68, Beauty Pageant, Part 1. In the central square of Axel, drums were beating, and the crowd was roaring. Below the sky wall, originally used to watch the Cayman Rider, a makeshift stage with a mixed style had been erected. In front of the stage, a dense crowd of spectators was packed tight. The Crimson Demon clan members were wearing their coolest outfits, waving small flags, and shouting excitedly. The adventurers who had been tricked into coming were huddled together, drinking cheap bubble wine swiped from Aqua's workshop, while pointing at the stage and critiquing. The succubi occupied positions with better views, posed elegantly, and smiled sweetly, adding quite a bit of scenery to the competition. The atmosphere was as lively as a festival. Except for two people. Megumin hugged her staff and sat alone on the steps in an inconspicuous corner furthest from the stage. She wore her usual mage robe with her hat pulled low, her red eyes staring unfocused through the gap in the brim at the bustling crowd and the bright stage. She wasn't excited like the other Crimson Demon clan members, nor did she go to join Yun and the others. She just sat there feeling gloomy, occasionally looking down at her flat chest, pouting, and letting out a barely audible sigh. Alice and Claire were sitting on an open balcony on the second floor of the castle, where the view was wide, offering a panoramic view of the entire square without being disturbed by the noisy crowd. Alice rested her chin on her hands, her blue eyes gazing at the lively scene below, though her expression was somewhat vacant. Claire stood quietly behind her, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, especially in the direction of the crowd where Kazuma was. "Your Highness, if you wish to go down and watch, we could," Claire suggested softly. "No need, Claire." Alice shook her head, her voice muffled. "It's fine here. Besides, Oni-chan probably wouldn't want to see me go down there anyway." Claire fell silent, not refuting her. She also felt that idiot Kazuma wouldn't even let her participate in the competition. Was it because of her Highness's status, or because of something else? On the side of the stage, on the makeshift Demon King viewing platform, Soto Kazuma was wearing his usual, somewhat faded, casual adventurer's clothes, looking out of place among the dressed-up Crimson Demon clan members. He was holding a vintage-looking magic camera he had pestered Luna into lending him, constantly adjusting the angle toward the surging crowd below and the staff tuning the lights on stage, muttering to himself. This angle is good, can get a full shot, later when the beauties come on stage, I must snap a few close-ups. Hee. Darkness, Wheeze, Union, Lao Da, Chris, Aqua, forget it, taking photos of Aqua just pollutes the memory. And the succubus ladies, this is a rare treat. He had a standard perverted grin on his face, his green eyes flashing with a mix of collector's mania and lecherousness. The hardship of preparing for the competition was greatly diminished by the visual feast about to come. He had even decided that after the competition ended, he would secretly hide these photos in the deepest part of the system space as a private collection. Just then, an old, deep voice filled with thick impatience and roguelike arrogance rang out abruptly in his ear. "Hey! Kid! Why is this host so long-winded? Blabbering for ages and still hasn't started. I'm here to see beauties, not to listen to nonsense. Aren't you the Demon King? Tell him to get off and switch to someone else." Kazuma didn't react at first, thinking some old Crimson Demon clan man was complaining, and casually chimed in, "Yeah, I think he's talking too much too. I want to start watching the beauties quickly." Who? He suddenly realized, this voice, this tone, referring to himself as I. Kazuma turned his neck stiffly, inch by inch. There, in the shadows beside his seat, a set of silver, scratched armor had appeared out of nowhere, Holy Knight Aegis. It was just sitting there brazenly, its visor seeming to be gazing at the Crimson Demon clan host on stage who was gushing about the great significance of the competition, radiating intense impatience. "Aquis?" Kazuma almost jumped up, instinctively reaching for the special rope at his waist. "Don't get excited," Kid Aquis seemed to have anticipated his reaction, its voice laced with a hint of smugness. "Since I dared to come, I'm not afraid of you. Besides, if you make a move now, wouldn't this nice beauty pageant be ruined? What a pity, so many pretty girls waiting to go on stage." Kazuma paused. Aquis was right, if he made a move now, the competition would definitely be ruined, not to mention alerting the enemy, it would also waste all the previous preparations. Moreover, looking at Aquis's "here I am, so be it" attitude, it was likely fearless. HMPH. Kazuma retracted his hand and sat back down, but his eyes remained vigilantly fixed on the armor beside him. "You've got guts, walking right into a trap." "What trap or no trap?" Aquis said disdainfully, "I'm here to see beauties. Kid, you've got good taste, pulling off such a big event. Heard the champion prize is 1 million? And a medal personally awarded by you? TSK, you really went all out to catch me, ho. Glad you know." Kazuma snorted. "Knowing is one thing, but beauties still need to be watched." Aquis said righteously, "How about this, kid, let's make a deal. Until I pick my new mistress, let's call a temporary truce. You do your catching, I'll do my beauty watching, we won't interfere with each other. After the competition ends, or once I find a new master, we can continue fighting, how about it?" Kazuma narrowed his eyes, his brain racing. A direct capture definitely wouldn't work now, the commotion would be too big. Better to stabilize it first, then wait until the competition ends, the crowd disperses, or it lets its guard down and reveals a flaw before acting. Besides, with him watching right beside it, it couldn't cause any major trouble. Fine. Kazuma nodded, but don't try anything funny. Also, watching is fine, but no harassing the contestants, no causing trouble. Relax, do you think I'm that kind of low-class armor? Aquis bragged shamelessly. I only admire, I don't harass. Quick, tell that host to get lost. The beauties are about to go on stage. On stage, that passionate Crimson Demon Clan host finally finished his 10-minute opening speech filled with Chunibyo vocabulary, and shouted with all his might. Then, now. Let us welcome our first contestant. From the Crimson Demon Clan, possessing the power of the evil eye of the Wicked King, Miss Rika Rika. The music became intense and eerie. Smoke filled the air. A petite figure walked slowly from the backstage, stepping with a peculiar gait, as if performing a ritual dance. She wore a black dress, similar to a Gothic Lolita style, with a large amount of lace and metal buckles on the skirt. She wore an eye patch over her right eye, and her left eye was a blue pupil as bright as a sapphire. She held a beautifully decorated small black parasol in her hand, her expression serious, her gaze looking down on the audience. I am Rika Rika, successor of the evil eye of the Wicked King. She declared in a deliberately lowered voice with a tremor, here today, not to compete for beauty, but to show the world the beauty of the dark night, the elegance of chaos. Tremble, mortals! Under the gaze of my true eye, surrender to this ultimate darkness. After speaking, she swung her small parasol sharply, pointing the tip toward the sky. The pre-prepared magic fireworks bloomed above her head, forming a purple-black pattern. The audience was silent for 3 seconds. Then, the Crimson Demon Clan area erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Ooh! Lady Rika Rika! So cool! Evil eye of the Wicked King! Seeing through all falsehoods! Queen of the Dark Night! The embodiment of beauty! The ordinary adventuress and succubi were dumbfounded but still politely applauded. This look is quite unique. On the Demon King viewing platform, Kazuma's mouth twitched, but he still raised his camera and took a snap of her. It's a bit Chunibyo, but it's actually quite cute. It has a kind of alternative charm. TSK, Aquis beside him made a dissatisfied clicking sound, flashy and showy, just a little girl, no chest, no butt, and wearing an eye patch, acting mysterious. Fail. Next. Kazuma. The rest of the competition proceeded in this strange and harmonious atmosphere. One contestant after another took the stage. There were Crimson Demon Clan girls in gorgeous long dresses trying to show off aristocratic style. Female adventurers in sexy leather armor showing off their toned figures. Succubi in decent long dresses smiling gently. Girls dressed as cute little animals, bouncing around. Kazuma and Aquis, these two enemies who were fighting not long ago, were now like two old men sunning themselves under a tree at the village entrance, commenting on the girls passing by, their relationship advancing rapidly. This one is no good, legs are too short. That one's face is okay, just the clothes are too conservative. Wow! This succubus has a great figure. And a sweet smile. This female knight has substance. Her temperament is cool too. But why does her expression look a bit resigned to death? Who cares, as long as she's pretty? Hurry up and shoot. Kid, take more photos. Kazuma complained about Aquis's vulgar taste, but his hand honestly kept pressing the shutter, recording the figures of one beauty after another. Aquis would occasionally make tsk sounds of admiration or cut sounds of disdain, watching with great relish. Just as the competition was reaching its climax and the atmosphere was getting hotter and hotter, the host shouted in a voice even higher and even trembling more than before. Next, let us welcome the next contestant. A newly registered one, from the succubus shop, Miss Varney. Varney? Never heard of it? Kazuma had confirmed the succubus contestant list with the shop owner, and this person wasn't there. Was it a last-minute registration? The audience also looked on curiously. The music became soothing, blurry, with a strange seductive power. Smoke rose again, thicker than any time before. A figure walked out from the smoke, catwalking gracefully. When her figure became completely clear, the entire square instantly fell into a dead silence. That was a beauty so breathtaking it was suffocating. The waist-length blue hair was like the finest silk, flowing with a dreamlike luster under the magic lights. A face that combined purity and enchantment, with painted eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and full red lips. Her figure was also extremely hot, wearing an extremely bold outfit that consisted of only a few thin straps and sheer gauze, exposing her proud curves, straight long legs, and a large area of snow-white skin. She had a contradictory expression on her face, a half-smile, full of temptation yet with a hint of holiness, and her blue eyes were like deep pools, as if they could suck in people's souls. She didn't say anything, just walked slowly to the center of the stage, and then began to dance slowly with the music, moving her body with extremely slow, suggestive motions. Every look, every sway of the waist, every movement of her hands radiated a deadly attraction. A sweet, heart-accelerating fragrance seemed to permeate the air. Gulp! Below the stage, there was a clearly audible sound of swallowing saliva. Whether it was the Crimson Demon clan, the adventurous, or the succubi who were used to beauty, everyone at this moment stared with wide eyes and open mouths, spellbound, unable to move their eyes from the blue figure on the stage. Kazuma was also stunned, forgetting to press the shutter on his camera. This beauty, where did she come from? The succubus shop has this kind of person? Why didn't the shop owner mention it? This is just too top tier. Aquis beside him was so excited that the armor was trembling slightly, its visor seeming to want to stick to the stage. Holy crap. Top quality. Peerless. This figure. This face. This temperament. Found it. My new mistress is her. Kid. Quickly announce the end of the competition. The champion is her. However, Miss Varney on stage seemed to think the temptation wasn't enough. She danced, a smile even more enchanting on her face, and her slender fingers slowly moved toward the few thin straps on her body. Oh my Tilda, it seems everyone likes me very much, Tilda. Her voice also had a soul-stealing magic. Then, let you see more clearly, Tilda. Her fingers hooked the thin strap on her shoulder, making a gesture to pull it down. Wait! Kazuma suddenly had a bad premonition. But it was too late. Just as Varney was about to pull down the strap, a huge, extremely dense, pitch-black purple smoke exploded on the stage. The smoke instantly enveloped the entire stage and even spread to the audience. What's going on? Smoke bomb. My eyes! The audience exclaimed, covering their mouths and noses in panic. A few seconds later, the smoke was instantly sucked away as if by an invisible giant hand and dissipated rapidly. On stage, Miss Varney had disappeared. Replacing her was a tall man in a flashy purple suit, wearing his signature creepy smiling mask, Varney. He stood in the center of the stage, arms spread wide, as if embracing the whole audience, the red eyes under the mask shining with extreme excitement, and said in his unique, magnetic yet hair-raising voice, "Surprise! Do you like it? My dear audience? That beautiful succubus big sister from just now was me, Varney in disguise." He paused, seemingly enjoying the thick emotions of shock, bewilderment, and broken hope that instantly solidified in the air, and then added in an even more delighted tone, "By the way, I'm a man, Tilda." Dead silence. Then, my eyes. My fantasies. Do you feel sorry for us? Refund. Note, it's just a joke, no money needed. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. The entire square exploded instantly. Roars, wails, vomiting sounds, and people grabbing anything around them. Fruits, snacks, shoes, and even the sound of a Crimson Demon clan member throwing a staff onto the stage rang out in unison. "Varney! IF*CK your grandfather?" Kazuma stood up abruptly, letting out a heart-wrenching roar, grabbing half a brick someone had dropped, and threw it with all his might at the demon still laughing on the stage. I'll fight you to the death." Aquis beside him also let out a sorrowful roar. Although it didn't have hands, the entire armor was trembling violently with anger, seemingly wanting to rush up and use a headbutt. The carefully prepared beauty pageant, the long-awaited visual feast, the fragile alliance just established by the perverts, and the longing for stunning beauties. All destroyed. Destroyed completely by a troll demon with an ultimate surprise. And said troll disappeared in the blink of an eye, then returned to Wiz's newly opened magic item shop with a satisfied expression. P.S. Dear readers, please give a free vote or add to your bookshelf. The little author is dying here. Aye. Chapter 69, Beauty Contest, Part 2. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Absolutely delicious. Those moments of shattered dreams, crushed hopes, and outrage at being deceived just now. Artilda, it was truly a top-tier feast. Varney walked with a light step, humming a strange, tuneless melody as he headed back to Wiz's magic item shop. Although he had been sent off by angry spectators throwing various sundries, and even nearly ambushed by a headbutt from a certain suit of armor that had lost its sanity, none of this could dampen his joyful mood. As the Archduke of Demons, nothing satisfied him more than savoring such rich and fresh, negative emotions. It's a pity that the bratty Demon King and that stupid suit of armor had the biggest reactions, and the flavor was the most intense. Varney reminisced about Kazuma and Aquis's desperate roars and twisted expressions from earlier, his red eyes narrowing into crescents beneath his mask. However, the contest isn't over yet, there should be more fun to watch later on. Well, let's go to the shop first and see what kind of surprise that idiot Lick has cooked up this time. He turned into an alleyway and quickly arrived in front of the two-story wooden building with the sign Wiz's Magic Item Shop hanging on it. This was the new shop Wiz had opened in Axel. Although business was as dismal as ever, Varney was still kindly helping her manage it. Pushing open the shop door, the bell on the door let out a crisp ring. "I'm back, you ID." Varney's voice came to an abrupt halt. He stood at the entrance, his red eyes beneath the mask instantly freezing in place. He saw that the shelves, which were supposed to be filled with all sorts of bizarre, mostly useless, but at least uniquely shaped magic items, were now neatly and densely packed with the exact same thing. It was something that looked like an ordinary clay cup, pale yellow in color, with a rough line drawing on the side depicting an ambiguous symbol that looked a bit like a smiley face and a bit like a crying face. They were all identical, hundreds upon hundreds of them, stacked from the bottom shelf all the way to the ceiling, filling every inch of the shop, with barely enough room to step inside. The air was filled with a mixture of low-quality clay and cheap magic power. Varney. He slowly, inch by inch, turned his head, his gaze searching the shop. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner behind the counter, he discovered Wiz crouching on the floor. Wiz was wearing her eternal dark-colored long dress, her back turned to the door, her shoulders heaving up and down as if she were giggling. She was holding one of the same clay cups found on the shelves, gently stroking the smiley face on the side with her fingertip, while letting out a silly hee-hee-hee laugh. "I'm going to make a fortune. I'll definitely make a fortune this time. Everyone will surely praise me for being capable." She was immersed in her own world, completely unaware that the devil had returned. Varney felt his devilish heart twitch. An ominous premonition, like a cold viper, coiled around his heart. He took a deep breath, trying his best to speak in a calm but faintly trembling tone. "Hey, you idiot Lick over there." "What?" Wiz was startled, nearly dropping the cup in her hand. She turned around in a panic, and seeing it was Varney, her face immediately broke into a silly smile that mixed guilt with a desire for praise. Varnisan. You're back. Look. This is a new magic item I developed. Isn't it amazing? I made so many. Varney did not answer, he just slowly walked to the shelf, picked up a cup, and weighed it in his hand. It was very light, the material was ordinary, and the magical reaction was so weak it was almost negligible. He put the cup down, looked at Whis, his voice terrifyingly calm. What is this? What is it for? How many did you make? How much money did you spend? This is an emotional soothing cup. Whis introduced it excitedly, completely oblivious to the danger. As long as you drink water from this cup, it will make you feel better. Look at this smiley face, isn't it cute? I've tested it, and it really works. I drank water from this cup yesterday, and I didn't feel sad at all. On the contrary, I thought the explosion was quite pretty. Emotional soothing cup? Drinking water from this ugly cup will make you feel better. Vani's voice began to distort. Yes. And the cost is very low. The material cost for one cup is only 5 copper coins. I made. Whis counted on her fingers, then happily announced, I made 1,000. As long as we sell them, we can make a lot of money. The shop's losses will be covered. 1,000. Vani repeated, then asked the most critical question, the material cost. 5 copper coins each, 1,000 is 5,000 copper coins, which is 50 silver coins, or 5 gold coins. Where did the money come from? The smile on Wiz's face instantly froze, and her eyes began to dart around. The money, it was taken from the shop's working capital. Working capital. Vani stepped closer. Although he was behind a mask, Wiz could feel that terrifying gaze. Since this shop opened, we've only sold 3 failed products in total, with a total income of less than 1 silver coin. Where would you get a working capital? Don't tell me you dipped into my reserve funds. Wiz's body began to tremble, her small face deathly pale, and the hands holding the cup were shivering. I just wanted to earn some money for the shop. And Vanasan, didn't you say that money left sitting there is just sitting there? So you actually touched it? Vani's voice suddenly rose, filled with irrepressible anger and despair. You spent it all? Just to make these 1,000 broken cups. Woo! Wiz was so scared that tears were swirling in her eyes, but she still tried to defend herself. No, they aren't broken cups. They are emotional soothing cups. They will definitely sell. Look, there are so many. Sell them. Vani pointed at the room full of ugly cups, trembling with rage. Who would buy this thing besides you? Who would spend 5 copper coins on such an ugly thing just to feel better? Do you think everyone is an idiot like you? I'm not an idiot. Wiz whispered in rebuttal, but she had no confidence. If you're not an idiot, then who is? Vani said speechlessly. He suddenly raised his right hand, bent his arm, held his palm upright, and placed his other hand across his chest, forming a strange shape resembling the letter L, aiming it at Wiz. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you won't learn. The next second, a dazzling yellow beam of light, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, erupted like lightning from Vani's raised fingertips and accurately struck Wiz, who was huddled in the corner. ZZZZT. Ya! Wiz let out a shrill scream, her entire body engulfed in yellow electric light, her hair standing on end, her body twitching violently, and the ugly cup in her hand shattered with a pop. The electric shock lasted for a full 3 seconds. The light faded, and Wiz slumped on the floor, wisps of faint blue smoke rising from her body, her face charred black, her eyes dazed, and a small wisp of black smoke drifting from her mouth. How much money did you spend? Vani lowered his hand, his voice ice cold. Woo, 5 gold coins. It's all gone. Wiz answered honestly, her voice thick with tears. ZZZZT. Another yellow bolt of lightning struck Wiz mercilessly. Air. The second electric shock ended, and Wiz was already slumped on the floor, lacking even the strength to cry, with only her body still twitching slightly and unconsciously. Vani looked at the room full of ugly cups and the idiot lick on the floor who had been shocked to a crisp, feeling that his devilish life was full of challenges. He sighed helplessly, walked behind the counter, poured himself a glass of water, and drained it in one gulp. At this point, Varney put down the cup, looking out the window at the music and cheers faintly wafting from the beauty contest in the central plaza, a glint flashing in his red eyes beneath the mask. Is the only option left to win the championship in that contest? 1 million in prize money. That would solve the immediate crisis. And he recalled the contestants on stage earlier, with their varying appearances and the different delicious emotional fluctuations they emitted. Perhaps there might even be an unexpected harvest. Perspective switch, Central Plaza. After Varney's heart-shaking surprise performance, the beauty contest had fallen into chaos for a while. But with the efforts of the host and Chris to maintain order, the contest finally, albeit with difficulty, got back on track. Although many spectators' hearts had been traumatized, the allure of beautiful women was infinite. As one contestant after another, some beautiful, some cute, some sexy, and some heroic, returned to the stage, the atmosphere was ignited once again. Union, wearing a light black dress embroidered with small flowers, looked gentle and lovely, conquering many spectators with her sweet smile and a soft Crimson Demon Clan folk song. Chris had changed into a sacred outfit, nearly making the crowd below think that Goddess Eris had descended to the mortal world. Although no one realized it was actually her. See that? The silver-haired one, and the one in black from earlier, they're both my teammates. Kazuma bragged triumphantly to Aquis beside him. Although he had been quite irritated by Varney earlier, seeing his own people stealing the spotlight still made him feel proud. It's all right, Aquis commented, though its visor was clearly turned more towards the stage. Then what type do you like? Kazuma asked casually. Preferably someone tall, curvy, with an outstanding temperament, and it would be best if she were a swordswoman. Aquis began reciting its standards again. Just then, the host's voice rang out, "Next, let us welcome our next contestant." From the Dustinus family, the night flower of Axel, Lady Darkness. Darkness walked onto the stage with firm steps. She wasn't wearing her armor, but had changed into a well-tailored, deep blue knee-length dress. The hem was decorated with simple gold patterns, retaining the sharpness of a knight while perfectly outlining her tall, graceful, and frankly unfair figure. She had rarely applied light makeup, which made her already exquisite features even more three-dimensional and moving, while her long golden hair shimmered under the lights. However, her expression seemed a bit stiff, her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural red, her eyes were evasive, and her hands were unconsciously gripping her skirt. Yet, this slightly shy and nervous appearance, combined with her hot figure and knightly temperament, created a strange, highly contrasting attraction. Ooh! The audience erupted into the most enthusiastic cheers and whistles since the competition began. Men and women alike were struck by Darkness's stunning look and unique gapmo. Did you see that? Did you see that? Kazuma excitedly patted Aquis on the shoulder. This Darkness. My teammate. She perfectly meets all the conditions you mentioned. Tall. Curvy. Great temperament. She's a knight. Top-tier swordsmanship. Aquis's visor seemed to light up, and its voice was filled with obvious excitement. This is good. Very good. Kid, what was her name again? Darkness? Good. I decided, she is going to be my new master. Quick, announce the end of the competition. Give the championship to her. Wait. No way. Kazuma immediately objected upon hearing that. Let this perverted armor latch onto Darkness? Heaven knows what would happen. Plus, Darkness's peculiar fetish. Why not? Aquis asked, dissatisfied. Because she has a six-pack. In his desperation, Kazuma blurted out the little secret that Darkness had been agonizing over for a long time. Abs. Aquis was stunned, then became even more excited. Abs are good. They have power. Wearing me will feel even better. I love this kind of solid, curvy body. No. Listen to me. Kazuma hurriedly explained. She doesn't just have abs. She's also AM. She likes being scolded, being restrained. Do you want a master like that? Aquis. The armor fell into a brief silence, seemingly seriously considering the pros and cons of this attribute. Just then, darkness on stage, due to nervousness and the scorching gazes from below, became even more self-conscious. Standing in the center of the stage, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet, and her face grew redder and redder. Kazuma looked at darkness, then at the still considering Aquis, and a mischievous idea suddenly popped into his head. He took a deep breath, used all his strength, and shouted at darkness on the stage, "Hey! Darkness! Don't just stand there like an idiot. Show us your abs." This shout was like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly igniting the entire audience. Yeah! Show us your abs. Nanatina! Show off your figure. Let us see. Lady Nanatina. A six-pack. Is that for real? The audience below, who had just been cheering for Darkness's beauty, immediately joined in the heckling, with shouts demanding she'd show this or show that ringing out all over. Darkness stood on stage, listening to the deafening shouts from below, mixed with words like abs, figure, and take it off, especially when she heard Kazuma's shout of "show us your abs." Her brain went boom, and went completely blank. Shame, embarrassment, an indescribable sense of excitement, and the annoyance of having her little secret exposed in public, washed over her reason like a tsunami. Her fair cheeks turned instantly red as blood, and her body began to tremble slightly due to extreme shame and a certain excitement. Abs, they all know I have abs, and they want me to show them. That bastard Kazuma, he actually said it in public, so shameful, but so. Her chaotic thoughts were interrupted by the increasingly loud and explicit heckling from the audience. Darkness! Don't be shy. Big sister Nanatina. Show us. Is it for real? It's not fake, is it? Lift up your skirt and let us see, Darkness. I don't know who shouted that last sentence, but it clearly reached Darkness's ears. Just as the string of Darkness's reason was about to snap, Kazuma, wanting to stir up more trouble, or perhaps to completely crush Aqua's hopes, added the final fuel to the fire with an even louder voice as Darkness. Why don't you just take it all off? These words were the final straw that broke the camel's back. Darkness snapped her head up, the last shred of reason in her blue eyes completely extinguished, replaced by a strange light mixed with extreme shame, uncontrollable excitement, and raging fury. YOUBASTARDS. She let out a shriek that didn't sound human, and then, to the astonishment of everyone, leapt off the 2-meter-high stage. Bang! She landed precisely in front of the few adventurers who had been shouting the loudest and most obscenely. Before they could react, Darkness had already reached out with both hands, grabbed their heads, one in each hand, and then, thud. Thud! Slammed their faces hard into the hard ground. Ah! My teeth! Screams rang out, and the two adventurers passed out instantly, their noses bleeding profusely. And you! You! Like a furious lioness, Darkness charged into the crowd, grabbing the guys who had been heckling the loudest, punching them, kicking them, or headbutting them, instantly taking down a whole group. The scene turned into chaos. Screams, cries, and curses erupted everywhere. The audience fled in terror, afraid of being targeted by this out-of-control female knight. Darkness! Stop! Chris tried to step forward to stop her, but was forced back by an elbow strike from Darkness imbued with aura. So violent! But so cool! Aqua hid in the distance, her eyes sparkling. Megumin also forgot her previous depression, staring dumbfounded at the rampaging Darkness. As for Kazuma, after shouting, "Why don't you just take it all off?" he realized something was wrong. When he saw Darkness's terrifying gaze and agile movements, he knew he was done for. Sure enough, after dealing with a few loud-mouthed audience members, Darkness's blood-red eyes instantly locked onto Kazuma, who was trying to sneak away from the viewing platform. SATO-KZUMA. Darkness let out a roar filled with endless shame and anger, and like a human tank, plowed through the crowd, charging straight towards the viewing platform. Wait! Darkness! Listen to me. I did it for your own good. Kazuma was scared out of his wits and turned to run. To hell with your explanations. Die! You scum! You pervert! Kichikuma! Bang! Ouch! Thud! Ah! Don't hit my face. I need it to make a living. Go to hell! On the viewing platform, a series of dense, teeth-gritting sounds of punching and kicking, along with Kazuma's pig-like screams, echoed out. Fortunately, Soto Kazuma possessed the tenacious constitution of Tsudan no Sabiru, and after enduring 3 minutes of darkness's one-sided sanction, he managed to keep his life. After venting her anger, darkness's reason seemed to return a little. Looking at Kazuma, who was sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, whimpering, and then at the messy scene around her and the terrified audience, her face flushed red again. With a shameful humph, she picked up her skirt, which had become messy from the fight, and rushed out of the square without looking back, disappearing at the end of the street. Leaving behind a completely disrupted, panic-stricken beauty pageant scene, a protagonist beaten into a pig's head, and a group of shaken audience members and contestants. Oh, and a perverted armor on the side that had been watching with relish, even feeling a bit regretful that its new master had run away. TSK, she hits hard, but her angry look also has a unique charm. Aquis commented. Kazuma lay on the ground, looking at the azure sky, feeling like life had no meaning. This beauty pageant. Could it still go on? P.S. Dear readers, please give a free power for love and add this book to your bookshelf. The data for this book by this little author has been slashed for many days in a row. Chapter 70, Beauty Pageant, Part 2. The chaos in the central plaza did not last long. Under Aqua's impassioned declaration and Chris's calm and efficient organization of healing, the unfortunate souls sanctioned by darkness were quickly carried away and had their wounds treated. Hey! You guys! What are you doing lying on the ground playing dead? My healing is expensive. Aqua stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at the groaning wounded, get up quickly. The competition must go on. I haven't even gone on stage yet. Perhaps it was because of the goddess's encouragement, or perhaps because their obsession with beauties overcame the pain, or maybe they were just simply awakened by Aqua's antics. In any case, under Aqua's loving healing, the wounded, including Kazuma who had been beaten the worst, stubbornly climbed back up. Who? Kazuma sat back in the chair at the viewing platform, his head covered in lumps and his eyes bruised, feeling as if every bone in his body was wailing. Although his constitution saved him from being beaten to death on the spot, the pain was real. Hey, kid, you okay? Asked the Aquis next to him with concern. Your teammate really doesn't pull her punches. However, that kind of power and explosive beauty, I like it. I've decided, I'm choosing her as my new master. You, save it. Kazuma waved his hand weakly. Didn't you see what she was like just now? You think that after she puts you on, the first thing she'll do isn't to throw you into a furnace to melt you down, or find a cesspit to bury you in. Aquis. The armor seemed to imagine the scene, fell silent for 2 seconds, and changed the subject. Ahem, it seems the competition is about to restart. Who's next? On stage, after a short break, the host wiped his sweat again, and announced with a voice even more trembling and cautious than before. Then, let us welcome the next contestant. The goddess of water, the embodiment of compassion, the goddess of Axel, Lady Aqua. HMPH. It's finally my turn. Aqua tossed her blue hair, which remained smooth and shiny even after the chaos, and walked onto the stage with a swagger, head held high. Today, she rarely did not wear her blue and white goddess dress, but instead changed into how to put it, a gorgeous gown full of goddess aesthetics. It was water blue all over, decorated with sparkling things that looked like glass beads, and the hem of the skirt was layered, clattering as she walked. She wore exquisite makeup, her blue eyes were bright, and a signature, slightly silly but undeniably pretty smile hung on her lips. Objectively speaking, Aqua's appearance was top tier, her figure tall and well proportioned, and with that dazzling dress and the goddess halo, she attracted all eyes the moment she stepped on stage. Whoa! It's Lady Aqua! A goddess! A real goddess! So beautiful! It's like she's glowing. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, and many from the Crimson Demon clan and adventurous were staring wide-eyed. Aqua was very satisfied with the audience's reaction. She cleared her throat and said in her clear but slightly silly voice, "Everyone, thank you for your enthusiasm. I, the goddess Aqua, will bring you an unparalleled performance today. Let me show you what true art and miracles are." After speaking, she began her performance. First was a dance of the gods, which was actually just a strange, exaggerated, and improvised dance she learned from someone at the Axel Festival, but because of her good figure and pretty face, it was surprisingly unique. At least the lecherous old men in the audience enjoyed it, and the cheers didn't stop. Then she started singing. The singing. How should I put it? The pitch was accurate, and the voice was nice, but the lyrics were full of praise for bubble wine and accusations against the stingy Kazuma, making Kazuma's mouth twitch. But the audience seemed to find it real and cute, and the applause grew louder. The performance ended, and Aqua, amidst the enduring applause and cheers, proudly raised her chin and walked off the stage like a victorious peacock. Looking at her expression, she was clearly very satisfied with the sensation she had caused. However, Kazuma looked at Aqua's back as she stepped off the stage, and the audience still cheering wildly for her, and just sighed deeply and helplessly, then collapsed onto his chair as if he had exhausted all his strength, covering his eyes with his arm. "Hey, kid," the Aquis next to him asked, confused, "what's with that reaction?" "That blue-haired girl seems to be the goddess who sent me here, although she's not exactly good news, but why do you look so disgusted?" Kazuma didn't move his arm, just squeezed a few words through his teeth, weak and earnest. "Buddy, let me ask you a question. Would you be interested in a fool who looks good, has a nice figure, and can occasionally pull off a beautiful scene, but whose IQ is constantly offline, whose head is empty except for drinking and causing trouble, whose biggest hobby is stealing your private money to buy alcohol, who always pits you against death with all sorts of idiotic operations, and who never realizes her own mistakes?" Aquis. The armor fell into a long silence. The visor seemed to look in the direction Aqua had left, and then looked at Kazuma, who was slumped in the chair, radiating an aura of mental fatigue. "No," Aquis finally answered with an incredibly affirmative tone. "Congratulations, you got it right." Kazuma lowered his arm, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. Aquis gave an empathetic hum. It seems that while beauties are good, if it's this type, it really requires careful consideration. The competition continued, but after Aqua's climax and Darkness's fright, although the subsequent contestants had highlights, it always felt like something was missing. The audience's enthusiasm seemed to have faded a bit. Finally, let us welcome the last contestant of the night. The mysterious star from the Demon King's castle. Combining cuteness, sexiness, and innocence, possessing an irresistible and unique charm, Miss Wheeze. The music became ethereal, dreamy, and a little seductive. Smoke rose again, but this time it was soft, white smoke with little starlight. A figure, stepping with somewhat hesitant and cautious steps, slowly walked out of the smoke. When her figure became completely clear, the entire square fell into instant silence again, followed by an explosion of gasps and exclamations even more fanatical and uniform than when Aqua appeared. Wheeze, standing on the stage, had clearly been carefully dressed. She was wearing a light purple dress with an extremely ingenious design. The upper body was a slightly conservative V-neck short sleeve, but the cut perfectly outlined her breathtakingly proud, perfect curves that could be called lethal weapons. The skirt on the lower body was made of light tulle, ending just above the knees, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs wearing white short socks and small leather shoes. This outfit combined two completely different temperaments, pure and cute and sexy and alluring, in an incredible way. Her long brown hair was carefully groomed, draped over her shoulders, with a small, star-shaped crystal hairpin tucked into it. She wore light makeup, making her already beautiful and gentle face even more exquisite and moving. The most fatal part was her expression. Those amethyst-like big eyes were watery from nervousness and shyness, her cheeks were flushed, her hands were nervously clasped in front of her lower abdomen, and her lips were slightly pursed, looking pitiful and touching. Innocence and sexiness, gentleness and shyness, a perfect figure and a dorky temperament. These contradictory qualities reached an eerie, harmonious unity in Weiss, forming a unique charm with nuclear-level lethality to men. Hiss. My God. Is this really Miss Weiss? So she looks this good when she dresses up. Mom, I'm in love. Offstage, whether it was the Crimson Demon clan, adventurous, or succubi accustomed to beauty, they were all stunned. Countless gazes, like searchlights, focused on Weiss, filled with amazement, obsession, and some kind of primitive impulse. Lady Weiss. Look here. Miss Weiss. You're so beautiful. I can't take it. My health bar is empty. Even some hot-blooded guy in the crowd, not knowing who it was, used all his strength to roar heartbreakingly. Lady Weiss. I'm your dog. This roar was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Woof woof woof. Lady Weiss. Me too. Master. Look at me. A chaotic mess of barking and declarations of loyalty sounded instantly, and the scene was once out of control. On the Demon King's castle viewing platform, Kazuma was also stunned, and the camera in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He knew Weiss had a good figure and looked good, but she always wore that wide, greyish-lick robe, and was always timid and silly, making it easy for people to ignore her hard power. Dressed up like this today, she was simply a walking lethal weapon. Even he, a knowledgeable transmigrator, was shocked. The Aquis next to him was so excited that the armor was clanking, the visor staring fixedly at Weiss on stage, and its voice was distorted. Top tier. This is top tier. The perfect combination of purity and sexiness. The dorky temperament adds to the flavor. And this figure, this face. Kid. This one. This one is fine, right? She's your teammate, right? What's her personality like? She's not a fool or a masochist too, right? As for Weiss. Kazuma recovered from his shock and touched his chin. Her personality is actually very good, gentle, kind, a bit timid, a bit clumsy, but silly in a cute way, won't sabotage others, only sabotages herself. It's just that. He remembered Weiss's terrifying negative assets and her talent for creating explosions. It's just that she's a bit expensive, and a bit hard on houses. Kazuma added. Expensive, Aquis didn't care. I am a divine artifact, I don't cost money. Hard on houses? That's because she hasn't met the right master. With me here, I can definitely protect her. Decided. It's her. My future mistress. Just as Aquis unilaterally announced recognizing a master, Weiss on stage was terrified by the fanatical reaction of the audience. She stood there at a loss, her little face even redder, her eyes looking around in a panic, and finally, she looked for help towards a shadow corner on the side of the stage. In that corner, Varney, wearing a flashy purple suit, was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking relaxed. Seeing Weiss's look for help, Varney smiled slightly, and then, slowly raised his right hand. Weiss's pupils shrank, and she saw Varney's right hand and left hand, once again making that L-shaped gesture that she would never forget. At the fingertips, faint, dangerous yellow electricity began to flicker. Although there was no sound, we seemed to be able to hear Varney's silent threat, I don't care, you have to be first anyway. If you lose, you know the consequences. We shuddered all over, thinking of the 1,000 ugly cups that couldn't be sold and the empty cash box, thinking of Mr. Varney's electrotherapy. She shivered violently. No, no. Must win. For the shop. To avoid being electrocuted. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then, in her unique, slightly timid, nasal, soft, and pleasant voice, she began to introduce herself stutteringly. Everyone hello. I am Wheeze. I am the shopkeeper of the magic item shop and an executive of Axel. I like making magic items, although I often fail, but I will work hard, Please support me. By the end, her voice was as small as a mosquito's hum, and her head was lowered, revealing only her flushed cheeks and the star hairpin blinking on the top of her head. This shy to the extreme appearance, this dorky speech, combined with her foul-play figure and pure and sexy outfit. Boom! The audience went completely crazy. Lady Wheeze. No need to work hard. I'll support you. Where is the magic item shop? I'll buy everything. Wiz-chan. Kawaii. Champion. 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 The uniform shouting of champion resounded throughout the square, even drowning out the cheers received by any previous contestant. The result was already without suspense. In the subsequent voting session, Wiz won the championship of the first Axel beauty pageant with an overwhelming number of votes, without any controversy. When the host announced the result and handed the exaggerated medal of beauty and a check representing 1 million eris to the still bewildered Wiz, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Wiz held the medal and the check, standing in the center of the stage, the light shining on her. She still hadn't reacted, just smiling foolishly, her purple eyes reflecting the sea of lights and the fanatical faces in the audience. I won, she muttered to herself. In the corner, Varney nodded with satisfaction, putting away the preparatory Varney death ray gesture. He pushed his mask, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his red eyes. 1 million in prize money. Although not much, it could at least plug the hole created by that idiot Lick. And, looking at this response, maybe he could let Wiz dress up more often in the future, and engage in some fan economy. Worth considering. And on the Demon King's castle viewing platform, Kazuma looked at Wiz smiling foolishly on stage holding the check, then looked at the Aquis next to him who couldn't wait to rush up and recognize a master, and then thought about his original intention of preparing for the competition and the chaotic experience of this day. He suddenly felt that this 1 million in prize money might just be a drop in the bucket for Wiz. And for Axel, the sequelae brought by this beauty pageant had probably just begun. P.S. Thanks to Commander Black for the big health treat and to all the readers for their support, the little author loves you. Chapter 71, Entrance. For's armor form. As night fell, the clamor and frenzy of the beauty pageant gradually subsided like the receding tide. Wiz, dazed and clutching the prize check and medal, was ushered back to the castle by Aqua and Yun. What awaited her was a temporary reprieve from her shop's debts, and perhaps an even more fanatical fan support group. Meanwhile, the other contestants and spectators dispersed, carrying with them a mix of satisfaction, regret, excitement, or of emotional trauma. In the central plaza, only the slightly empty stage, cleaned by magic, remained, along with a mess of snack wrappers and broken dreams. However, in a vast training ground in the northeast corner of Axel, far from the residential area, the real showdown was just beginning. The night sky was clear and dotted with stars, with a bright moon hanging high, casting its cold silver radiance over the land that had been specially cleared. At the edge of the field, Chris stood with her arms crossed. Her silver hair fluttered gently in the night breeze as she stared intently at the center of the field, her brows slightly furrowed with a hint of worry. In the center of the field, two parties stood in confrontation. On one side was that shimmering Holy Knight Aegis armor, covered in battle scars, yet currently radiating a thick sense of unwillingness and fighting spirit. It stood there, although it had no expression, the aura of "I'm pissed off, I want to fight" was almost palpable. Kid Aqua's voice had a metallic clanking quality, exceptionally loud in the silent night sky. "I'll admit, that beauty pageant thing you set up is somewhat interesting. That little girl named Wiz is indeed quite to my liking. But If you think you can just make me admit defeat and go back with you like that, no way. I am the Holy Knight Aegis, a legendary artifact that has accompanied heroes into battle. I have my own will and choices. Opposite it, Soto Kazuma stood quietly. The night breeze blew his brown bangs, and the moonlight illuminated half of his face. Totally unlike his usual Kichikumar, lazy, or beaten to a pulp appearance, his expression right now was rarely serious. His lips were pressed tight, his green eyes deep, and his gaze calmly fixed on the armor before him, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Even Chris, standing at the edge, was somewhat surprised. She rarely saw Kazuma show such an expression, serious, focused, and even carrying a hint of the majesty belonging to a king. Although this king was not very reliable most of the time. So, Kazuma spoke, his voice steady. "What do you want?" "A duel," Akui said decisively. "In the most knightly, most manly way. 1-on-1. The winner decides everything. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want with me, and I don't mind going back with you to finish the job. But if I win, then you leave freely and stop targeting Wiz," Kazuma finished. Exactly, Akui seemed to light up. "How about it? Do you dare to accept? Or are you, the Demon King, only capable of playing little tricks and using underhanded methods?" Facing Akui's provocation, Kazuma did not answer immediately. He was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over Akui's magic-immune body, and then he pulled out the Ziku driver and strapped it to his waist. Seeing this action, Chris's heart tightened slightly. She knew Kazuma was about to transform. But against the magic-immune Akuis, would the power of the Zo be effective? Kazuma buckled the driver to his waist, and the silver belt automatically extended and locked into place. He took a deep breath, and then, under the watchful eyes of Chris and Akuis, he took out 2 ride watches from the system space. One was the familiar, main Zo ride watch with the knight's head relief. And the other? Chris's pupils constricted slightly. It was a ride watch she hadn't seen much of. Yellow and white, the design was thicker than a normal ride watch, and in the center was a head wearing a strange astronaut helmet. Kazuma ignored their surprise. His expression remained serious, his gaze firm. He first inserted the Zo ride watch into the right slot of the driver and pressed the button. Zo! The phantom image of the ride watch appeared in the center of the driver, and the clock hands turned. Then, under the watchful eyes of Chris and Akuis, Kazuma picked up the yellow and white Force driver that represented the universe and friendship. He gazed at the somewhat silly yet passionate head in the center of the ride watch for a moment, the corner of his mouth seeming to curl up ever so slightly, before returning to a serious expression. He twisted his wrist and forcefully inserted the Force driver into the left slot of the driver. Force. The driver emitted a completely different, more passionate and dynamic sound effect. Kazuma gripped both sides of the driver with both hands, took a deep breath, and then, with force, twisted it. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zo. The driver played the overture of the transformation. Around Kazuma, silver phantom clock images and yellow-white cosmic energy halos emerged simultaneously, spinning wildly and wrapping him within them. A surging sense of power, mixed with a strange, passionate, and free atmosphere that seemed to want to break through the sky, permeated the air. The light became increasingly dazzling, even briefly overpowering the moonlight in the sky. Under Chris's surprised gaze and Akui's stare, Kazuma's figure in the light rapidly grew taller, covered by layers of armor. When the phantom clock images and cosmic energy dissipated, what appeared in place was no longer the brown-haired boy wearing ordinary adventurer's clothes. Instead, it was an armored warrior with black, white, and orange as the main colors, with a sci-fi and lean design. The helmet was spiky, and the compound eyes flickered with a calm purple light. The shoulder and chest armor had rigid lines, and the arms were equipped with eye-catching devices resembling rocket launchers, the overall design full of mechanical strength and beauty. Kamen Rider Zo, Force Armor Form. Reporting for duty. just as Kazuma completed the transformation, as if to welcome this long-lost new form that fused new power, a loud, passionate, and dramatically tense congratulatory voice rang out from nowhere, echoing clearly over the empty training ground. Rejoice! Chris and Aquis were both stunned. He is the king of time who gathers the power of all Kamen Rider, transcends time and space, and knows the past and the future. At this moment, he has inherited the power of Kamen Rider 4's and transformed into Kamen Rider Z04's armor form. A brand new history has been created by his own hands. The congratulatory voice lingered, echoing in the night sky. This was the second time, after the build armor form, that a celebration that seemed to come with its own BGM and narration had appeared. Every time, it meant that Kazuma had obtained a new, powerful Kamen Rider power. Chris looked at the uniquely styled, imposing armor under the moonlight, a trace of complexity flashing in her purple eyes. This guy, who was usually slackerish, Kichiku-ma, and stingy, seemed to radiate a light that was hard to ignore every time he transformed. However, Aquis didn't care about any celebration. After a brief shock, it was immediately enraged by Kazuma's flashy transformation and that arrogant celebratory voice. Playing God and Ghost. It's just a transformation, who are you trying to scare? Aquis roared, the armor shaking violently, making a harsh sound of metal friction. Kid! Are you ready to die? It exerted force with its legs, the heavy armor crushing the ground, and like a silver war chariot, it charged toward the newly transformed Kazuma with unstoppable momentum. Judging by that stance, it intended to smash this fancy show with brute force. However, facing Aquis's powerful charge, Kazuma, having transformed into the 4's armor form, did not take a defensive or counter-attacking stance as Chris had expected. He just bent his knees slightly, extended his arms, and the two rocket launcher-like devices on his arms suddenly lit up with orange light, with a rapid energy charging sound coming from inside. Rocket, on! From within the armor came Kazuma's voice, processed by a voice changer, with a hint of mechanical feeling and her mischievous smile. The next second. Boom! The orange-yellow scorching flames erupted from the rocket launchers on Kazuma's arms and back. The powerful recoil propelled his body, like a stone shot from a slingshot, vertically into the sky at an astonishing speed. Aquis's surefire charge hit nothing but air, only plowing a deep trench into the ground where Kazuma had been standing. It braked abruptly, looking up at the sky in disbelief. Kazuma was currently hovering in mid-air, dozens of meters off the ground. The rocket thrusters on his back spewed stable tail flames, keeping him steadily in the air. The moonlight spilled onto his black, white, and orange armor, reflecting a cold luster. Combined with those eye-catching rocket arms, he looked like a mechanical angel descending to Earth, or perhaps, a flying hooligan preparing to play a prank. Baka! Kazuma, looking down from above, shouted at Aquis on the ground, his voice still full of pride and provocation. I knew you iron lump couldn't fly. If you have the ability, come up and catch me. Hava hava. He even deliberately performed a few simple, rolling maneuvers in the air, impossibly agile, fully demonstrating the superiority of his flight ability. Aquis was choked with anger, the armor making a clucking sound from rage. It had fought countless battles in its life and encountered all kinds of enemies, some brave, some cunning, some with powerful magic, but it had never seen such a shameless one. Can't win so you fly to the sky? What kind of duel is this? Kid! Get down here! If you're a man, let's have a fair fight. Aquis stomped its feet below, roaring. Not coming down! Not coming down! Kazuma stood with his hands on his hips in the air. If you have the ability, come up! Come up! Blair Tilda? He even stuck out his tongue inside the armor. At the edge of the field, Chris watched the one in the sky arrogantly flying around and provoking, and the armor on the ground furious but helpless. A few black lines slid down her forehead. Is this really a duel? This is clearly a scene of a street thug bullying an honest person. And it's a one-sided aerial mockery. What happened to being serious and earnest? What happened to the king's majesty? How did it turn into this style as soon as it started? Chris suddenly remembered the true nature of this guy, Kazuma. Kichikuma, stingy, unconventional, good at solving problems in the most low-cost way. Now, she had to add one more, good at using all advantages for thug-style strikes. Expecting him to have a fair and square knight's duel with Aquis. What was she expecting just now? Sure enough, the Demon King is the Demon King, even if he changed into a handsome skin, at his core, he is still that Kichikuma. Kazuma in the air was clearly having a lot of fun. He was no longer satisfied with just hovering and mocking. He began to circle Aquis at a low altitude, sometimes diving rapidly, and at the moment Aquis threw a punch or tried to jump an attack, he would nimbly pull up into the high sky. Take this! Rocket punch! Occasionally, he would suddenly dive rapidly, using the momentum of the fall to slam his orange glowing rocket gauntlet hard onto Aquis's shoulder or back armor, making a loud clang sound. Although it couldn't cause substantial damage to the magic immune Aquis, the impact still made the armor stagger. Ha ha! Can't hit me! Are you mad? Over here! Look over here! Stupid armor! Take my flying kick, just kidding. I'm flying away. Kazuma was like an annoying, flying hornet, circling Aquis, this heavy, clumsy iron can, constantly harassing, sneak attacking, and provoking it. He used all kinds of ways to humiliate this former artifact. Aquis had all that strength and defense but was helpless against the enemy in the sky. It had tried jumping attacks, but the jump height was limited, tried picking up stones to throw, but Kazuma flew too nimbly, tried verbal attacks, but Kazuma's skin was thicker than a city wall, and he cursed even more creatively than it did. This duel, from the very beginning, turned into a one-sided, long, and boring, aerial kite-flying game. Time passed minute by minute. The moon slowly climbed from the east to the middle of the sky. Aquis went from initial rage to later grievance, then to numbness, and finally to deep exhaustion and powerlessness. It was not a living being and wouldn't get tired, but that feeling of being played with, humiliated, and seeing absolutely no hope of victory, was more torturous than any physical attack. Finally, after another futile leap that missed, and being gently kicked in the butt by Kazuma from behind, Aquis stopped. It no longer roared, no longer jumped, just quietly stood there, looking up at the figure in the night sky that was flying around like a flea, tirelessly enjoying itself. Under the moonlight, the silver armor seemed to dim a bit. Enough Aquis's voice was no longer loud, carrying a sense of resigned exhaustion and hoarseness. Kid, no, Demon King. I admit defeat. Kazuma in the air made an abrupt stop, hovering directly above Aquis, looking down at it. Not fighting anymore. Kazuma's voice was smiling. Not fighting anymore, Aquis said dejectedly. I give up. I've never seen such a shameless fighting style. I admit defeat. As agreed, I'll go back with you. That little girl wheeze. I won't think about her anymore either. Wouldn't it have been better if you were like this earlier? Kazuma chuckled, controlled the rocket thrusters, slowly descended to the ground, and deactivated the transformation in front of Aquis. The light dissipated, revealing his face with a smug smile, slightly tired but spirited. Done. Kazuma clapped his hands and made a V sign at Chris. Chris looked at his smug villain face, and then at the dejected Aquis next to him, which seemed to have lost all the color of its armor life, feeling a complex mix of emotions. The mission is considered complete. Aquis has been caught. But this process? Why does she feel that their Demon King and Assistant Kun didn't win honorably at all, but instead like a despicable villain who exploited loopholes in the rules to bully an honest person? No, that's not it. Chris looked at Kazuma's familiar smile, which carried a hint of Kichikuma and the satisfaction of a successful prank, and suddenly understood. This guy never wanted to be a fair and square knight or hero. He is the Demon King. He is Soto Kazuma. A Kichikumar companion who will use any means necessary to achieve his goal, troublesome yet reliable. Perhaps this is his way of fighting. Although it looks very childish, very much like a street thug. But it's effective. Watching Kazuma start to skillfully tie up the non-resisting Aquis with special ropes, Chris shook her head helplessly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly in a faint arc that even she hadn't noticed herself. Forget it, as long as it's caught. Chapter 72, The Empty Treasury. A week was enough for Axel to recover its daily routine from the grand and chaotic revelry of the beauty pageant. The children of the Crimson Demon clan continued to wail at Amanagawa High School, adventurers took on mundane patrol or collection quests, and the business at the succubus shop, Peaceful Dreams, was lukewarm but finally had a stable stream of customers. The captured perverted armor, Aquis, after being sealed by Chris using some mysterious ritual, was sunk to the bottom of the bottomless lake where the giant serpent was previously defeated. It probably wouldn't be causing any trouble for a while. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Except for the Demon King's private treasury. Deep within the Caucasus Scarab Castle, there was a secret room that Kazuma had specifically designated, secured with the sturdiest metal and multiple magical barriers, jokingly referred to as the Demon King Treasury. Inside was stored the wealth Kazuma had accumulated through various legitimate and illegitimate means, including but not limited to, the massive amount of gold coins and jewelry relocated from the nobles near the succubus shop in Axel, as well as the private savings he had stingily scraped together over time. Although it couldn't compare to a wealthy family like the Dustinis clan, for an individual, it was definitely a huge fortune. Kazuma would occasionally sneak in, lie in the pile of gold coins to experience the simple joy of a rich person, or count gems while daydreaming. That afternoon, after finishing some trivial matters, Kazuma was strolling leisurely through the complex gears and pipes of the castle, enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet. The interior of the castle was very quiet, with only the click-clack of giant gears slowly rotating and the faint sound of energy fluid flowing through the pipes. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting colorful light and shadows on the polished black stone floor. Just then, a scream, so shrill it was distorted, filled with shock, despair, and disbelief, suddenly erupted from somewhere deep within the castle, instantly piercing the silence of the castle and echoing through the empty corridors, even drowning out the sound of the gears turning. Kazuma's footsteps faltered. That voice, was it Aqua? And the direction it came from was. His expression changed, and he immediately sprinted toward the depths of the castle, the direction of the scream, toward the location of his private treasury. What happened? What is that idiot Aqua doing now? A foreboding feeling welled up in Kazuma's heart, and he picked up his pace. Passing through a few corridors and circling around several giant red stone pillars, Kazuma arrived at the remote area where the treasury was located. The heavy metal door was actually left ajar. Kazuma's heart sank, his foreboding feeling growing stronger. He shoved open the ajar metal door and rushed inside. Then, he too froze at the doorway. Inside the treasury, the scene was completely different from the golden, glittering, and jewel-encrusted sight in his memory. There was no charming luster reflected from mountains of gold coins, no dazzling radiance emitted by brilliant gems, and no magnificent display of exquisite utensils. It was empty. Truly, thoroughly empty. The spots where over a dozen giant oak treasure chests had originally sat were now left with only faint outlines in the dust. The custom-made jewelry racks with magical locks stood there bare, like a plucked rooster. The area along the wall used for stacking precious fabrics and artworks was left with only a few empty wooden shelves. In the entire treasury, apart from the magical lamps embedded in the walls for basic lighting and a thin layer of dust in the corners, there was nothing left. The massive fortune that Kazuma had spent countless efforts to accumulate, enough to make him wake up laughing in his dreams, had vanished into thin air. And in the very center of the treasury, the goddess of water, Aqua, was standing there, facing away from the door, dumbstruck. She was wearing that iconic blue and white goddess dress, her long blue hair somewhat messy, and her body was trembling slightly, as if all her strength had been drained away. One of her hands was still held out in a reaching gesture, as if trying to touch something, but there was only air in front of her. "Hey, Aqua," Kazuma said in a dry voice. Aqua seemed to be jolted awake, turning around slowly and extremely stiffly. When Kazuma saw her face, he was shocked again. Aqua's pretty face, which usually wore a silly or tsunder expression, was deathly pale. Her blue eyes were wide, pupils constricted from extreme shock, and her lips were slightly parted, trembling incessantly. Her eyes were hollow, as if she had seen some horrific scene that she couldn't understand or accept. Kazuma." Aqua's voice was tearful and trembling uncontrollably. She pointed at the empty treasury around her, speaking incoherently. It's gone. Everything's gone, the gold coins, the gems, your money, it's all gone. I see that. Kazuma took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and he couldn't breathe from the pain. That was all his money. The capital for his future life and enjoyment in this other world. Just like that's gone? What's going on? Kazuma walked up to Aqua, his green eyes staring fixedly at her. Aqua, why are you here? And the treasury door, did you open it? Aqua, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shuddered violently, her eyes beginning to dart around in a panic. I was just wandering around. And then I found the door unlocked, so I came in to take a look. Wandering around? Wandering into my treasury? And you just happened to find the door unlocked. Kazuma narrowed his eyes, his tone rising dangerously. He knew Aqua too well. Whenever this idiot lied, her eyes would dart around, and she wouldn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Really? I swear. Aqua raised her hands, but her fingers were trembling. I was just curious. Who knew that as soon as I came in, I'd see. Wah. As she spoke, she seemed to recall the horrific sight of the empty treasury again. Overcome by grief, tears whooshed out, and she crouched on the ground, wailing, My money! My wine money! It's all gone. I won't be able to drink bubble wine anymore. I don't want to live. Wah! Watching Aqua cry with such genuine emotion, the suspicion in Kazuma's heart not only didn't decrease, but grew deeper. Although this idiot loved money, it was mostly because she had her eye on his money to buy wine. Given her massive reaction to the treasury being robbed, it was less about feeling sorry for his loss and more about feeling sorry that her future source of wine money had been cut off. Furthermore, the most critical question was, how did Aqua get in? The magic lock on the treasury was something he had set up by combining the barrier magic of the Crimson Demon clan, the magic circles of Whis, and a bit of otherworld knowledge he had gleaned from the system. While he wouldn't claim it was foolproof, it definitely shouldn't have been easy to open just by wandering around. Moreover, the door was still ajar. Kazuma crouched down, his hand suddenly cupping Aqua's tear-streaked face, forcing her to look up at him. The touch was warm and soft, damp with tears, but Kazuma was in no mood to appreciate it. Aqua, Kazuma's voice was low, carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression, his green eyes locked onto Aqua's panicked, flickering blue eyes. Look at me. Tell me the truth. Why on earth were you in my treasury? Did you open the door? Woo! Kazuma, you're hurting me. Aqua tried to struggle, but Kazuma's hands were like iron pincers, not moving an inch. She looked like a good woman being harassed by a bully, teary-eyed and pitiable, but Kazuma wasn't buying it at all. Speak. Kazuma applied a bit more force, kneading the soft, excellent-feeling flesh of Aqua's cheeks. I'll talk. Aqua said, her speech slurred from being pinched. Finally unable to hold out, she confessed with a mournful face, It was me who opened the door, but I had a key. A key? Kazuma was taken aback, loosening his grip slightly. When did I ever give you a key? It was last time, when you were drunk, lying on the sofa talking in your sleep, saying things like, It's so good to be rich, I can buy lots of games, Pick up lots of. Aqua sniffled, looking aggrieved. I happened to be next to you and heard you mention where the key was hidden in your sleep, so I secretly wrote it down. Kazuma. He felt a wave of dizziness. Getting drunk and revealing the location of the key in his sleep. He actually did such a stupid thing. So, Kazuma gritted his teeth. Have you been sneaking into my treasury ever since then? It wasn't that often. Aqua's eyes began to dart around again. Just once or twice per week. What for? Kazuma leaned in, his nose almost touching Aqua's, his warm breath spraying onto her face. Just. Aqua's face turned even redder, whether from shame or from being pinched. Take a little bit of money. To buy bubble wine. A little bit. Kazuma sneered. How much do you call a little bit? Just a few 100,000 eris or so. Aqua's voice grew smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible. Kazuma-san, you shouldn't mind, right? We're teammates, your money is my money. No, what I mean is, I'll pay it back. When I return to the heavenly realm, when I get my stipend, I'll pay you back. Really? Right. She looked up, gazing at Kazuma with those blue eyes still filled with tears, trying to squeeze out a flattering smile, attempting to get away with it by being cute. A few 100,000 eris. Kazuma repeated, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Every week. More or less? Aqua nodded guiltily. When did it start? About. Shortly after we moved into the castle. Kazuma felt his blood pressure shooting through the roof. Aqua. King stole so much of my money to buy wine. And you're asking me if I mind. I mind. I mind very much. I mind to death. Amidst the roar, Kazuma could no longer control his anger. He exerted force with both hands, crazily kneading and rubbing Aqua's pretty face, which was now filled with guilt and the look of being doomed, just like kneading dough. Wah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Kazuma! Let go of me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Wrong? You know you're wrong now. My money. The money I worked so hard to earn. It was all taken by you to buy that bubble wine. It's not swill. It's a special brew. It's very expensive. Oh. Stop rubbing. My face is going to be deformed. I don't care if it's a special brew or not. Give me back my money. Otherwise, I'll shove you into a wine barrel and drown you. I'll pay. I'll definitely pay. I'll pay when I have money. Stop rubbing. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. In the treasury, there was a chorus of pig-like screams and angry roars, interspersed with the squish-squish sounds of facial kneading. 10+ minutes later. The storm subsided. Kazuma stopped, panting, his chest heaving violently, looking at the unbearable to look at Aqua before him. Aqua sat slumped on the ground, her back against the cold wall. Her once pretty face was now red and swollen, like an over-fermented bun, her hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and her blue eyes stared lifelessly at the ceiling. She was like a broken doll, motionless, with only her slightly rising and falling chest proving she was still alive. Who? Kazuma was also exhausted, mostly from anger. He looked at Aqua's miserable state, and the anger in his heart dissipated slightly, but as soon as he thought of those huge losses, his heart began to bleed again. Wait. Kazuma suddenly calmed down. Aqua admitted that she came to take money every week, but it was only so much. But the wealth that had disappeared from the treasury was definitely far more than that amount. He had roughly estimated that just the gold coins and jewelry moved from the nobles were worth over 10 million. Not to mention the other odds and ends. What Aqua took was probably just a drop in the bucket. Then, where did the rest of the money go? Who had stolen the vast majority of his property? A chill crept up the back of Kazuma's neck. Was there a thief who could bypass the magic locks he had set up and silently empty the treasury, lurking in Axel? Or rather, right beside him? Kazuma's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. He stood up, looked around the empty treasury, and slowly clenched his fists. Aqua, he said coldly, his voice carrying an unprecedented chill. Besides you, who else knows the location of the treasury and the key? Aqua shook her head weakly, her voice slurred. I don't know. I haven't told anyone else. Very well. Kazuma nodded, and then, using a cold voice that was enough to drop the temperature in the treasury by several degrees, he said, word by word. I want to see who stole my money. Once I catch them. He turned around abruptly, his gaze like lightning, sweeping across every corner of the treasury, as if trying to drag out that invisible thief. They will regret it. The cold words echoed in the empty treasury, carrying a chilling determination. However, at the very moment Kazuma's words fell, outside the treasury door, in the shadow of the corner of the dim corridor, a brown-haired figure was leaning against the cold stone wall, curled up tightly there. The figure seemed to have heard Kazuma's declaration, filled with rage and murderous intent, and her body shuddered violently, then began to shake uncontrollably. Her hands were clamped tightly over her mouth, fearing that even a single sound might escape. In the darkness, a pair of eyes, widened by extreme fear and filled with tears, were staring fixedly at the ajar crack of the treasury door, filled with panic, helplessness, and deep despair. P.S. Dear readers, please help this small author recommend this book to others. Thank you, TT. Chapter 73, None of You Are Getting Away. Hello everyone, my name is Aqua. Yes, that very same beautiful, wise, and merciful goddess of water, Lady Aqua. Right now, I am lying helplessly on the floor of some cold, empty, God-forsaken place that used to be piled high with mountains of gold and silver but now doesn't even have a single copper coin left. My face hurts so much, it feels like I've been trampled by 100 giant toads, or like I was stuffed into a barrel and poked 1,000 times with a stick. The reason? It's simple. The money in this treasury was completely cleaned out by some goddamn bastard. And I only take a tiny bit from here every week, really, just a tiny bit, to buy my beloved bubble wine. As a result, that stingy, Kichikuma, scum demon king, Soto Kazuma, actually took all his anger out on me. He pressed me to the floor and kneaded me like dough for over 10 minutes. Water. My face. My perfect goddess visage. It must be deformed. How can I purify the world with my beauty now? How can I get believers to willingly offer me bubble wine? This is all the fault of that bastard who stole all the money. And that indiscriminate brute, Kazuma. Aqua's internal monologue, but come to think of it, how could all the money in the treasury be gone? When I came to take some last week, there was still plenty. Could it be that someone else is taking it besides me? And taking even more than I do? Unbelievable. That is Kazuma's money. If anyone is going to take it, I should be the one to do it first. Hello everyone, my name is Soto Kazuma. I am that stingy, Kichikuma, scum demon king who has been cursed 800 times in Aqua's heart. My mood right now is 10,000 times worse than being trampled by 100 giant toads in a row. The massive fortune I worked so hard to save through tricks, scams, frugality, and intimidation, the capital for my future life of lying flat and doing whatever I want in this other world, is gone. It's all gone. The treasury is as clean as a plate licked by a dog. That idiot goddess, Aqua, did admit that she comes here every week to take money for her wine. I'll settle that score with her later. But the problem now is that what she took is just a drop in the bucket compared to the total loss. Who is it? Who has such great ability to bypass the magic locks I carefully set and empty the entire treasury without a sound? Who is lurking in my castle, eyeing my property with covetous eyes? Just thinking about some unknown thief who might be hiding in the shadows, counting my money and laughing at my stupidity, makes a wave of rage shoot straight to my head. If I don't drag this guy out, I'll write my name, Soto Kazuma, backwards. First, let's rule out a few suspects. Princess Alice and her maid, Claire? They are a kingdom princess and a noble knight. What kind of treasures haven't they seen? Would they care for the small treasury of Smearme, the Demon King? The possibility is extremely low. Darkness? The Dustinis family is rich, and she herself has no concept of money. Plus, with her way of thinking, the act of theft, the possibility isn't high either. Then, the rest. Megumin? Yunyun? Chris? Wiz? Or those new adventurers or succubi? Or even that thrill-seeking devil, Varney? No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. The afternoon sun shone through the stained glass windows high up in the hall of the Caucasus Scarab Castle, casting dappled light and shadows on the floor. Fine dust floated in the air, and huge gears on the walls rotated slowly, emitting a low, rhythmic, click sound, as if it were the steady heartbeat of this mechanical castle. However, the heartbeats of the people gathered in the hall at this moment were anything but steady. In the center of the hall, the Demon King, Soto Kazuma, sat upright on his red throne inlaid with gears. His face was so gloomy it could drip water, and his green eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, slowly scanning the people standing in a row below. An invisible, low-pressure atmosphere enveloped the entire hall, and even the sound of the gears running seemed to become cautious. Beside the throne, near the steps, the goddess of water, Aqua, was kneeling obediently. Her face still bore lingering redness and swelling, looking quite comical. Most noticeably, hanging around her neck was a crude wooden sign with "I am guilty" written on it in crooked handwriting. Aqua lowered her head, her shoulders heaving, making faked sob sounds, while accusing in a voice that was just loud enough for everyone to hear. Wara. Kazuma is too much. How could you treat me like this? I only took a tiny bit of money to buy wine, didn't I? That was also to relieve work stress and to bring joy to everyone. You actually hit me and made me kneel here. I am a goddess. A goddess. You heartless person. You brute. You stingy person. Wara. Her accusations did not evoke much sympathy, instead, they made the atmosphere even heavier. Because everyone knew that Kazuma was currently furious, and it was over something as massive as the treasury theft. Those gathered below were the current co-residents of the castle and members of the Kazuma's party, Megumin, Yunyun, Darkness, Chris, Wiz, Alice, and the accompanying Claire. Varney was not there. Who knows where he went off to savor emotions again. The new adventurous and succubus representatives were not called, after all, for such internal matters. Kazuma felt it was safer to investigate internally first. Whom? Kazuma coughed lightly. The sound wasn't loud, but it made the hall instantly quiet, even stopping Aqua's fake crying. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, their gazes focused on the throne. I summoned everyone here today because something very serious has happened. Kazuma's voice was calm, but beneath the calm lay a volcano about to erupt. My private treasury was emptied out by someone last night. He emphasized the words "emptied out" heavily. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the people below instantly became extremely colorful. Megumin's red pupils shrank sharply, and a trace of imperceptible panic flashed across her face, but she quickly covered it up with a tsunder expression of HMPH, "What does that have to do with me?" though her knuckles holding her staff were slightly white. Yunyun let out a small "ah" of surprise, quickly covered her mouth, her face pale, and her eyes darted away, not daring to look at Kazuma. Darkness's breathing stalled, and then her face flushed red, not out of shame, but because of some indescribable nervousness and excitement. She tried hard to maintain her knightly stance, but her eyes were also drifting. Chris appeared the calmest on the surface. The silver-haired, purple-eyed goddess frowned slightly, showing a thoughtful and serious expression, but if you looked closely, you could see her pupils also contracted slightly. Alice and Claire looked confused and worried. Alice's blue eyes were full of concern. Oni-chan's treasury was stolen? Is the loss significant? Claire, on the other hand, observed everyone else's reactions more vigilantly, her hand subconsciously resting on the hilt of her sword. And Wiz's reaction was the strangest. Upon hearing the words tented out, she was struck as if by lightning, she trembled violently, and her already pale lick face became completely bloodless. She suddenly lowered her head, her long dark brown hair falling down to cover most of her face, her hands tightly wringing the hem of her oversized lick robe, her body shaking uncontrollably. She even subconsciously shrank back into the crowd, as if trying to hide herself. Kazuma took in everyone's reactions, his heart full of doubts. It seems Aqua isn't the only one with a problem. Why are the expressions of everyone else so strange, except for Alice and Claire? Especially Wiz, what's with that guilty, about to faint appearance? I know that Aqua takes money from there every week. Kazuma pointed to the sobbing Aqua kneeling nearby. The latter immediately looked up, eyes teary, trying to gain sympathy, but Kazuma ignored her. But what Aqua takes is only a very small portion. The vast majority of the wealth was stolen by someone all at once last night. He paused, his gaze like a knife, sweeping over the crowd again. So, I want to know now, besides Aqua, who else has touched the money in the treasury? Or, does anyone know any clues? The hall was dead silent. Only the click of the gears turning and the suppressed breathing of the crowd could be heard. Cold sweat began to seep from the foreheads and backs of many people. In fact, at this moment, except for Alice and Claire, who were completely unaware and had never had any thoughts about it, and Aqua, who was still aggrieved. Everyone else in the castle, Megumin, Yunyun, Darkness, Chris, and even Wiz, who was hiding behind the others, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Megumin's internal monologue, "Oh no, oh no." Kazuma found out. But I only took a little bit to buy the new manga. And didn't Aqua say that it was team activity funds that everyone could use? Who is it? Who is so greedy that they actually took it all? It's over, I'm going to be beaten to death by Kazuma. Union's internal monologue, Wara. What do I do? I also took a little money to treat people to a meal. Actually, I treated Kazuma and the others. Aqua said it was fine. What do I do now? Kazuma is so scary. Darkness's internal monologue, it's over, I did take some, to customize a few sets of special training equipment and restraint items. But that was all to improve my strength and Aqua said that was a benefit. Who on earth is it? To actually hoard it all. Unforgivable. But if Kazuma finds out I used the money to buy those things? Chris's internal monologue, this is trouble. I also took some to subsidize the Eris cult's secret relief points nearby and to purchase some intelligence. Aqua Senpai's explanation was public funds of the Demon King's castle, used for the cause of justice. I didn't expect that besides us, someone else was also using it, and so unscrupulously. Must find out who it is as soon as possible and recover the losses, otherwise, it's all over. Wiz's internal monologue, it's over. It was me. I took it all. Aqua said the money there was everyone's and could be used freely, to use it first and pay it back later. The first time I took a little to fill the hole in my shop, it was fine. The second time I took a little more to buy new materials, it was also fine. Later I heard that a batch of super cheap magic ore and rare materials, said to be from ancient ruins, had arrived, and I could get them if I paid in full in advance. I saw there was so much money in the treasury, and in a moment of madness, I took it all. I thought that after I made that batch of goods into magic items and sold them, I could make a lot of money, and then pay it back with interest, and maybe even give Kazuma-san a surprise. But that batch of goods seems to be fake. My shop has gone bankrupt again. Even the 1 million prize money I won from the beauty pageant is gone. Now Kazuma-san is going to catch the culprit. What do I do? Will I be electrocuted to death by Varne-san? Or thrown out by Kazuma-san? Water? I really want to bury myself in the ground. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, besides panic, there was more anger and confusion toward the guy who emptied the treasury. Although Aqua is unreliable, at least she doesn't take much each time, it's a slow drip. Who is so reckless to take it all at once? Now look, everyone is exposed. What? No one speaking? Kazuma looked at the people below, who had various expressions and were breaking into cold sweat, his suspicion growing heavier. He stood up and slowly walked down the steps of the throne. His footsteps echoed in the empty hall, each step like a tread on everyone's heart. I'll ask one more time. He stopped in front of everyone, his voice not loud but carrying an unquestionable pressure. Besides Aqua, who else has touched the money in the treasury? His gaze finally fell on the brown-haired Lick, who was shaking the most and almost curled into a ball. Whiz. Kazuma called her name. We stiffened, as if hit by a paralysis spell, even her trembling stopped. She raised her head extremely slowly, bit by bit, revealing that pale-as-paper little face filled with fear and despair. In her amethyst-like eyes, tears were gathering rapidly. Kazuma-san. Whiz's voice carried a crying tone, as thin as a mosquito's buzz. You, Kazuma stared into her eyes, asking word by word, where were you last night? What did you do? I? Whiz's lips trembled, and the tears finally burst forth. She thawed and cried out, unable to bear the inner pressure and the double fear of Varne's death ray and the Demon King's rage any longer, and screamed in a breakdown. It was me. I'm sorry. Kazuma. I took the money. I took it all. I shouldn't have listened to Aqua. I shouldn't have been greedy. I took all the money to buy fake goods. It's all lost. I'm sorry. Wah. The broken crying and screaming echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was stunned, including Aqua, who had just been accusing. Kazuma looked at Whiz, who was crying her heart out and had confessed her crime, and then looked at the others nearby, who instantly widened their eyes with expressions of holy shit, it was you. Finally, his gaze slowly shifted to Aqua, who was still kneeling on the ground but had stopped her fake crying, her expression becoming incredibly guilty and terrified. A-Q-Y-A. Kazuma slowly turned his head to look at Aqua, a hair-raising, extremely kind smile appearing on his face. Aqua! No. Kazuma, listen to my explanation. I mean, that. The money was just sitting there, so everyone just used a little when they needed to. Anyway, you're so rich. And we said she would pay it back. Right, Whiz? Aqua spoke incoherently, trying to shift the blame and make excuses. Whiz cried even harder, I can't pay it back. It's all lost. Even the prize money is gone. That smile on Kazuma's face became even brighter, but the chill in his eyes could almost freeze people. Very well. He nodded and flexed his wrists, making a crack sound. It seems there is more than one person who needs to be educated today. The one who stole the money, the one who spread rumors, the ones who knew but didn't report it, everyone counts. He took a step forward, closing in on Whiz, who was slumped on the floor crying in a ball, and Aqua, who was kneeling on the floor shivering with fear, his green eyes burning with raging fury. None of you are getting away. In the hall, the overlapping, desperate wails of Aqua and Whiz rang out, along with the guilty gasps of the other informed parties. Chapter 74. Kazuma, are you actually abandoning me? The wailing of Aqua and the desperate repentance of Whiz were like two rusty saws, dragging back and forth through the heavy, oppressive air of the castle hall. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, making that "I am guilty" wooden sign around Aqua's neck look particularly glaring, and clearly illuminating the miserable state of Whiz, who was covered in tears and trembling like a leaf. The kind smile on Kazuma's face had long since vanished, replaced by a cold expression mixed with extreme exhaustion, disappointment, and the roaring flames of rage after being betrayed. he stood before the two sinners who were sobbing in a heap, looking down at them with eyes devoid of any warmth. Enough. Kazuma spoke, his voice not loud, yet it instantly choked off their wailing, leaving only suppressed sobs. Everyone else in the hall dared not even breathe, and even the sound of gears turning seemed to soften. Aqua. Kazuma looked at the goddess of water first, his tone as flat as if he were stating a fact. Lazy, gluttonous, waiting for death, doing nothing but causing trouble and destruction. I tolerated it before, thinking that you were a goddess after all, my teammate, and even if your brain didn't work well, keeping you around might still be useful for purification or healing. Aqua lifted her red, swollen face, a glimmer of hope flashing in her blue eyes, thinking that Kazuma was going to deal with her leniently. But Kazuma shifted his tone, every word like an icicle. This time, you went too far. Spreading rumors on your own, inciting others to steal, yes, withstood the majority, but you were the instigator. You treated my personal property as a public fund that could be withdrawn at will? Who gave you that authority? Your empty head that can only hold bubble wine. I didn't steal. I was just sharing. Aqua tried to explain, her voice laced with tears. Sharing? Kazuma sneered. Did you get my permission to share my things? Aqua, you aren't a child anymore. Or rather, you're not even as good as a child. At least when children steal money, they know fear, and they know to hide. What about you? You are righteous and indignant, you think it's only natural. Even after being caught, you still try to push the responsibility onto others. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Megumin, Union, Darkness, and Chris nearby, before finally returning to Aqua. You weren't the only one who took it, were you? They all took it. But at least they know it's wrong, they feel guilty, they feel afraid. Only you, Aqua, you think this is your goddess privilege, you think I should naturally support you, satisfy all your unreasonable demands, including indulging your theft of my money to satisfy your never-ending addiction to alcohol. I didn't. Aqua's voice grew quieter because she discovered that the way others looked at her was also full of complexity. There was sympathy, but more of it was the resentment of how could you drag us into this? Enough, I don't want to hear your excuses anymore. Kazuma raised his hand, cutting her off, and then, with a clear, cold, and unquestionable voice, announced the verdict. Aqua, from today on, you are expelled from this castle and expelled from the inner circle of Axel. Your room will be emptied, and your belongings, except for the clothes on your back, will be confiscated to offset the property you stole. You like freedom, you like sharing, don't you? Then go outside, enjoy your freedom, and use your spirit of sharing to support yourself. What? Aqua suddenly lifted her head, looking at Kazuma in disbelief, her blue eyes filled with shock, fear, and immense grievance. You want to kick me out. You want to kick me out of the castle. Kazuma. You can't do this. I am a goddess. I am your teammate. We are in this together. In this together. Kazuma was expressionless. From the moment you treated my property as ours without my consent, we stopped being that. At least, we are no longer in a relationship where we can share everything. No. I don't want to. I don't want to leave. This is my home. Kazuma. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will never steal your money again. I swear. Don't kick me out. I beg you. Aqua finally realized that Kazuma was serious, and this wasn't like the usual bickering and joking from before. She lunged forward, wanting to hug Kazuma's leg, but Kazuma dodged to the side. No, you're wrong now? It's too late. Kazuma turned away, no longer looking at her, and said to the others who were equally shocked, Chris, Union, take her to pack her things, limit it to her personal clothing. Darkness, supervise her departure from the castle. Without my permission, she is not allowed to step through the castle gates again. Megumin, Alice, you two go back to your rooms first. His orders were concise and forceful, carrying an air that brooked no disobedience. Chris looked with complex eyes at Aqua, who was slumped on the ground, crying without any image, then looked at Kazuma's cold profile, and finally sighed softly. She and Union stepped forward together, silently helping the almost exhausted Aqua, who was crying, to her feet. "Aqua-senpai, let's go out first," Chris said in a low voice. "No. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Kazuma, you bastard. Scum. Heartless man. I hate you. Woo-woo-woo." Aqua cried and cursed while being half dragged and half pulled out of the hall. Darkness also followed her out, her face pale. She hadn't expected things to reach this point. Although Aqua was indeed troublesome, but kicking her out? Wasn't this punishment too severe? Megumin bit her lip, a trace of reluctance flashing in her red eyes, but seeing Kazuma's unquestionable demeanor, she ultimately pulled Alice and left the hall, looking back every few steps. Alice's blue eyes were full of worry. She looked at Kazuma, then at the dragged-out Aqua, and whispered to Claire, "Onii-chan is really angry." Claire nodded silently, her hand still resting on the hilt of her sword, vigilantly watching the remaining Wiz and Kazuma, whose emotions were unreadable. Soon, only Kazuma, Wiz, and Claire, who was standing a little further away, remained in the hall. Wiz was still slumped on the ground, her long dark brown hair disheveled and draped over her, covering most of her red, tear-stained face. She didn't even dare to look up at Kazuma, only tightly hugging her knees, her body still uncontrollably trembling violently, as if she might fall apart at any second. "Wiz." Kazuma walked up to her and crouched down. Wiz's body jolted, trembling even more violently, like a frightened quail. "Look up." Kazuma's voice betrayed no emotion. Wiz whimpered, and with extreme slowness and difficulty, lifted her head. Her amethyst-like eyes were red and swollen from crying, filled with fear, remorse, and endless despair. She looked at Kazuma, who was right in front of her, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a word. "You took the money from the treasure vault. You took it all, lost it all, and even threw in the prize money from the competition. Right?" Kazuma asked. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Wiz's tears gushed out again. "Aqua told you that you could use the money as you pleased." Yes. She said, it was everyone's. So you believed her? And you entered the entire vault? Without even asking me once. Kazuma's voice rose slightly. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. At the time, I was blinded by that batch of cheap goods. I thought that if I made money, I could pay it back, and I could also give you a surprise? Wiz cried until she was out of breath. I didn't know it was fake. I'm too stupid. I always mess things up. I'm sorry. Kazuma-san. You should kick me out too. I have no face to stay here anymore. Watching her in this state of collapse and self-reproach, as if she wished to pay for her sins with her life, the anger in Kazuma's heart strangely subsided a little, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. This idiot lick, she wasn't bad by nature, she was just too easy to trust people, and she had a near-obsessive passion for doing business. Kick her out? Kick her out to where? Let her wander the streets, and then blow the whole street into the sky because of making a magic item. Are you kidding? This is a reliable executive-level combat force. No, I have to think of a way to both teach her a lesson and make use of the waste. Kazuma rubbed his chin, sizing up Wiz, who was crying like a tearful beauty, and a sadistic thought slowly emerged. Kick you out. Kazuma deliberately drew out his tone. Seeing Wiz's body tremble again, he said slowly, that would be letting you off too easily. Besides, if you leave, who am I going to ask for the money you lost? Wiz was stunned, staring blankly at Kazuma, tears still hanging on her eyelashes. What you owe me is an astronomical figure. Kazuma extended his index finger and waved it in front of her. Even selling you wouldn't be enough to pay it off. So sell me. Wiz's pupils shrank, as if she had thought of something terrifying. The trembling that had just calmed down a little intensified again, even more violently than before. Countless terrifying images flashed through her mind, being tied to an auction block, being bought by an evil noble, being locked in a dark basement, being forced to make evil magic items, or being used as a test subject. No, don't. Kazuma-san. I beg you. Don't sell me. I will work hard to pay you back. I will work like a horse or an ox to pay it back. I'll do anything. Except that kind of thing. That kind of thing? Kazuma raised an eyebrow, then understood, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This person, where did her imagination run off to? Does he look like a human trafficker? However, seeing her this scared, it seems, the effect is not bad. Ahem, Kazuma cleared his throat, hiding that trace of a smile from a successful prank, put on a straight face, and said in a more serious tone, since you are willing to do anything, then good. From today on, you, Whis, have officially sold yourselves to me. So sold myself. Whiz's vision went dark, and she almost fainted. That's right. Kazuma nodded. But not the kind of selling yourself you're imagining. IT selling your labor, even though your skills most of the time only result in explosions. Eh? Whis was bewildered. Listen well, Kazuma stood up, looking down at her, and announced the verdict. First, all the debts you owe me, along with interest, must be repaid through your work. The specific method of repayment and the deadline will be decided by me. Second, from now on, you are my exclusive magic item maker and laborer. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do. Whatever I tell you to research, you must research. Of course, research funding must be reported and approved by me. If you dare to waste money again, or if you blow up the laboratory again, your debt will double. Third, without my permission, you are not allowed to believe anything Aqua says about the money. And you are not allowed to take anything from the castle without permission, not even a nail. Fourth, I will talk to Varney. Your shop will be temporarily taken over by me. The money earned in the future will be used to pay off the debt first. Do you understand? Kazuma leaned over, staring into Whiz's eyes. Whiz had been dazed by this series of verdicts, her mind blank, and she only knew how to nod subconsciously. UN understood. Very good. Kazuma straightened up. Now, get back to your room. No, get back to your laboratory. Until you make the first magic item that satisfies me and doesn't explode, you are not allowed to come out. I will have someone send food to you. Yes. We stood up unsteadily, like a soulless doll, lowering her head and shuffling toward the outside of the hall, her back desolate, filled with the sorrow of having sold herself to a cold-hearted demon king. Watching Whiz leave in a daze, Kazuma finally breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his throbbing temples. After dealing with one, there was still another one who was even more troublesome. He walked to the window and looked outside the castle. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky orange-red, and it also illuminated the open square in front of the castle. At the edge of the square, under the supervision of darkness, Aqua was hugging a small, flat bundle, crying and looking back every 3 steps as she walked toward the city gate of Axel. Her blue hair looked particularly disheveled in the evening wind, and her back looked lonely and pitiful. The girls, Megumin, Yunyun, Chris, and even Alice and Claire, were all standing at the castle entrance, watching from afar, their expressions complex. There was reluctance, worry, and also shock at Kazuma being so heartless. They had never thought that Kazuma would really kick Aqua out. Even if Aqua was troublesome, even if she could cause trouble, she had always been an indispensable part of the team. Kazuma-san, is he really not going to care about Aqua anymore? Yunyun asked in a low voice, her eyes red. That idiot, she needs to learn a lesson. Megumin held her staff and said stiffly, but her gaze never left Aqua's figure as it got further and further away. Chris was silent, her purple eyes thoughtful. Kazuma stood behind the window, shadows obscuring his expression. He watched as Aqua walked out of the city gate in such a miserable and wretched state, disappearing at the end of the road leading toward the city of Axel, but the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a faint, calculating arc kick her out. Of course, I had to. If I don't let this idiot suffer enough, she will never learn. But really not care? How could that be possible? With Aqua's negative survival skills, zero common sense, and her constitution for attracting trouble, if I really left her wandering alone in the wilderness, she probably wouldn't last 3 days. Either she'd starve to death, be carried off by monsters, or be cheated and sold by swindlers. Let her suffer enough, scare the wits out of her, and then reluctantly bring her back. Only then will she truly learn her lesson. The city gates of Axel remained closed, keeping the warm lights and everything familiar inside. Outside the city, there was boundless darkness and the sound of the wind in the wilderness. Aqua hugged her little bundle, crouching under a big tree not far from the square, cold, hungry, and afraid. Looking at the warm lights of every household, tears began to fall drop by drop again. Woo! Kazuma, that bastard, really doesn't want me anymore. It's so dark. It's so cold. Is there any kind-hearted adventurers who can give me something to eat? Or, I take me in? I can heal, you know. Although there might be some small accidents, woo-woo. And less than 50 meters away from Aqua, in the shadow of the dense canopy of another big tree, Soto Kazuma was quietly lurking there, as if he had blended into the night. He activated his stealth skill, his presence restrained to the extreme. His green eyes were tightly fixed on the blue figure crying under the tree in the darkness, and in his hand, he held a hard, black bread that he had swiped from the kitchen. Idiot, you only know how to cry. I'll let you go hungry for one night, and then I'll accidentally meet you, the lost goddess, tomorrow morning. Kazuma curled his lip, adjusted his legs which were numb from crouching, and continued his secret observation. The night wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound, covering the slight rumbling sound from someone's stomach, and in another shadow, that very soft, helpless sigh. P.S. When I, the little author, was updating just now, I accidentally exited and discovered that I had forgotten to post this chapter, so it's a bit late. I'm really sorry, everyone. Chapter 75, Wilderness. The first day after Aqua was expelled from the castle was spent aimlessly wandering around Axel. Carrying that shriveled little bundle containing only 2 changes of goddess dresses, she wandered the outskirts of the castle like an abandoned ghost. She stared from afar at the towering black city walls and the silver-black mechanical castle, tears welling up in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to take a single step closer. Kazuma had said it, she was not allowed to set foot through the castle gates again. Although she was stupid, she understood that sentence, and in a fit of pique, she engraved it in her heart, if you won't let me in, then I won't go in. Who cares? I, this goddess, can live just fine without you. However, reality soon slapped her hard across the face. Live? How was she supposed to live? Aqua looked down at her empty pockets, then at the goddess dress on her body, clean but thin, and then felt the increasingly loud rumble coming from her stomach. For the first time, she had a clear and painful understanding of the word survival. No money, no food, no place to stay. These were all her worldly possessions after being kicked out of the house. HMPH. Isn't it just wilderness survival? I am the goddess of water. Keeper of the source of life. Surely I can't starve to death, right? Aqua cheered herself up, lifted her head, and began to think about a goddess-style wilderness survival strategy. Step 1. Find a place to stay. The area near the castle was all planned out, there were no ready-made caves or dilapidated houses. Aqua wandered around the small woods on the outskirts of the city for half a day before finally finding a small hill that looked relatively safe, sheltered from the wind, with a decent view. With the location chosen, the next step was construction. Aqua recalled the vague memories of watching those adventurers build temporary camps back in Axel. She gathered a pile of branches, thick, thin, long, and short, all mixed together. She struggled to climb a tree, using stones to smash and her teeth to bite, finally managing to bring down a few huge plant leaves that looked like banana leaves. Then, she began the arduous and painstaking work of building a tent. Put this one here, place that one on top, eh? Why did it fall? Cover it with the leaves, The leaf broke. Tie it up, what should I use to tie it? Use my silk scarf. No, that's something I brought down from the heaven. Use vines? So prickly. Throughout the afternoon, the small hill echoed with the sounds of Aqua's clumsy fumbling, the clattering of things collapsing, and her occasional cries of pain and complaints. Sweat mixed with dust made her beautiful face and long blue hair dirty, and her goddess dress was snagged and torn in several places by the branches. When the sun set, a crooked, drafty tent, looking as if a strong gust of wind could blow it away, made of haphazardly arranged branches and covered with a few tattered large leaves, finally stood shakily on the hillside. Although it looked like it would fall apart at any moment, Aqua still wore a weary but satisfied smile as she looked at her masterpiece. HMPH. This goddess, still have a talent for survival. Shelter solved, next was food. Aqua rubbed her rumbling stomach and turned her gaze toward a clear stream not far away. Fish. Grilled fish. She remembered Kazuma grilling them in the wild before. They were delicious. However, the process of catching fish was 10 times more disastrous than building the tent. Fishy, fishy, come here tilde this goddess, bestow my blessing upon you tilde making you even more delicious tilde. Aqua stood in the knee-deep stream, hands clasped together, murmuring to the fish swimming around, trying to use the goddess's influence to make the fish jump into her arms voluntarily. Fish, translation, what is this idiot doing standing here? Does she want us to jump over and let her eat us? Forget it, let's go quickly, it's not good to get infected and become an idiot. Damn it! You don't give this goddess any face. Aqua was annoyed and pounced directly into the water, grabbing wildly with both hands. Water splashed everywhere, and the fish nimbly scattered and fled. Aside from drinking a stomach full of cold water and getting soaked to the bone, Aqua gained nothing. After struggling for nearly an hour, just as she was about to give up, a small fish that had swum too close out of curiosity was finally caught by the hem of her goddess dress as she waved her hands around wildly. I caught it! I caught it! Aqua scrambled onto the bank, soaking wet, holding up the palm-sized fish that was still flapping in the hem of her dress, jumping and shouting with excitement. Although she looked disheveled, a genuine, radiant smile bloomed on her face for the first time since being kicked out of the castle. Food acquired, final step, make a fire and grill the fish. Aqua remembered that making a fire required friction fire starting. She found 2 dry branches that looked relatively suitable, sat on the ground, and began to try hard to rub them together. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Burn! Sacred flame! Obey the summon of this goddess! She rubbed the branches in her hands vigorously, shouting slogans for herself. However, after rubbing for over 10 minutes, her hands were red, but the wood didn't even smoke. Strange, is my posture wrong? Aqua stopped, shook her sore wrists, and recalled the scenes she had seen before. It seems. I need to be faster? Use more force. She gritted her teeth, gripped the branches again, and used all her strength to rotate and rub them crazily. Light! Light! Light up, damn it! Snap! With a soft sound, the thinner branch in her hand broke due to excessive force. Aqua! She looked at the broken branch in her hand, then at the pile of firewood of varying thicknesses she had worked so hard to collect, and then at the little fish nearby that was no longer flapping much and seemed to have a mocking look in its eyes. Finally, her gaze fell on her palms, which were rubbed red and even had blisters. The last glimmer of sunset sank below the horizon, and darkness surged in like a tide. The mountain wind at night was exceptionally cold, blowing against her soaked skirt and thin body, making her shiver uncontrollably. The grievances, loneliness, hunger, and cold that she had temporarily forgotten while busy during the day now rushed over her like a breached dam, instantly drowning her. The hardship of building the ragged tent, the embarrassment of failing to catch fish, the frustration of trying to make fire for hours in vain, the pain in her palms, the discomfort of wet clothes sticking to her body, and that empty stomach constantly protesting. All of this was a world of difference from her life in the castle. In the castle, she had her own room and a soft, warm bed. When hungry, there were meals made by Union or Kazuma, or she could go to the kitchen to find something to eat. When cold, there was a fireplace and warm bedding. When bored, she could go find everyone, pester Kazuma for money to buy alcohol, or simply space out in the spacious and bright hall. And now, she only had this drafty broken tent, one raw little fish, a pile of firewood that wouldn't light, covered in dust and mud, cold, hungry, tired, and in pain. The strong contrast and the huge gap caused Aqua's mental defenses to collapse completely. She couldn't hold it back anymore, sat down on the ground, leaned her back against the tree she had picked leaves from earlier, buried her face in her knees, and burst into tears. "Wah! Kazuma! You jerk! Big jerk! I really know I was wrong. I know stealing money is wrong. I know wasting money is wrong. I know I shouldn't have tricked Weezer and the others. Sob. I'm so cold. So hungry, my hands hurt so much. I want to go back. I want to return to the castle. I want to drink hot soup. I want to sleep in a soft bed. Sob sob. Kazuma, don't abandon me. I'll listen to you from now on. I won't steal money anymore. I swear. I swear in the name of the goddess. Sob sob. The aggrieved crying echoed far into the silent mountain wilderness at night. The crying was full of regret, fear, and a deep longing for home. And less than 20 meters from the tree where she was crying, behind the shadow of a huge rock, Soto Kazuma had already dispelled his stealth, leaning there quietly, listening to Aqua's heart-wrenching wails and repentance. He had followed Aqua all day. Watching her clumsily build that ridiculous tent, watching her scramble into the water to catch fish, watching her try in vain to start a fire for hours until her palms blistered. Watching this idiot goddess, who was usually carefree and only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, become helpless and disheveled in the face of real survival pressure, and finally be crushed by reality, revealing her most fragile and true side. To be honest, seeing Aqua in such a miserable state, Kazuma didn't feel much pleasure in revenge, but rather a complex emotion that couldn't be described. A little bit of satisfaction, but more of helplessness and a hint of softness that he didn't even want to admit. This idiot really knew fear now, and knew she was wrong. The purpose of the lesson seemed to have been achieved. If he let her stay outside alone any longer, in case something really happened, although this goddess was tough, trouble would definitely follow. Moreover, hearing her cry so miserably and repent so sincerely, Kazuma felt it was time to close the net. He adjusted his expression, trying to make himself look a bit more serious, then deliberately made some footsteps, walked out from behind the rock, and headed toward the tree where Aqua was crying. Hearing the footsteps, Aqua's crying stopped abruptly. She lifted her head in terror, looking toward the source of the sound with teary eyes. When she saw that familiar figure in the moonlight, brown hair, green eyes, wearing ordinary adventurer's clothes, walking toward her with a serious expression, Aqua was stunned for a moment, and then, a huge surprise and grievance engulfed her like a tsunami. Kazuma. Aqua rubbed her eyes in disbelief. After confirming it wasn't a hallucination, she let out a wail, jumped up from the ground with all her might, and rushed toward Kazuma like a blue cannonball. Kazuma! Wah-wah! She crashed into Kazuma's arms, wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, rubbed her face full of tears, snot, and dust against his chest, and burst into tears. You came. You came to find me. I knew it. You wouldn't really abandon me. Sob sob. Kazuma. I missed you so much. I was so scared. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I won't steal your money anymore. I'll listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to drink, I will never, no, I still have to drink. But I'll drink a little less. Really? I swear. Don't chase me away again. Please? I can't live without you. Without the castle. Without everyone. Sob sob. She was crying out of breath and incoherent, but every sentence was full of lingering fear and remorse, as well as the immense joy of regaining what was lost. She held on so tightly, as if the moment she let go, Kazuma would disappear again, leaving her alone in this terrible, dark wilderness. Kazuma was pushed back half a step by her impact, and his chest was instantly soaked. He wanted to say something, like "It's good that you know you were wrong," or "I won't be lenient if you do it again," but Aqua's sudden, unreserved embrace and crying blocked all his prepared, stern words in his throat. He lowered his head, looking at the blue-haired goddess in his arms who was crying without any image, covered in dirt, smelling of fishy stream water and fresh leaves, but with eyes that were startlingly bright, feeling her body trembling and that unmasked dependence. His heart, which had hardened, softened again unknowingly. All right, stop crying, you look ugly." Kazuma turned his face away somewhat awkwardly, but his hand hesitated for a moment before finally gently patting Aqua's trembling back from crying, his tone also softening. "You're covered in water and mud, you're filthy. Let's go back first." Mm. Aqua nodded vigorously, tears flowing even more fiercely, but this time they were tears of joy. She held onto Kazuma's waist tightly, hanging on him like a koala, afraid he would change his mind. Kazuma was helpless, so he had to half drag and half carry this attachment, turning and walking toward the direction of the Axel castle. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. When they snuggled back to the castle gate, they found several people already standing there. Megumin, Yunyun, Darkness, Chris, Alice, Claire, and even Whis were standing timidly behind the crowd. They seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Kazuma return with the crying, disheveled, but tightly clinging Aqua, they weren't too surprised. Instead, they all showed expressions of as expected and relief. "I told you, how could this guy Kazuma really throw Aqua out and ignore her?" Megumin hugged her staff, curled her lips, but a hint of a smile flashed in her red eyes. "Welcome back, Senior Aqua and Assistant Kuan." Chris smiled gently. "This is the Kazuma I know." Darkness's face was a little red, not knowing what she was excited about. "Everyone is finally here, not a single friend can be missing." Yunyun puffed up her small face and said firmly. It seemed she also guessed that Kazuma wouldn't really just leave her be. Alice clapped her little hands happily. "Great. Big Sister Aqua is back." Whis also said in a low voice, with guilt, "Well, welcome back, Aqua." Seeing everyone waiting for her, Aqua's tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of warmth and emotion. She slowly let go of the hand holding Kazuma, and showed everyone a smile, snot and tears all over her face, but incredibly radiant. "I am back. Everyone. I missed you all so much. And I'm sorry." Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they looked at her miserable but sincere smile. Even Kazuma, looking at this chaotic yet familiar scene, finally raised the corners of his mouth, which had been tense, in a tiny arc. Although there was still trouble, and she was still an idiot, but this kind of daily life didn't seem so bad. Perhaps, this is what they called birds of a feather flock together, and the unique, noisy yet inseparable bond of the Demon King's castle. P.S. Does anyone have any way to make this book's data rise a little? The data has been falling these past few days, it's so painful, TT. Chapter 76, Urgent Report. Evil God Woback. Breakfast time in Axel was broken by the latest newspaper delivered from the city of Axel. The headline read in bold letters, "Demon King's Army Executive Evil God Woback has appeared on the front lines. The Kingdom Army defensive line is in critical condition." The newspaper was passed around among everyone, finally ending up in the hands of Princess Alice. Her beautiful blue eyes dimmed the moment she saw the headline, and her fingers gripped the edge of the newspaper so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Woolbark. Evil God. Alice murmured to herself, gazing out the window as if she could see the smoke of the distant battlefield. Father and my brother, they must be having a hard time. Sitting at the head of the table, Kazuma drank his porridge while glancing at the newspaper. He was already sick of terms like Demon King's Army Executive and Kingdom Army Front Lines. From the perspective of the Demon King, the Kingdom Army taking a hit didn't seem entirely like a bad thing. It might even reduce the pressure on him. But when Alice put down the newspaper and looked up at him with those blue eyes filled with worry yet also unusually firm, Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. "Oni-chan," Alice said softly, "I want to go back." "Go back? Go back where?" Kazuma asked instinctively, although the answer was already obvious. "Back to Belzerg, back to the palace, back to father and my brother's side." Alice stood up, walked over to Kazuma, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Oni-chan and everyone, for taking care of me during this time. I've been really happy. But now that the kingdom is being threatened by the evil god and the situation on the front lines is critical, as a princess, I cannot continue to stay here and enjoy comfort. I must go back and stand with my people and my family." She looked up, her eyes already a bit red, but her gaze remained firm. "So, Oni-chan, please allow me to leave for a while. Once the kingdom has overcome this crisis, if Oni-chan is still willing to have me, I will definitely come back." "Alice?" Kazuma opened his mouth, wanting to say things like, "What help can you be if you go back? The front lines are too dangerous, or it's safer to stay here," but seeing the unquestionable sense of responsibility in Alice's eyes, all the words got stuck in his throat. He remembered that Alice was the strongest hero, and even more, he remembered her sense of responsibility toward the country. In the end, he could only sigh, raise his hand to ruffle Alice's hair, and say in a somewhat awkward tone, "Take care on the road." "Yeah." Alice nodded vigorously, and tears finally fell, but she wiped them away immediately, revealing a strong smile. "Thank you, Oni-chan. Big Sister Yunyun, can I ask you for a favor?" Yunyun, who had been sitting quietly, stood up in a hurry. "Oh, okay. Your Highness, please come with me. I will use teleportation magic to send you to a safe place near the royal capital." On the open ground in front of the castle, with Yunyun's incantation and the light of the magic circle, the figures of Alice and Claire gradually blurred. Alice turned back one last time, took a deep look at Kazuma, then looked at the castle and everyone who had come to see her off, before disappearing completely into the light. The teleportation light faded, and only Yunyun and the others remained on the open ground. The atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. "TSK." Kazuma scratched his hair irritably, feeling a bit empty inside. Although there were occasionally some small troubles when Alice was around, there was no denying that having a well-behaved and cute little sister who would sweetly call him Oni-chan by his side felt really nice. Now that she was gone, he didn't know when he would see her again. What if something happened on the front lines? Thinking of this, Kazuma felt a surge of anger. Angry at that bullshit evil god Woback. Damn it! What evil god Woback? To think he scared my little sister away. Kazuma punched the outer wall of the castle. If Alice loses even a single hair on the front lines, I will tear that evil god apart. That's right. Aqua, who was beside him, also jumped up, her blue eyes blazing with fire. Some guy who popped out of nowhere, daring to call himself a godder without permission. And calling himself an evil goddess at that. It's simply an insult to us orthodox goddesses. Unforgivable. He must be purified. Drown him with holy water. Watching the indignant Kazuma and Aqua, the others had varied expressions. Darkness was eager to try, feeling that this was a good opportunity to show off her knightly power. Chris frowned slightly, seemingly thinking about the origin and threat of this evil god Woback. And Megumin. Upon hearing the name Woolbark, as well as keywords like evil god and Demon King's Army Executive, Megumin's body stiffened imperceptibly. She had been eating bread in small bites, but now she stopped, keeping her head down, her red hair covering most of her face, making her expression impossible to see. Only the hand holding her staff tightened slightly. Union returned after seeing Alice off, just in time to hear Aqua's roar and see the newspaper. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said and said somewhat uncertainly, "Evil God Woback? This name. I think I've heard it somewhere." Everyone looked at her. Come to think of it. Union tried hard to recall. It seems like when I was a child, I heard adults in the Crimson Demon village mention it. They said that near the village, there was a very old, evil god's tomb, inside of which was sealed an evil god named Woolbark. It said that a long, long time ago, our Crimson Demon clan ancestors thought sealing an evil god sounded cool, so they caught that evil god and sealed it there. Everyone. Crimson Demon clan, that's so like you. However, Union scratched her head, her expression becoming confused. That seal, later it seems it was accidentally broken by someone. I don't know the details. But I heard Megumin's mom and dad mention it, saying that when Megumin was little, it seems. Enough, Union. Megumin suddenly spoke up, interrupting Union. Her voice was a bit low, completely different from her usual boisterous self. She looked up, a complex emotion flashing in her red eyes, but it was quickly covered up by her usual thunder expression. What's the point of bringing up old history? The point is that the evil god is causing trouble on the front lines, right? Everyone looked at Megumin, feeling her reaction was a bit strange, but they didn't think much of it. After all, Megumin's personality was always hard to figure out. Darkness also stood up at this time, puffed out her chest, and tried hard to make her voice sound steady and reliable. Kazuma. Since the opponent is a Demon King's army executive and is threatening the kingdom, threatening our Demon King's castle's potential. Neighbor. As your knight, I think we should take the initiative. It just so happens that dealing with government affairs lately has been a bit dull, so it's time to stretch our limbs. Chris also nodded. Judging from the intelligence, this Woolbark is indeed a Demon King's army executive, and his strength should not be underestimated. But leaving him to act on the kingdom's front lines could also have a long-term impact on the stability of Axel. If possible, it would be best to drive him away, or deal with him. Just then. Ding! Detected that a mere half-baked evil god dares to provoke the dignity of the Demon King, scare away the Demon King's important little sister, and create unrest near the Demon King's castle. The long-lost, cold, mechanical system notification sound rang in Kazuma's mind. Mission issued, Twilight of the Evil God. Content, please use your own methods to severely teach a lesson and punish this arrogant, half-baked evil god Woolbark, and let him know who the boss is. Reward, Kamen Rider Ghost Ride Watch X1, Happy Bathhouse, from Kamen Rider Revice, X1. Penalty, the host will lose the lip reading skill that was learned with difficulty on the adventurer's card some time ago. Note, the target Woolbark is a holder of an incomplete divinity, possessing the powers of a violence and sloth, but is in an abnormal state, with strength not fully utilized, and can be classified as a half-baked evil god. The host does not need to be too afraid, but must not be careless either. Kazuma. Half-baked evil god? Abnormal state? Strength not fully utilized? Originally, when seeing the words evil god and Demon King's army executive, Kazuma was indeed a bit intimidated. After all, his Demon King status was full of fluff, mainly relying on the system to hold up the facade, and if he really faced an old-school evil god, he really had no confidence. But now that the system said this. Half-baked? Bad state? Incomplete strength? Kazuma instantly felt he could do it again. His back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and his whole body was full of strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of that Woolbark, who he didn't know was male or female, old or young, being taught a lesson in various abusive ways until he cried for his parents. Ahum! Kazuma cleared his throat, straightened his back, and revealed that classic smile on his face, a mix of confidence, calculation, and a hint of something twisted. Everyone, it looks like we have work to do. He looked around at everyone, his gaze sweeping over the evasive Megumin, the eager Darkness, the indignant Aqua, and the somewhat worried but supportive Chris and Union. A mere half-baked evil god dares to run wild near my territory. This score must be settled properly. Chris, wheeze. He looked at the two relatively reliable executives. While we are away, Axel is entrusted to you. Manage the daily affairs, watch the house, and don't let Vani let any strange things in again. Understood, Kazuma, Assistant Kuan. The two nodded. As for us, Kazuma counted on his fingers, me, Megumin, Darkness, Aqua, and Union. The five of us will go to the front lines to visit to that Lord Woolbark. Megumin suddenly raised her head, a trace of struggle flashing in her red eyes, but in the end, she bit her lip and nodded vigorously, okay. I'll go. Her tone was unusually firm, even carrying a hint of eagerness. Aqua immediately raised her hand, how much longer? I want to purify that fake god. Darkness's breathing quickened, what a grand expedition. My sword and body are already impatient to clear the obstacles for the Demon King. Union was also so excited her little face was flushed red. I can help with teleportation and healing. And I prepared a lot of things for this trip. There are portable tents, outdoor cookware, first aid kits, cards, and board games to play, and my special candy that makes people feel better when they eat it. It will definitely make everyone have fun on the road. Kazuma. Board games? Candy? Are we going to war or for an outing? However, looking at Union's expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her enthusiasm. Forget it, just bring it, anyway there is system space, it doesn't take up space. Then it's settled. Kazuma made the decision. Go back and prepare, bring necessary equipment and Union's outing supplies. We will set off this afternoon, using Union's teleportation magic to go directly near the front lines. Yes. Everyone dispersed to prepare. Megumin, holding Chomasuk, hurried back to her room and closed the door, seemingly heavy with thoughts. Kazuma watched her back, thoughtful. In the afternoon, on the open ground in front of the castle, the few people going on the expedition had already gathered. Kazuma was in a light adventurer's outfit, with Gianjanmaru hanging at his waist. Megumin held her staff, with Chomasuk perched on her shoulder, her expression somewhat serious, not as excited as usual. Darkness was wearing her knight armor, with irrepressible excitement on her face. Aqua was carrying a bulging backpack, and no one knew how much stuff was stuffed inside. The most exaggerated was Union. She was carrying a huge bag that was almost as tall as a person and stuffed full, from which came the clinking of pots and pans and the rustling of various sundries. Her little face was flushed with excitement and the weight, and she was gesticulating as she introduced it to everyone. Everyone, look! I brought folding tables and chairs. I brought portable magic lamps. I brought lunch boxes that heat up automatically. I brought incense to prevent mosquitoes. Oh right, I also brought hot spring bath salts. I heard conditions on the front lines are tough, so we can soak in a hot spring at night to relax. Everyone. Aqua's eyes lit up, hot spring? There's a hot spring? Great. This is great. Kazuma put his hand to his forehead, but looking at Union's energetic appearance, he could only let her be. Anyway, there is system space. Wait, happy bathhouse? The system's reward, could it be that it calculated that Union would bring bath salts? All right, stop with the nonsense. Kazuma interrupted Union's product launch. Union, target a safe and hidden place near the Kingdom Army front lines. Prepare to teleport. Yes. Union put down her pack and began to seriously chant the incantation. A soft blue light lit up, gradually forming a stable teleportation portal. Then, Kazuma took one last look at the castle, then looked at these troublesome but reliable teammates beside him, and took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's go meet that so-called evil god. Oh. The figures of the few stepped into the portal one by one and disappeared into a blue light. Axel temporarily returned to tranquility. and far away on the eastern front of the Belzerg kingdom, on that land shrouded in the flames of war and the aura of the evil god, a special operation to visit the half-baked evil god, launched by an unreliable demon king, a Chunibya explosion mage and a black kitten, a perverted female knight, a brain-dead goddess, and an outing enthusiast, a mission destined to be chaotic, was about to begin. Chapter 77, Appearance. Wizard armor form. As the blue light of the teleportation magic dissipated and their vision cleared, Kazuma and his party found themselves at the edge of an unfamiliar, somewhat desolate mountainous region. In the distance, an unnatural dark red glow was faintly visible on the horizon, the afterglow of the war on the front lines. The air was filled with a faint burnt smell and an indescribable sense of oppression. "All right, we've arrived." Union wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead. "This is a wilderness area about a day's journey from the front lines. It's quite remote, so it won't be easy for patrolling soldiers to find us." "A day's journey?" Aqua's face fell. "We still have to walk that far?" "My feet." "Shut up, Aqua," Kazuma said irritably. "It's already good enough that we could teleport this close. Do you want to teleport straight into the Demon Lord's face? Let's get moving and find a place to rest before it gets dark." However, things did not go as planned. This wilderness was even more barren and desolate than they had imagined. The group walked from the afternoon until evening, and apart from the occasional crooked tree and jagged, strange rocks, they couldn't even find a decent cave or abandoned shack. The sky grew darker, and the night wind picked up, carrying a biting chill. "I can't do it anymore. I can't walk." Aqua was the first to surrender, plopping down on the ground and hugging her cold calves. "My feet hurt so much. I'm cold and hungry. Woo! I'm so tired too." Union's face was pale. Although most of the huge backpack she had been carrying was stuffed into Kazuma's system inventory, she still kept some emergency supplies, and she was exhausted now. Megumin hugged her staff, her expression also not great, but she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Chomasu curled up in her arms, emitting a faint purring sound. Although Darkness had the most stamina, after walking for so long in armor, she also showed signs of fatigue. Kazuma looked at the completely darkened sky and then at the vast, empty wilderness around them, sighing. "Forget it, let's just find a sheltered spot nearby to start a fire and rest tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch." The others had no objections. They found a relatively sheltered depression in the rocks nearby. Union took out a flint and dry tinder from her pack, and with Darkness's help, they managed to light a small campfire after much effort. The firelight flickered, bringing a hint of warmth and dispelling some of the unease brought by the darkness. After eating some simple rations, a wave of exhaustion washed over them. After arranging the watch rotation, everyone wrapped themselves tightly in their coats or blankets and curled up to sleep around the campfire. Soon, the sound of even breathing and slight snoring filled the air. The wilderness at night was exceptionally quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire and the occasional rustling of unknown nocturnal creatures in the distance. Kazuma sat by the fire, his back against a rock, feeling no sleepiness. He first checked the equipment in his system inventory, confirming that the ride watches and other items were all there. Then, he took a deep breath, focused his mind, and used his night vision skill. The darkness in his vision instantly faded. Although it wasn't as clear as daylight, the outlines of the surrounding scenery, as well as the distant trees and rocks, were clearly visible. With the help of the skill and the faint light of the campfire, Kazuma's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the sleeping girls. Aqua was sprawled out in her sleep, with a few crumbs from her ration still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Her long blue hair shimmered with a soft luster in the firelight, and her usually noisy face looked exceptionally serene at this moment, even a bit cute. Megumin was lying on her side, curled up into a ball like a kitten, her red hair spread out, covering half of her face. She held her staff tightly, not letting go even in her sleep. Chomasuk was nestled against her neck, its little belly rising and falling with its breath. Union slept very tidily, lying flat on her back with her hands folded over her abdomen, her small face looking peaceful in the firelight. Darkness maintained a night's vigilance. Even in sleep, she didn't seem completely relaxed, her body slightly tense. Looking at their sleeping faces, the irritability Kazuma felt due to Alice's departure and the long journey subconsciously subsided a little. Although they were all troublesome, they were also his teammates, his important bonds in this other world. However, this tranquility didn't last long. Just as Kazuma was lost in thought, the keen perception provided by his night vision skills suddenly caught a trace of an unusual aura. Cold, decaying, and carrying a strong sense of deathly stillness, it was slowly approaching from the darkness in the distance. It wasn't an ordinary beast or monster. Kazuma instantly snapped to attention, breaking into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his stealth skill, spreading the effect as much as possible to cover the sleeping girls and the campfire area. Although it couldn't make them completely invisible, under the cover of night and the skill, it was enough for a less than careful enemy to overlook them. The aura drew closer and grew stronger. Kazuma held his breath, pushing his night vision to its limit, staring intently in the direction the aura was coming from. The sky was as black as ink, without even a single star. Thick, dark clouds obscured the moonlight. In this kind of environment, what kind of creature would be active? Undead. And a quite powerful undead at that. Kazuma understood instantly. Aqua. The holy aura on her was like a beacon in the night to the undead, a huge temptation and a target of hatred. They were attracted here by Aqua's aura. As expected, this damn troublemaker could cause trouble anywhere. But Kazuma didn't panic, instead, he was a little excited. He could finally test the wizard ride watch. With a thought, he reached toward his waist, and the Ziku driver instantly appeared in his hand. He skillfully attached the driver to his waist, and the silver belt automatically extended and fastened. Then, he took out two ride watches. One was the familiar ZO ride watch with the rider's portrait on the white surface. The other was the wizard ride watch, with grey as the main color. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test my new form. Kazuma whispered to himself, his eyes sharp. He inserted the ZO ride watch into the right slot of the driver and pressed the button. ZIO. A phantom of the ride watch appeared in the center of the driver, and the clock hand spun. Then, he solemnly inserted the grey wizard ride watch into the left slot. Wizard! A completely different sound effect, as if carrying a magical echo, rang out. Grey light burst from the wizard ride watch, intertwining with the silver light on the right. The phantom of the ride watch in the center of the driver instantly changed, transforming into a style covered in magical patterns. Kazuma gripped both sides of the driver, took a deep breath, and turned it forcefully. Rider time! Kamen Rider ZO. A surging sense of power flooded his entire body. Grey magical energy and silver time power intertwined and rose, enveloping him. Within the light, his figure was quickly covered by a brand new set of armor. The armor, with black, silver, and red as its main colors, had smooth and mysterious lines. The shoulder armor was inlaid with a striking portrait of Wizard, and behind him, a red magical robe, seemingly condensed from magic, fluttered without wind, snapping loudly. Kamen Rider ZO, Wizard Armor Form. Presenting. The moment he finished transforming, as if to welcome this new form that fused magical power, that loud and dramatic congratulatory voice rang out across the night sky once again. Rejoice! He is the king of time who gathers the power of all riders, transcends time and space, and knows the past and the future. At this moment, he inherits the power of Kamen Rider Wizard and transforms into Kamen Rider ZO Wizard Armor Form. The huge congratulatory voice echoed in the silent wilderness, instantly waking up the sleeping girls. What sound is that? What happened? Enemy attack. Megumin, Yunyun, and Darkness sat up in shock almost simultaneously, and Aqua also woke up, rubbing her eyes in a daze. The first thing they saw was the figure of a strange knight by the campfire, wearing a black magical robe, with a rider's portrait on his shoulder, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. That's Kazuma? Megumin's red eyes widened instantly. but Kazuma had no time to pay attention to their surprise. At the same time the congratulatory voice rang out, he already felt the cold, decaying aura pause abruptly, then rush forward at an even faster speed. The enemy had been alerted. Perfect! Kazuma snorted coldly and raised his right arm. The magical circuits on the arm of the wizard armor lit up with a scorching red light. He grasped the void in the direction the aura was rushing from, then thrust his hand forward violently. Flame! Voom! A huge, complex crimson magic circle over 3 meters in diameter instantly unfolded in front of him. In the center of the magic circle, immense fire magic gathered frantically. With a low shout from Kazuma, the fire accumulated in the magic circle erupted like a volcano, like a tidal wave of lava breaking a dam, transforming into a torrent of fire over 2 meters in diameter, scorching hot, and shot out violently toward the darkness ahead. Boom! The crimson firelight illuminated hundreds of meters around. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the rushing shadow, also revealing its true form. It was a giant bone dragon over 10 meters long, its body covered in decaying flesh, exposing stark white bones, with ghostly blue soulfire burning in its eyes. A zombie dragon! The zombie dragon let out a silent roar, trying to resist with its undead body and undead dragon breath, but in the face of the surging fire released by the wizard armor, which contained magical properties, its resistance was like paper. The crimson tidal wave of fire engulfed it with overwhelming force, and the decaying flesh and bones instantly carbonized and disintegrated under the extreme heat. The ghostly blue soulfire let out a shrill wail before being completely extinguished. With just one strike, this seemingly terrifying zombie dragon turned into ashes and scattered bone fragments flying all over the sky in the flames. The flames slowly dissipated, leaving only a large scorched mark on the ground and the smell of burning and air distorted by high heat permeating the air. Quiet! A deathly silence. The girls stared at the scene in front of them, stunned, and then looked at the knight's figure slowly lowering his arm, his black magical robe fluttering slightly in the heat wave, as if he had only done something trivial. Their minds were blank. What was that power just now? Was that really Kazuma transformed? That magic, isn't it too exaggerated? Phew. Under the armor, Kazuma sighed in relief. The firepower of the wizard armor was even stronger than he had expected, and it was very smooth to control, and the magic consumption was within an acceptable range. Not bad, this form is easy to use. Just at this moment, from all directions, all kinds of cold, violent, and greedy auras began to awaken and converge toward this side. There were quite a few of them, and among them were many powerful individuals. Not good. Kazuma immediately deactivated his transformation. The light dissipated, revealing his somewhat serious face. The commotion just now was too big and attracted the monsters in the area. We can't stay here, let's go. Eh? Go? Where to? Aqua hadn't fully recovered from the shock just now. Whatever. Let's get out of here first. Kazuma grabbed Megumin, who was still dazed, and shouted at Union and Darkness, Union, Darkness, keep up. Aqua, stop spacing out. Give us a blessing to increase speed and stamina. Hurry. Oh. Leave it to me. Aqua finally snapped out of it, quickly raised its hand, and blue light enveloped everyone, stamina blessing, speed blessing. A cool, comfortable sensation flowed through their bodies, their fatigue significantly reduced, and their bodies felt much lighter. Let's go. Kazuma let out a low shout, took Megumin's hand, and rushed off in a direction perpendicular to where most of the auras were coming from. He and Aqua had night vision, so it was most appropriate for them to lead the way. Union and Darkness followed closely behind, and Aqua stumbled along after them. The group took advantage of the night and the effects of the blessing to sprint wildly through the rugged wilderness. Behind them, they could vaguely hear the roars and running sounds of various monsters getting closer, but they were gradually shaking them off. They didn't know how long they had been running, but they only stopped, panting, when the unsettling auras behind them had completely vanished. Looking around, it was still an unfamiliar wilderness, but in the distance, there seemed to be faint lights. That over there, it looks like there's light. Union pointed to a faint glimmer of light in a mountain hollow in the distance. Let's go check it out. Kazuma made a prompt decision. Having lights meant there might be signs of human habitation and a place to rest. After walking for a while longer and passing through a small grove of trees, the scene before them left everyone stunned. There, in the hollow of the mountain, stood an unexpectedly elegant, even somewhat luxurious, Japanese-style building. It had a wooden structure, paper sliding doors, and 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance emitting a soft, warm glow. On the door curtain, 4 large characters were written. Hot Spring Inn. In such a desolate wilderness, far from any village or shop, and not too far from the front lines of the battlefield, how could there be such an intact, brightly lit hot spring inn? It felt eerie no matter how you looked at it. But at this moment, the group, exhausted, covered in dust, and drenched in cold sweat from the recent escape, found it truly hard to resist the temptation as they looked at the warm, inviting lights and the faint, sulfur-scented steam wafting over. Oh, hot spring! Aqua's eyes were almost shaped like hot springs. I want to soak. I want to soak. I'm exhausted. I'm so dirty. It looks like it might be okay. Union whispered, as she also really wanted to take a hot bath. Although Megumin and Darkness didn't say anything, their eyes betrayed their desire. Kazuma looked at this abruptly appearing inn, feeling a bit apprehensive. But in the end, fine, let's go in and take a look. But everyone be careful and stay alert. Kazuma finally nodded. Pushing open the sliding door of the inn, a wave of warm air rushed toward them. The lobby was very clean with a traditional Japanese layout. There was no one behind the counter, but a sign reading self-check-in was placed there, along with a price list and keys. The prices were unexpectedly cheap, so cheap it was almost like they were giving it away. Great! There are still rooms. Union happily ran over to grab the keys. Soon, they had assigned the rooms and decided to go soak in the hot spring first to relieve their fatigue. However, when they reached the entrance to the hot spring, a problem arose. The inn's hot spring was mixed gender. There was only one large pool. Am I mixed gender bathing? Megumin's face turned bright red, and she hugged its staff and hid behind Union. No, absolutely not. Darkness also blushed, but her breathing seemed a bit rapid. Aqua, however, didn't care, so what if it's mixed gender? We're all our own people anyway. Hurry up, I want to soak. No. Megumin and Union objected in unison, both girls' eyes flashing with dangerous red light as they stared intently at Kazuma. Kazuma! Just try going in and see what happens. Megumin raised its staff. Kazuma-san, please wait a moment. Union also summoned her courage. Looking at their "if you dare go in, you're dead" expressions, Kazuma's mouth twitched. Although he was indeed a bit ahem, but his life was more important. All right, you guys go first. I'll wait until you're done to go in, okay? Kazuma raised his hands in surrender. That's more like it. Megumin huffed, then dragged along Darkness, who was still acting coy but had an expectant look in her eyes, Aqua, who was cheering Hot Spring, Here I Come, and Union, who was holding her change of clothes with a flushed face, into the women's changing room. Kazuma sat in the waiting area outside the hot spring, bored out of his mind. Listening to the faint sounds of splashing water and the girls giggling from inside, he felt even more tired. He didn't know how long it had been, but the girls finally finished and came out. They were all rosy-cheeked, their hair damp, and they were radiating heat and steam, looking much more refreshed. Phew, I'm alive again. Aqua stretched. The hot spring was very comfortable. Darkness whispered, her face still flushed. Megumin and Union also sighed in satisfaction. It's your turn, Kazuma. Hurry up and finish soaking so you can come back and rest, we have to hit the road tomorrow. Megumin said to Kazuma, and then returned to their room with the others. Finally, it's my turn. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his prepared towel and change of clothes, and walked into the men's changing room. After a quick rinse, he wrapped a towel around himself and pushed open the glass door leading to the hot spring pool. Warm, humid steam with a faint scent of sulfur rushed toward him. The hot spring pool wasn't particularly large, but it was very clean, built from natural rock, and the water was a beautiful milky white, with wisps of steam rising from it. However, just as Kazuma stepped into the hot spring area, his footsteps halted. Because he heard a slight sound of splashing water coming from the hot spring pool. And a soft, somewhat lazy and relaxed, unfamiliar, female voice. "Oh my, the water temperature is just right." Kazuma froze in place. Didn't Megumin and the others already go back? Who is this voice? A hotel employee? Or another guest? Doubt swirled in his mind, but since he was already here, and the temptation of the hot spring was just too great. He steadied himself, acted as if nothing was wrong, and continued walking toward the hot spring pool. Skirting around the artificial rock that blocked his view, the full view of the hot spring pool came into sight. In the hot spring water, a figure was leaning against the edge of the pool with its back to him. That person had a rare short pink hairstyle, the tips of which were submerged in the water. From the back, the figure was slim with fair shoulders, and it seemed to be a young female. Seeming to have heard the footsteps, the person turned its head slightly. Kazuma saw a small part of an exquisite profile. The skin appeared exceptionally delicate amidst the hot spring steam, and a pointed, elf-like ear peeked out from the pink hair. But because of the mist, and the angle at which the person turned its head, he couldn't see the full face. "Oh? There's another guest." The voice sounded again, gentle, pleasant, and with a strange, relaxing magnetism. "Don't mind me, please feel free. This hot spring is very comfortable, you know." As the person spoke, it turned its head back and leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool again, as if it were truly just an ordinary traveler met by chance. Kazuma stood where he was, watching that strange back, his doubts growing heavier. This weird inn in the middle of nowhere, and the mysterious pink-haired woman soaking in the hot spring alone in the middle of the night, nothing about this felt right. But the other party didn't seem to have any hostility. And this hot spring. Kazuma gritted his teeth. Screw it, he was already here. Soak first, ask questions later. Anyway, he had his cheat ability, so he wasn't afraid even if there was a real problem. He steadied himself, untied his towel, and cautiously stepped into the hot spring pool, sitting down on the other side at a distance from the pink-haired figure. The warm, comfortable spring water enveloped his whole body, dispelling the fatigue and chill from traveling all night. Kazuma couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. Very comfortable, isn't it? That gentle voice sounded again, with a faint smile. Ah, yeah, it is. Kazuma responded subconsciously, his gaze involuntarily glancing in that direction. The mist was thick, making it hard to see clearly, but he could see the other person also leaning back comfortably against the edge of the pool. To be able to meet someone and soak in a hot spring together in a place like this, it can be considered a kind of fate. The person said softly, its tone casual, as if it were just ordinary small talk. The strange feeling in Kazuma's heart grew stronger and stronger. This person's attitude was too natural, so natural that it felt as if they were really just strangers meeting by chance at some ordinary hot spring inn. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to test the waters. It's so late, are you here by yourself? This inn doesn't seem to have any other guests. I like the quiet. The person answered very naturally, besides, this place's hot spring is my favorite. The water quality is especially good, it can make one forget many troubles. Favorite? A hot spring in a place like this? The alarm bells in Kazuma's heart rang up another level. He tried hard to see the other person's face, but the mist and the reflection of the water interfered, and he could only see a blurry outline and those conspicuous pink hair and pointed ears. Just then, the person seemed to notice Kazuma's gaze and turned its head slightly to look in his direction. Through the hazy steam, Kazuma met a pair of eyes that seemed to shimmer with a faint golden red luster under the refraction of the hot spring's light and steam. Those eyes were calm, gentle, and even carried a hint of a friendly smile, but for some reason, Kazuma's heart gave a sudden jump. These eyes, this pink hair, these pointed ears. Had he seen them somewhere before? Deep in his memory, a similarly steamy, mist-filled scene seemed to have a similar silhouette flash by. Was it that mixed-gender bath in Arkanrisha? Before Kazuma could figure it out, the person had already withdrawn its gaze and leaned its head back against the edge of the pool again, as if the eye contact just now had been unintentional. "Relax, young man." The gentle voice came with a smile. "When you're in a hot spring, just enjoy it properly. Other matters can wait until you're done soaking." Kazuma was silent for a moment, and in the end, he followed the other person's example, leaned against the edge of the pool, and closed his eyes. The warm water gently massaged his body, and exhaustion surged like a tide, but his consciousness couldn't completely relax because of the presence of this mysterious traveler next to him. Who exactly was this pink-haired woman who had suddenly appeared in this desolate hot spring inn? And at this moment, the pink-haired woman Woolbark, leaning against the pool edge and seemingly completely relaxed, had a faint, imperceptible flicker of unease flash deep within its golden red eyes beneath its closed eyelids. This aura is a bit familiar. And, on him, there seems to be an aura that makes me feel inexplicably close to him. P.S. Dear readers, please look at how the little author has been updating 10,000 words every day these past few days. Please help promote the book if you're looking for something to read. I'm begging you, hi. Chapter 78, The Big Sister Searching for a Partner. Milky white steam from the hot spring rose in hazy swirls, blurring vision and softening the light. Kazuma leaned against the warm edge of the pool, his eyelids slightly lifted. His gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, drifted uncontrollably toward the mysterious pink-haired figure on the other side of the spring. Before, obscured by mist and water's gleam, it hadn't been clear. Now, having adjusted somewhat to the environment, and aided by her posture, leaning back sideways, Kazuma could observe her more clearly. Pink short hair, damp, clung to her cheeks and neck, revealing the graceful line of her jaw and a glimpse of pale collarbone. Amidst the rippling water, the outline of a slender yet curvaceous body was faintly visible beneath the surface. Especially near the chest, the water's buoyancy and refraction of light created a heart-racing, alluring curve. Gulp! Kazuma swallowed unconsciously, feeling as if the spring's temperature had suddenly risen several degrees. Though dubbed Kichikumas and usually fond of making suggestive comments for cheap thrills, when faced with a real service scene like this, especially in such an ambiguous and unfamiliar setting, his true nature of all bark and no bite was instantly exposed. He wanted to look, yet didn't dare to stare openly. His heart raced, and he couldn't control the warmth spreading across his face. His gaze was too blatant, or rather, too poorly concealed. Even through the steam, the other party seemed to sense this scorching stare. The pink-haired figure paused slightly, then, as if somewhat embarrassed, sank a little deeper into the water, letting it rise to her collarbone, revealing only her shoulders and head, cleverly obscuring the previously suggestive parts. She also turned her head slightly, casting a faintly reproachful glance at Kazuma with eyes that seemed to shimmer with a golden red luster amidst the mist and water light. Young man, it's quite rude to stare at someone like that. Her voice remained gentle but carried a trace of barely perceptible fluster. Sorry. Kazuma, like a thief caught red-handed, quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly scratching his nose. He buried his face deeper into the water, leaving only his eyes and above exposed, trying to use the hot water to hide his flushed cheeks. Damn it, he'd been caught. His glorious reputation as Soto Kazuma. The atmosphere became subtly awkward for a moment. Only the soft sound of gently flowing spring water remained. After a moment, it was Woolbark who broke the silence, her tone returning to its earlier gentle casualness as if the little incident hadn't happened. Speaking of which, why are you coming to a place like this alone so late? The monsters around here aren't low-level. Looking at you? She paused, seeming to size up Kazuma's outline. You don't look particularly strong. Her tone held a trace of genuine concern. Those golden red eyes looking through the steam actually made Kazuma feel she was truly worried about the safety of him, a stranger. Ah, well. Kazuma collected himself, recovering from the embarrassment, his mind racing. He couldn't very well say, "I'm a demon king, here to cause trouble for the evil god," could he? He forced what he thought was a natural smile and said vaguely, "I have some private business to attend to, passing through here. I heard there's a nice hot spring nearby, so I dropped by for a soak to relieve some fatigue." He didn't elaborate, and Woolbark tactfully didn't press further, merely giving a soft then leaned her head back against the pool's edge. Gazing at the hazy night sky where a few stars were faintly visible through the skylight, she seemed lost in her own thoughts. Seeing she wouldn't inquire further, Kazuma sighed in relief, but his curiosity was piqued again. Hesitating for a moment, he imitated her posture, relaxing his body, and asked casually, "What about you, big sister? Aren't you afraid, soaking here alone so late? This inn doesn't seem to have any other guests." Hearing this, the corner of Woolbarker's mouth seemed to lift in a tiny, almost imperceptible curve. Her voice carried a comfortable laziness. "I really like the water at this inn spring. It's especially good, lets you relax completely. I basically come for a soak every day." She paused, her voice gaining a barely detectable note of melancholy. "As for why I'm here, actually, I've been traveling everywhere, searching for a partner who is very important to me." Partner? Kazuma was taken aback, his mind instantly flashing to words like boyfriend or husband. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward her figure submerged in the water again. Such a beautiful, gentle big sister was traveling around looking for a partner? Had he gotten lost? Or? Seeming to sense the misunderstanding between Kazuma's gaze and tone, Woolbark quickly explained, her voice tinged with a hint of helpless laughter. "Well, it's not exactly that kind of partner. To be precise, it's more like a partner, or another self? A being like one's other half. I've been searching for a long time, with no leads. I'm almost in a state of giving up." Another self? Other half? Kazuma blinked, his mind instantly conjuring the kind of Chinibia settings the Crimson Demon clan often spouted, about the dark other halves, light incarnations, sealed other half of power, and the like. The look he gave Woolbark immediately gained a bit more understanding than sympathy. So she's following the Crimson Demon clan's playbook. It seems this big sister also has her own story, Chinibia. "Ahum, I get it, Kazuma said in a tone of "I understand your pain," nodding. Pursuing the truth of power, searching for the missing other half, embarking on a lonely journey. A very cool setting. Woolbark. She fell silent for a second, then rubbed her forehead, looking both amused and exasperated. "No, it's not like you're thinking. I'm not on that kind of path. Please don't take it to heart." After saying this, she seemed genuinely a bit downcast. She sighed softly, burying half her face in the water, revealing only a pair of slightly lowered eyes shimmering with golden red light. She exuded a faint sense of loneliness that seemed out of place in the warm spring. Seeing her like this, Kazuma's usual mischievous and sarcastic thought somehow faded. Instead, a vague, indescribable discomfort rose within him. It was like seeing something beautiful covered in dust, making one want to polish it bright. Kazuma scratched his damp hair, his tone softening unconsciously. "If there's anything you want to say, you can tell me. I probably can't help much, but I can listen. Consider it, just chatting while soaking." Woolbark lifted her head from the water, looking at Kazuma with some surprise. Seeing the rare, teasing seriousness on his face, a glimmer flashed in her eyes. Then, her gentle smile bloomed again, seeming a bit more genuine than before. "Thank you, young man," she said softly. Then, as if truly wanting someone to confide in, she began slowly, "Actually, it's like this. A long, long time ago, my partner and I, a black cat, were sealed together in a tomb near Crimson Demon Village. It must have been a very, very long time ago, so long I can hardly remember the exact year. Her voice was calm, as if telling someone else's story. Later, the seal was broken by someone. Both my partner and I were released. But perhaps because we were sealed for too long, accumulating too much power, my partner became very disobedient, even somewhat frenzied, losing its senses. I had no choice but to seal it again, thinking I'd retrieve it after it calmed down. But Woolbarker's voice lowered, carrying a barely perceptible tremble. When I went back to find it later, the tomb was still there, the seal was still there, but inside, it was empty. My partner was gone. Having said that, she quietly gazed at the water's surface, saying no more. The spring steam blurred her expression, but the faint aura of loss and worry surrounding her was palpable. Listening, Kazuma initially felt a bit of as expected, there's a story of curiosity. But the more he heard, especially as keywords like Crimson Demon Village, tomb, seal, and a black cat connected, he felt sweat starting to bead on his back. Wait? A tomb near Crimson Demon Village? An unsealed black cat? Why did this description sound more and more familiar? Could it be AI model, Gemini 3.1 a flash of light? He suddenly remembered what Union had mentioned before, and Megumin's abnormal reaction at that time. That tomb of the evil god that Megumin had accidentally unsealed when she was a child. The evil god Wobak and a black cat sealed inside. No, wait, this big sister in front of him said the black cat was her partner, and she herself was sealed inside. Then doesn't that mean? Kazuma felt like his CPU was a bit overloaded. He stole a glance at Woolbark, who was still quietly soaking in a hot spring, her profile appearing serene and beautiful amidst the mist, completely impossible to associate with terms like evil god or demon king's army executive. No, impossible, there must be some mistake. How could such a gentle big sister be an evil god? However, if what she said was true, then that black cat, could it be? Kazuma tried to stay calm and asked in a probing tone, you said your partner is a black cat, then does it fly? And breathe fire or something? Fly? Breathe fire? Woolbark returned from her thoughts, looked at Kazuma with some confusion, and shook her head, her gold-red eyes filled with bewilderment as if to say, what are you talking about? Ah, I see. Kazuma felt relieved, but then immediately felt something was off. Because my partner is from the Crimson Demon clan, Kazuma decided to probe further, intentionally using a Chunibyoth tone. She's always shouting that the black cat she keeps is some kind of evil god, and she even gave it an over-the-top name. But it's not very credible, after all, that girl always says she's the reincarnation of the god of destruction, ha ha ha. He stole glances at Woolbarker's reaction while he spoke. When she heard the words evil god, Woolbarker's body noticeably stiffened, and her gold-red eyes instantly lit up, staring fixedly at Kazuma, as if she had grasped some hope. But immediately afterward, upon hearing the typical Chunibyoth statement about being the reincarnation of the god of destruction that followed, the light in her eyes quickly faded, her back which had just straightened slightly relaxed again, leaning back against the edge of the pool, and she sighed softly, her expression filled with disappointment. As expected, is it just another fantasy of those Crimson Demon clan children? What was I expecting just now? However, Woolbark still wouldn't give up, holding on to the last sliver of faint hope. She asked softly, that black cat you mentioned. Is it particularly close to people who are lazy? Lazy? Kazuma was stunned, then quickly went through the people he knew in his head. Who is Chomasu closest to? It seems to be me. It always likes to lie on my lap to sleep, rubbing against my hand. Wait! I'm lazy. What kind of joke is that? Even though I, Soto Kazuma, occasionally want to slack off, most of the time I work very hard, okay. How could I be lazy? It must be that stupid cat Chomasu who has no taste. I don't think so. Kazuma denied with a guilty conscience, I feel like the cat my partner keeps seems to be about the same with everyone. The last glimmer of light in Woolbarker's eyes was extinguished. She was silent for a few seconds, as if making a final confirmation, and asked again, Then, is the personality of that black cat very irritable? Prone to anger. Irritable? Prone to anger. Kazuma immediately shook his head, answering decisively this time, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That cat is timid as can be, often chased around by little kids, almost treated as emergency food. Its personality is as docile as a sheep. He remembered Mimi's terrifying remarks about always wanting to stew Chomasuk for an extra meal, and how Chomasuk would bristle and run away every time it saw Mimi. Is that so? Woolbark let out a soft sigh, and the last shred of expectation in her voice dissipated. She slowly stood up from the hot spring, causing a splash. Crystal clear water droplets slid down her short pink hair and fair skin. She picked up the neatly folded bath towel from the side of the pool and wrapped it around herself with elegant movements, covering her graceful curves. It seems, it really isn't it? She gave Kazuma a somewhat forced, but still gentle smile. Sorry, I've disturbed your enjoyment of the hot spring. I should be heading back too. Ah, no, it's fine. Kazuma hurriedly waved his hand, watching the back of the person preparing to leave, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Did he just destroy her last hope? He couldn't help but speak up. Woolbark stopped at the edge of the pool and turned slightly, her wet short pink hair clinging to her cheeks, her gold-red eyes looking at him through the mist, filled with inquiry. I hope you find your partner soon. Kazuma held it in for a long time before managing to squeeze out that sentence. Woolbark was slightly stunned, and then, that forced smile seemed to become a little more genuine. She nodded and said softly, Thank you, young man. I also wish you success in your affairs. After speaking, she pulled open the glass door, and her figure disappeared beyond the swirling mist. In the hot spring pool, only Kazuma was left again. He leaned against the edge, looking in the direction Woolbark had left, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Although it was confirmed in the end that the cat this gentle and beautiful pink-haired big sister was looking for was definitely not Chomasuk, for some reason, he just felt that she was not simple. Especially that last smile, which carried a faint disappointment yet remained gentle, making him feel a bit stifled. Moreover, he could be almost certain that this big sister was definitely someone from the Demon King's army. Last time at the mixed-gender hot spring in Alkenrisha, he saw her chatting very easily with Hans, and their relationship seemed quite good. Someone who could converse on equal terms with a Demon King's army executive must have a status that is not low. But why couldn't he harbor any hostility toward her? Even though he knew she might be an important figure in the enemy camp, and even though he should have been vigilant or even looked for opportunities to gather intelligence, when they were chatting just now, he didn't think in that direction at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable chatting with her, with a kind of inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. What the hell? Is it just because we soaked in the hot spring together twice? Or is it because she is good-looking and has a gentle personality? Sigh. Kazuma sighed, submerging his whole body into the hot spring, leaving only from his nose up exposed. The warm water wrapped around him, but it couldn't dispel the irritability and confusion in his heart. If he had known, he should have asked for her name earlier. And why she joined the Demon King's army? Unfortunately, she had already left. After soaking for who knows how long, until his skin started to wrinkle, Kazuma finally climbed out of the hot spring, dried his body, and put on clean clothes. After returning to his room, Kazuma lay down quietly, closed his eyes, but in his mind, those eyes with their gold-red luster flowing in the mist, and that gentle smile carrying a faint disappointment, kept appearing. Evil God Woback, pink-haired big sister. Black cat partner. Chomasuk. These words darted around in his brain, eventually stirring into a mess. Forget it, I won't think about it. I have to hit the road tomorrow to cause trouble for that legitimate evil god. He muttered, rolled over, and forced himself to fall asleep. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's army frontline base, tens of miles away. Inside a warm tent, Woolbark, having just finished bathing and changing, sat on a soft cushion with her pink hair, which had been dried by magic, draped loose. She played with a crystal in her hand, her gold-red eyes gazing at the pitch-black night outside the tent, her gaze distant. "It's not the cat he mentioned," she whispered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth surface of the crystal. "But the aura on that young man, why does it make me feel so familiar, and so close? And the Crimson Demon Clan and Black Cat he mentioned, although it doesn't match up, I always feel that something has been overlooked." She shook her head and put the crystal away. The top priority is to complete the mission assigned by the Demon King, exert enough pressure on the Kingdom Army, and at the same time, continue to search for her missing other half. Only by finding her complete self can she regain all her power and do what she truly wants to do. As for that young man whom she encountered twice in the hot spring and who made her feel inexplicably close, I hope that next time we meet, it won't be on the battlefield, she said softly, blew out the magic crystal lamp beside her, and the tent plunged into darkness. The night deepened, and the wilderness returned to silence. Only from the direction of the distant front line, the faint clamor occasionally carried by the wind signaled that tomorrow would be another restless day. Chapter 79, The Despairing Mitsurugi Kyuya. Early the next morning, the group, having rested well at the mysterious hot spring inn, reorganized and set off. Union used teleportation magic to leave a secret spatial coordinate at the entrance of the inn, making it convenient for them to teleport back for rest at any time. This function made Kazuma very satisfied. With this return point, at least logistics were guaranteed. The group set off once again on their journey to find the Level God Wobak. The closer they got to the front lines, the more obvious the burnt smell and oppressive atmosphere in the air became. Occasionally, they could see magical lights flashing across the distant horizon or hear dull explosions. The vegetation on the ground also became sparse, and traces of battle were everywhere: scorched earth, broken weapons, and dried, blackened bloodstains that hadn't been fully cleaned up. The road was naturally not peaceful. Perhaps because they were close to the battlefield, the number of monsters and undead had increased significantly. However, these scattered, elite-level monsters at most posed no major threat to the current Kazuma's party. Union's Light of Saber became a clearing tool. She merely raised her hand, chanted softly, and brilliant golden beams of light descended like spears of judgment, precisely covering a large area and directly purifying the low-level monsters and undead within the range into ash. This move had great power and a wide range, looking incredibly holy, but Kazuma always felt that the name Light of Saber didn't quite fit. This was clearly a Light of Spear or Holy Light Cannon. Darkness and Aqua would occasionally make a move. Darkness swung her sword, charging recklessly into the monster horde. Aqua would seize the opportunity to cast a few purification spells or splash holy water on the monsters' faces, shouting, "Feel the wrath of the goddess." Kazuma was happy to take it easy, only using Gyanjamaru to deal with the stragglers. He focused his main energy on observing the environment and staying vigilant. The most frustrated one was Megumin. This explosion magic user of the Crimson Demon Clan, hugging her staff that was taller than her, watched her teammates show off their skills with longing eyes, while she could only stare helplessly. She wanted to help, but her explosion magic was limited to once per day. It was powerful, but she would be paralyzed immediately after using it. Near the front lines where danger could be encountered at any time, she really didn't dare to use it lightly. She could only follow the team while muttering under her breath, "If it were up to me, one shot would flatten this whole area. I really want to cast explosion magic." Chomasuk, lying on top of her head, seemed to sense its master's irritability and drooped its ears. "All right, Megumin, stop muttering." Kazuma looked back at her helplessly. "Save your ultimate move for the main target. Just endure it for now." I know. Megumin pouted, but she obediently shut her mouth, though her red eyes were full of unwillingness. The group continued forward. Around the afternoon, a dull but unusually familiar loud noise suddenly came from afar. Boom! Immediately after, there were faint exclamations, screams, and the sound of buildings collapsing. This sound! Kazuma and Megumin stopped in their tracks almost simultaneously and looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Explosion magic. Megumin blurted out, her red eyes widening instantly. This sound. This vibration. It's definitely explosion magic. And it's quite powerful. No mistake. Kazuma also frowned tightly. Very few people mastered explosion magic, and those who could release this level of power were few and far between. Megumin was here, so who was the one casting magic up ahead? Could it be that someone else from the Crimson Demon clan had run to the front lines? Or was it? An ominous guess rose in Megumin's heart, and Kazuma had the same suspicion at the same time. Go. Let's go check it out. Kazuma made a prompt decision and quickened his pace, running towards the direction of the explosion. The others quickly followed. They hadn't run far when they heard an exasperated roar from ahead, getting closer. Damn you, Woolbark! If you have the guts, don't run. How many times is this now? You use teleportation magic to run away every single day after casting explosion magic. I can't take it anymore. If you have the guts, don't run. Fight me fair and square. Along with the roar, a familiar figure stumbled out from behind a small grove ahead. The person wore magnificent blue armor, held a ridiculously shaped greatsword, and his short golden hair looked a bit messy due to running and anger. His handsome face was full of fury and frustration. It was the famous Sword Saint Mitsurugi Kyuya. He seemed to be so focused on venting his anger and chasing that he didn't notice the people in front. He ran too fast and tripped over a stone, stumbled a few steps, panted heavily, stopped with his hands on his knees, and was still cursing. When he caught his breath and looked up, he saw Kazuma and his group standing not far ahead. Mitsurugi Kyuya was stunned for a moment. His gaze subconsciously swept over the group, and when he saw Aqua standing next to Kazuma, tilting her head and looking at him curiously, the expression on his face instantly changed from anger to shock, and then from shock to fury. Lady Aqua! Mitsurugi exclaimed. Immediately, he violently raised the cursed sword Gram in his hand, which was emitting a dangerous aura. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Kazuma, and terrifying murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Soto Kazuma! You scum! Not only did you drag Lady Aqua down from the divine realm, but now you've actually dragged her into the mud and joined your damn Demon King's army. Unforgivable! I will kill you today. I will rescue Lady Aqua from your clutches. Eh? Save me. Aqua blinked her beautiful blue eyes, looking completely confused as she pointed at herself, not understanding the situation at all. She looked at the furious Mitsurugi, then at the speechless Kazuma beside her, question marks seemingly appearing above her head. Mitsurugi Kyuya didn't care about Aqua's reaction. He was convinced that the evil demon king, Kazuma, had kidnapped or bewitched his holy and pure goddess, Aqua. Desperate to save the goddess, he gripped Gram tightly with both hands, his battle aura exploding. The ground under his feet was stomped into a shallow pit, and he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, bringing a sharp whistling sound as he rushed towards Kazuma. The sword blade pointed straight at Kazuma's face. Die, Soto Kazuma! TCH, troublesome guy. Kazuma clicked his tongue. Facing Mitsurugi's full-force strike fueled by anger, he didn't panic in the slightest. He didn't even draw his sword, just watched the rushing Mitsurugi, a mocking arc curling on the corner of his mouth. Just as Mitsurugi's sword tip was about to strike him, Kazuma moved. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and made a slashing motion in the air towards the rushing Mitsurugi. Steel! There were no flashy special effects, no surging magical fluctuations. But the moment Kazuma activated the skill, Mitsurugi Kyuya's sprinting motion suddenly stiffened. He felt his hand lighten. The legendary cursed sword Gram, which he had been gripping tightly, which was connected to his life, and which had almost become a part of his body, had actually disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It appeared in Kazuma's hand. Kazuma used 2 fingers to pinch the hilt of the Gram, which had been emitting an aura just a moment ago, as if he were pinching a twig. The aura on the cursed sword dimmed rapidly in Kazuma's hand, as if it had become an ordinary iron sword. What? Mitsurugi Kyuya maintained his sprinting posture, frozen in place, the fury on his face turning into unbelievable dullness. He looked down at his empty hands, then suddenly looked up at the familiar cursed sword in Kazuma's hand, his mind going blank. Stolen? It was stolen? How is that possible? That was the divine artifact, the cursed sword Gram. To prevent it from being stolen, he wore several magic amulets and items that increased the probability of preventing theft. How could it be so easily? Idiot! Kazuma looked at Mitsurugi's expression of doubting life, sneered, and weighed the gram in his hand. The feel was still okay, he hadn't touched this in a long time. You thought you could stop me by wearing a few pieces of junk amulets. Don't underestimate my ridiculously high luck stat. After speaking, Kazuma swung his arm and used the wide blade of Gram to slap Mitsurugi Kyuya, who was still in a daze, on the head like swatting a fly. Whack! A crisp, dull thud. Mitsurugi Kyuya didn't even groan. His eyes rolled back, his body swayed, and then with a thump, he fell straight to the ground and fainted. A bright red bump quickly swelled on his forehead. Done. Kazuma casually threw Gram next to Mitsurugi and clapped his hands, as if he had just done something insignificant. On the side, Darkness, Megumin, Yunyun, and even Aqua were looking at Kazuma with extremely complicated expressions. That look in his eyes mixed various emotions like, is that even allowed, that's so unreasonable, and scum pervert freak. What are you looking at? Kazuma raised an eyebrow. Why show martial honor to a brute who attacks without a word? Tie him up. Soon, Yunyun found some sturdy vines, and with Darkness's help, they tied the unconscious Mitsurugi Kyuya securely to a fairly thick tree. When Mitsurugi slowly came to and realized he was tied to a tree with Kazuma squatting in front of him, watching him with a grin, he immediately struggled, bastard. Let me go. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Give me back my Gram. Quiet down. Kazuma poked the large bump on Mitsurugi's forehead with a small twig, making him gasp in pain. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and I'll consider letting you go. Otherwise. He pointed to Aqua beside him, I'll have your Lady Aqua rub my back and pour my drinks right in front of you. How about that? You. Scum. Animal. How dare you? Mitsurugi was furious, but upon seeing Aqua actually wearing a pouting expression, he was suddenly both shocked and angry, yet dared not curse any further. Speak up. What's the situation on the front lines? What's with that explosion magic from earlier, and that woolbark you were chasing? Kazuma got to the point. Although unwilling, Mitsurugi was at the mercy of others, and coupled with the lethal effectiveness of Kazuma's threats, he could only answer indignantly, what else could it be? That Demon King's army executive named Woolbark is simply despicable and shameless. She doesn't fight us head-on at all. Every day, she just sends some minions to harass us, and she herself uses some unknown method to always find our weak defensive points or our command post, and then, boom. He gritted his teeth, she uses that damn, massive power explosion magic, blows things up, and runs. By the time we organize our troops for a raid, she's already used teleportation magic and vanished. Once or twice is fine, but every time? Who can stand that? Soldier morale is low, supplies are destroyed, and we've gone through several commanders already. If this continues, the defensive line is bound to collapse sooner or later. Can't beat her. Kazuma raised an eyebrow. Who can't beat her? Mitsurugi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If she dared to fight head-on, we would definitely win. The problem is we can't catch her at all. She's like a ghost, she strikes and leaves. We've tried setting ambushes and arranging anti-teleportation barriers, but she seems to know in advance every time. Either she doesn't come, or she uses other methods to interfere. It's so annoying. Oh? Kazuma rubbed his chin. It sounded like this Wolbarker's tactics were quite in line with the cunning style of an evil god, and that explosion magic. Was it really cast by her? How did she know explosion magic? And you, Kazuma looked at Mitsurugi, his tone mocking, knowing the front lines are dangerous, you still came to chase Wolbark? With your amateur skills and tendency to lose your head. Mind your own business. Mitsurugi raged. I came to assist the kingdom army. And Lady Aqua is here with you. This place is so dangerous, yet you actually brought her along. Do you even care about her at all? Heh, Kazuma laughed, his smile undisguisedly malicious. Dangerous? Aqua is a Demon King's army executive now, her status is quite high. Besides, she's happier than you can imagine here. Right, Aqua. Who? Oh. That's right. Although Aqua didn't quite understand, hearing the word happy, she immediately nodded in agreement. Coming here, there are hot springs to soak in, pocket money from Kazuma, and everyone plays with me. There's so much fun stuff here. Mitsurugi Kyuya looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face instantly turning pale. Lady Aqua, the goddess in his heart who was inviolable, pure and flawless, whom he wanted to protect with his life, actually admitted she was happy in the Demon King's army? This was more painful than being killed. No, impossible. Lady Aqua, you must have been bewitched by this demon. He must have used some evil magic to control you. Mitsurugi struggled, his gaze toward Kazuma filled with deep-seated hatred. That's not all. Kazuma watched Mitsurugi's faith crumbling, and his inner sadistic sense of humor flared up again. He leaned close to Mitsurugi, lowered his voice, and said slowly, loud enough for only the two of them to hear, guess what would happen if your people, and those devout followers of Eris, knew that their worshipped goddess of fortune, Eris, is actually also a Demon King's army executive with me, and every day with me. Shut up! Before Kazuma could finish, a sharp shout suddenly came from the side. Immediately after, a powerful flying kick landed precisely on Kazuma's side. Bang! A woo! Kazuma let out a miserable scream, sent flying several meters by the kick, rolling across the ground several times before stopping. He curled into a ball, clutching his waist, grimacing in pain. The one who kicked him was Darkness. This female knight, who usually blushed and got excited at the drop of a hat, was now ashen-faced, her chest heaving violently with anger. She retracted her leg, glared at Kazuma with a cold, murderous look, then turned to the stunned Mitsurugi Kyuya, her tone icy. This guy is talking nonsense, he's lost his mind. Don't listen to his rambling. Goddess Eris is noble and sacred, how could she possibly be involved with the likes of us in the dirty Demon King's army? Megumin, Yunyun, and even Aqua were shocked as they watched the suddenly enraged Darkness, then looked at Kazuma, who was gasping for air on the ground. It was the first time they had seen Darkness strike Kazuma so heavily, and it was to defend the reputation of Goddess Eris. Kazuma was also confused. He struggled to sit up, looked at Darkness's "say one more word and I'll kill you" expression, and suddenly realized. Oh no! I let it slip! The Church of Eris was the state religion of Belzerg, with believers all over the country. If people found out the goddess had joined the Demon King's army, it would be a huge disaster. Not to mention Axel, the entire kingdom would be in an uproar. By then, the angry believers could drown them with just a single spit each. Cough, cough. Kazuma held his waist and explained with a sheepish smile, just kidding, ha ha. I was joking, Mitsurugi, don't take it seriously. Darkness, that was a good kick. My mouth is foul, I deserved it. Mitsurugi Kyuya had been completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He looked at the furious Darkness, then at the sheepishly smiling Kazuma, completely failing to understand what was going on. But at least he could tell that what Kazuma said about Goddess Eris just now seemed to be false. He felt slightly better, but his gaze toward Kazuma became even more vigilant and disgusted. You guy, not only did you kidnap Lady Aqua, but you're also full of nonsense, slandering other goddesses. You really are the ultimate scum. HMPH. Darkness snorted, stopped looking at Kazuma, and turned to walk aside, but her earlobes were still flushed an unnatural red. It was unclear whether it was from anger or something else. Megumin and Union also breathed a sigh of relief. Kazuma's words earlier had scared them quite a bit. All right, I've asked everything I needed to ask. Kazuma rubbed his waist and stood up, walked over to the tied-up Mitsurugi, picked up the gram from the ground, and casually stuck it into the ground next to Mitsurugi. Here's your sword back. In exchange for the information you provided, I won't give you a hard time this time. However, he pointed toward the smoking front lines in the distance. Woolbark has already used explosion magic today. According to what you said, she shouldn't appear again today. We'll go camps where she might appear tomorrow. You just rest well on this tree, figure out how to untie the ropes yourself. By Tilda? After speaking, Kazuma waved to the girls and turned to leave. Hey! Wait! Untie me! Bastard! Soto Kazuma! I won't forgive you! Mitsurugi roared in impotent rage behind him. Kazuma didn't look back, just waved his hand. The girls looked at Mitsurugi, who was still struggling and cursing while tied to the tree, then at the walking away Kazuma, and finally followed him. After all, Kazuma was their teammate. As for the sword sent tied to the tree, let him struggle slowly by himself. Anyway, there weren't any powerful monsters nearby, he wouldn't die. The group soon disappeared on the other side of the forest, leaving only Mitsurugi Kyoya's angry roars echoing through the woods, gradually fading away with the wind. Chapter 80, 2 Elementary Schoolers Arguing. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and Kazuma's party was already lying in ambush beside a relatively concealed path leading to the Kingdom Army headquarters. This was one of the routes where Woolbark was most likely to pass, analyzed from the intelligence obtained from Mitsurugi Kyoya yesterday. They found cover among bushes and rocks, holding their breath and waiting quietly. Time passed minute by minute. The sun rose in the east, gradually climbed to the zenith, and then slowly slanted westward. The birds in the forest chirped and stopped, then stopped and chirped again. Apart from the occasional oblivious goblin or kobold passing by, which were casually taken out by Union with a single light of saber, not even a human shadow was seen. Ha! Aqua let out a huge yawn, rubbed her somewhat sore blue eyes, and couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Hey, Kazuma, how long do we have to squat here? There are so many roads to the Kingdom Army headquarters, why do we have to keep squatting here? What if she takes another road and we end up waiting for nothing?" This? Kazuma was stunned by her question, a drop of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Right, the intelligence was just a guess. What if Woolbark changed her route today, or simply didn't come out at all? How long would they have to wait? He also started to feel a bit unsure, but he still insisted, less talk, an ambush requires patience. Do you think an evil god is so easy to catch? Beside him, Megumin was holding her staff, also appearing a bit restless, but her restlessness seemed different from the others. She would occasionally look into the distance of the path, then look at Chomasu quietly curled up in her arms, a complex and unreadable emotion flashing in her red eyes, and she kept her mouth pursed, saying nothing. Darkness, on the other hand, remained in a certain state of excitement due to the thrill of the ambush, her breathing slightly rapid, her eyes fixed tightly ahead. Just as the sun was about to climb to its zenith and everyone's patience was about to run out. At the end of the path, a figure finally appeared. It was a figure draped in a large black cloak, covering their entire body completely. The face couldn't be seen, the build couldn't be seen, only from the walking posture could it be seen that the other party was very leisurely, walking unhurriedly towards the direction of the Kingdom Army headquarters. It's here! Kazuma perked up, immediately lowering his voice to remind everyone, while gripping the Gyanjanmaru at his waist. Megumin also subconsciously hugged her staff tightly, her breathing slightly quickening. When the black-cloaked figure walked to about 100 meters from their ambush point, they suddenly stopped. This distance was already within range for explosion magic. Should we act? Union asked in a low voice, golden light already shining on her hands. Wait, Kazuma raised his hand to stop her, his eyes fixed on the stopped figure. Let's see what she wants to do. However, before they could decide whether to act, the black-cloaked figure actually slowly turned their head in the direction of their ambush. Kazuma's heart jumped violently, and an ominous premonition arose. Discovered? How is that possible? Their concealment shouldn't have had any issues. And at this distance, how did the other party notice them? In the stunned and uncertain gazes of everyone, the black-cloaked figure not only turned towards them but even started walking, heading straight towards the bushes where they were hiding. 1 step, 2 steps, getting closer and closer. We've been discovered. Do it. Kazuma made a prompt decision, let out a low shout, and at the same time, his hand reached towards the system space, preparing to pull out the Ziku driver. Megumin! Explosion magic! He shouted to Megumin while pulling out the driver. Facing an evil god, suppressing with the strongest firepower right from the start was the best choice. However, Megumin seemed not to hear him, frozen in place, her hands holding the staff even trembling slightly, her red eye staring fixedly at the approaching black-robed figure, her lips moving, but she couldn't make the sound to chant the spell. Megumin! Kazuma turned his head in astonishment, seeing Megumin's abnormal appearance, his heart filled with doubts. But the situation was critical, he couldn't afford to think too much, seeing the black-robed figure had already entered the 50-meter range, he gritted his teeth and rushed out himself. Ha! Kazuma leaped out from behind the bushes, blocking the center of the path, while the Ziku driver in his hand was already pressed against his waist. Just as the driver was about to be fastened to his waist, the black-robed figure happened to walk to a close enough distance, close enough that Kazuma could vaguely see the other party's face through the shadow of the hood. Then, Kazuma's movement froze. Because at the moment the other party raised her head, he saw that familiar pair of eyes beneath the hood, which had shimmered with golden red luster in the hot spring mist, now looking straight at him with undisguised surprise. You? From beneath the black robe came a gentle female voice, also filled with surprise. Kazuma's mind went blank. This voice, these eyes, the silhouette faintly visible under this black robe. Is it that pink-haired big sister from the hot spring last night? Could she be Woolbark? And just at this moment, Fut! Aqua, who had followed him out, saw this scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing, pointing at the frozen Kazuma and mocking, ha ha ha. Kazuma, look at you. You must look so funny and ridiculous that you scared her. That's why she's looking at you in surprise. The girls behind looked at this scene speechlessly, not knowing where to start complaining. Shut up, Aqua. Kazuma turned his head and glared at her in shame and anger, but he also started to mutter in his heart. Could it really be that he looked too special, leaving a deep impression on her? However, before he could figure it out, the black-robed figure's next action made him freeze again. He saw the other party raise her hand and gently take off the hood. Pink short hair shimmered with a soft luster in the sunlight, pointed elf ears were revealed, and that face, which had been hazy and beautiful in the hot spring mist, was now clearly displayed before everyone. It was indeed that gentle big sister he met at the hot spring inn last night. At this moment, she was looking at Kazuma with that pair of golden red eyes, filled with undisguised surprise and confusion, her cherry lips slightly parted. Why are you in this place? I should be the one asking that. Kazuma regained his senses, pointing at her, his voice slightly off-key due to shock. Aren't you that big sister who likes to soak in hot springs? Why are you here? And this attire, black robe, walking towards the Kingdom Army headquarters. The scattered clues in Kazuma's mind instantly connected, and an answer that was unbelievable yet incredibly reasonable was about to burst out. Wait! You couldn't be. Kazuma pointed at her, his fingers even trembling slightly. Ara, it seems I can't hide it anymore. The pink-haired woman, Woolbark, smiled somewhat troubled, raising her hand to smooth the stray hair by her ear. Her smile was still gentle, but her aura was completely different from that lazy traveler with a faint melancholy in the hot spring last night. An indescribable aura, mixed with majesty, mystery, and a faint sense of danger, naturally radiated from her. By the way, I don't think I've formally introduced myself yet. Woolbark looked at Kazuma, a complex light flashing in her golden red eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. My name is Woolbark. I am one of the Demon King's army executives, the goddess who presides over sloth and tyranny. The moment her voice fell, an invisible sense of oppression spread out with her as the center. It wasn't intentionally releasing pressure, but the aura naturally revealed by her divinity and authority, making the air seem to become a bit viscous. Darkness subconsciously gripped her sword hilt. Union also nervously took half a step back, and even Aqua restrained her smile, a flash of vigilance appearing in her blue eyes. However, Kazuma, who was facing this aura directly, did not feel the hostility and fighting spirit rise in his heart as expected. He looked at this pink-haired woman before him, who had self-identified, emitted divine pressure, but whose eyes remained gentle, even carrying a hint of helplessness and faint loss, and in his heart, there was only an indescribable awkwardness and unwillingness to believe. Evil God Woback. Kazuma murmured, repeating, looking at the other party with complex eyes, the goddess who presides over sloth and tyranny. He scratched his hair, his tone filled with confusion and incomprehension. But why? You look not like a bad person at all. Why join the Demon King's army? And become an executive? This was the part he couldn't figure out the most. The brief conversation last night, that figure in the hot spring with faint melancholy, polite and gentle, even making him feel inexplicably close, could not be overlapped with the identity of this Demon King's army executive and evil god before him in any way. Hearing Kazuma's words, Woolbark was slightly stunned, and a light seemed to flicker in her golden red eyes. She looked at Kazuma's genuinely confused expression, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curled into a somewhat strange, self-deprecating, yet also seemingly cheerful smile, as if she had finally found someone she could confide in. By common sense, I shouldn't be telling you this, she said softly, taking a step forward, getting closer to Kazuma. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, sprinkling on her pink short hair and delicate side profile, plating her with a layer of soft golden edge. However, she paused, her smile becoming somewhat mischievous, and also carrying a hint of imperceptible anticipation and loss. If you really want to know. She raised a finger, gently tapped her own lips, and then pointed at Kazuma. You have to defeat me first, okay? It was clearly a provocative statement, but coming from her mouth, it lacked a bit of fighting spirit and had a bit more, like teasing, or like some kind of probing intent. And after she finished speaking, the faint, fleeting loss in her eyes made Kazuma's heart tighten inexplicably. Defeat her? Kazuma looked at this woman with a gentle smile, yet emitting divine aura, and for the first time, he felt hesitation about completing the mission. He didn't want to fight her. At least, not before figuring out the reason, to meet with weapons drawn like this. However, this subtle and somewhat eerie atmosphere was broken by an untimely voice. Wait a minute. Aqua suddenly stepped forward, hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, with an expression of "I've caught you red-handed." She pointed at Woolbark and said loudly, "You say you are the goddess who presides over sloth and tyranny. You should be accurate when conveying things. Otherwise, I'll report you for conveying false information. When stating your name, you should obediently say you are an evil god. Phut." Megumin, Union, Darkness, and even Kazuma almost spat out. This guy Aqua, splitting hairs about this at a time like this. Woolbark clearly didn't expect anyone to talk to her like this, and with such a correcting errors tone. The gentle smile on her face stiffened, and she explained somewhat anxiously, I just preside over these emotions that don't have a good impression. And I really am a goddess. I didn't lie. You're lying. Aqua, as if she had discovered some shocking secret, immediately turned to Kazuma and shouted, Kazuma. She just lied. There are only two officially recognized goddesses in this world, me and Eris. She turned back to Woolbark, and said in a high and mighty tone, apologize now. You claiming to be a goddess on your own pollutes the name of the fresh, beautiful, and noble goddesses. Hearing Aqua's words, a flash of obvious dissatisfaction appeared in Woolbarker's golden red eyes. Wait, what do you mean by that? A long time ago, I was indeed a true goddess. But after I joined the Demon King's army, a group of weirdos called the Kaxish cult unilaterally decided I was an evil god. Later, out of helplessness, I only occasionally said I was an evil god. But even so, as a priestess meeting me for the first time, you have no right to say such things to me. Calling the members of the Kaxish cult weirdos? So, it's another case of someone being persecuted. At this moment, they all looked at Aqua in unison. As expected, Aqua's face darkened instantly, and her blue eyes burned with raging fury. You just said, our children are weirdos, right? To think you dare to look down on the world-renowned Kaxish cult that everyone knows. What kind of person are you, really? The most fundamental question is, do you even have any followers, you jerk? As she spoke, she deliberately looked Woolbark up and down, then let out a scoff of disdain from her nose. Phut, Woolbark, just which minor god are you, anyway? I've never even heard that name before. You. Woolbark was thoroughly enraged by Aqua's undisguised contempt, and her short pink hair seemed to flutter slightly from her anger. As a mortal, to look down on a god like this. Don't you think I'll let you go just like that? If you are still considered a priest, even if it's a god of another sect, you should treat them with respect. A mortal? Aqua tilted her head as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, revealing a standard, villainous, crooked smirk. Are you saying I am a mortal? She stepped forward, almost pressing her face against Woolbarker's, with dangerous light flickering in her blue eyes. It's precisely because you are so blind that people call you a fake goddess. Kazuma, Megumin, Yunyun, and Darkness all collectively face-palmed. This Aqua, who exactly is more like an evil god? Besides, a word like blind should be applied to herself, right? Wasn't she just being played for a fool by a single egg earlier? I am Aqua. Ignoring her teammates' complaints, Aqua puffed out her chest, which wasn't exactly impressive, and announced in the most majestic tone possible, that's right, I am the main god worshipped by the Kaxish cult, the goddess of water, Aqua. For a minor god like you, whom I haven't even heard of, to protest against me is simply too presumptuous. Hey! Hearing Aqua's words, Woolbark was struck as if by lightning, completely dumbfounded. She widened her golden red eyes, scrutinizing the blue-haired girl in front of her who wore an I'm so cool expression from top to bottom several times, then asked cautiously in a tone full of doubt and uncertainty, I say you, impersonating the name of a goddess will bring down divine retribution, you know. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, phut, ha 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 ha. Kazuma, Yunyun, and Darkness could finally no longer hold it in and collectively burst into earth-shaking laughter. Even Megumin, who had been feeling conflicted, doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down her face. Divine retribution. Ha ha ha. She said Aqua would suffer divine retribution for impersonating a goddess. Ha ha ha. Even other gods think Aqua looks like a fake. Kazuma clutched his stomach, laughing until he was convulsing. Aqua's face turned from black to red, from red to purple, and finally to an iron blue. Woolbarker's suspicious remark about her being a fake goddess was like an incredibly sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into her most fragile and sensitive self-esteem as a goddess. You. Aqua was trembling with rage, her blue hair seeming to stand on end. She screamed, threw her arms out regardless of anything, and lunged at Woolbark. It's fine if others don't believe me. How could even you, an evil god, not believe me? I'll fight you to the death. Wait! Stop it! You rude person! Woolbark was startled by this sudden attack and hurriedly retreated, but she was still grabbed by the corner of her cloak by Aqua. While trying to break free, she shouted in a panic, Careful, or I'll bring divine retribution down upon you. Divine retribution? Bring it on if you're capable. Aqua held on tight, not backing down in her verbal retort. In her desperation, Woolbark actually started cursing, like being on vacation, but then waking up not wanting to do anything, curling up in bed all day, and wasting your entire day off. Aqua. She paused for a moment, then showed an expression of disdain. Is that it? Bring it on if you're capable. As if I don't know how to bring down divine retribution. Listen, from now on, every time you go to the bathroom, there will be someone waiting outside. And the toilet will clog every time and won't flush. Woolbark, goddesses don't go to the bathroom, I'm not afraid. Aqua, I'm on vacation almost every day, so I'm not afraid of your divine retribution either. The two of them continued like this, one grabbing the other's cloak, the other trying to break free, like two elementary school students having a heated argument, hurling all sorts of bizarre and incredibly childish curses and counterattacks at each other. Things like making your new socks slide down to your heels every time you wear them, making the neighbors renovate whenever you want peace and quiet, making your favorite hot spring suddenly turn into cold water, all sorts of divine curses that lacked any godly dignity and were even a bit funny flew everywhere. Kazuma, Megumin, Yunyun, and Darkness could no longer laugh, all of them staring at this absurd scene with blank faces and twitching mouths. Is this what an argument between goddesses looks like? How is this any different from aunties arguing in a vegetable market? No, even the aunties argue with more class than this. Aren't gods supposed to be more majestic and noble? Yunyun muttered to herself, her worldview shaken. Are these two really gods? Darkness also looked like she was doubting her existence. Just as Kazuma felt his reason and patience had reached their limit, his temples throbbing, and was considering whether to just knock these two disgraceful gods out and drag them away, Darkness walked over and said in an incredibly serious and helpless tone, Kazuma, why don't we just leave these two here and forget about them? Although Kazuma agreed with this a million times in his heart, his reason told him this wouldn't work. Regardless, Aqua was his teammate, and this Woolbark was the mission target and also an enemy. Just leaving them behind wouldn't be easy to justify. However, in the few seconds he hesitated, the situation escalated again. Perhaps because they couldn't determine a winner in the curse battle, Aqua completely lost her cool. She suddenly released Woolbarker's cloak, stepped back a few paces, raised her hands high, her long blue hair flowing without wind, and surging water magic began to emerge around her body. Enough! It's time for you to see the true power of the goddess of water. Aqua's face shone with anger and grievance, her voice sharp with excitement. You evil god are way too arrogant. You don't even have cheerful, positive, upright, and free followers like mine. Seeing Aqua's stance and feeling that water divine power, which was a bit chaotic but indeed surging and pure, Woolbark finally believed. The blue-haired girl in front of her who looked not so smart and had questionable arguing skills was actually the goddess of water, Aqua. Yo Dash, you look so stupid, are you really the goddess of water? Woolbark blurted out subconsciously, but immediately felt it was impolite and hurriedly added, no, wait, the reason I was labeled an evil god is because of your troublesome followers. Besides, I have my own followers too, okay? Even so, compared to Goddess Eris, you're practically a niche god, aren't you? What did you say? Aqua's rage instantly broke through the sky. Calling her stupid? Calling her followers troublesome? And saying she was a niche god? Especially that last part. Compared to Goddess Eris, it precisely stepped on the eternal pain in Aqua's heart. Unforgivable. Aqua screamed, the magic between her hands condensed to the limit, and a huge magic circle made of pure water elements rapidly unfolded above her head. The surrounding air instantly became humid, and even began to condense into water droplets. Judging by this stance, she was really going to summon a great flood to drown this place. Wait! What are you trying to do? Woolbark was also startled, not expecting Aqua to actually get serious. Although she wasn't afraid, this commotion was too big. She subconsciously raised her hand as well, magic beginning to gather on it, as she also prepared to release explosion magic. Seeing that a god war was about to break out in this wilderness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Enough! Both of you, stop it right now. Kazuma could finally take it no longer and let out a roar. He felt his blood pressure had already burst through the top of his head. Whatever mission, whatever evil god, whatever goddess, he just wanted these two noisy people to shut up immediately. Henshin! He whipped out the Ziku driver and strapped it to his waist, simultaneously taking out the ZO ridewatch and build ridewatch from the system space, inserting and twisting them at lightning speed. Rider time! Kamen Rider ZO. Armor time! Kamen Rider. Build! In the intertwining silver white and blue red light, Kamen Rider ZO, build armor form instantly completed the transformation. The moment the transformation was complete, Kazuma kicked off the ground, his figure shooting out like a cannonball, and just before Aqua and Woolbarker's magic were about to collide, he rushed between them. Vortex finish! A powerful energy wave erupted from him as the center, and the white formulas stopped the magic that Aqua and Woolbark were about to manifest. Taking advantage of the moment, the two were stunned by the sudden energy impact and their actions were stiffened by the backlash of their interrupted magic. Bang! Bang! Kazuma swung both arms, his fists covered in build armor, mercilessly and precisely striking the back of Aqua and Woolbarker's necks. Ah! Ooah! Two short, muffled groans. Aqua and Woolbark rolled their eyes back, their magic dissipated, and their bodies collapsed softly to the ground. The world was finally quiet. Who? Kazuma deactivated his transformation, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at the two gods passed out on the ground, feeling incredibly exhausted. Darkness! He called out. Yes! Darkness immediately understood, walked forward, and with one in each hand, carried the unconscious Aqua and Woolbark on her broad shoulders like sacks of potatoes. Union, teleport! Back to the hot spring inn. Kazuma didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even another second. Yes. Union hurriedly drew the teleportation circle. The blue light shone again, enveloping everyone. At the very last moment before the teleportation activated, Kazuma looked back at the woodland that had just experienced a god war, and then looked at the pink-haired goddess, who was still frowning slightly in her unconscious state while being carried by darkness, and sighed with mixed feelings. What kind of mess is this? With a flash of light, everyone disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only the trees and plants swayed by the aftermath of the energy, and the birds startled in the forest, proving just how intense the battle that had just taken place here was. P.S. Dear readers, considering how hard this little author has worked to write the arguing scene according to the original novel, please give a free power-up for love. I beg you. TT. Chapter 81, Fusion. A new member. The atmosphere in the Japanese-style room at the hot spring inn was somewhat stagnant. Aqua and Woolbark were lying side by side on the floor mats, breathing evenly, but neither had woken up yet. Chomasuke was curled up in Megumin's arms, seeming somewhat uneasy as its little ears twitched from time to time. Kazuma, Megumin, Darkness, and Union sat to the side, staring at each other, with no one speaking first. Ua? A faint groan broke the silence. Aqua was the first to move. She rubbed the back of her neck and sat up, her blue eyes filled with confusion. It hurts. I think I had a dream. I dreamed I was arguing with a fake goddess, and then I got beaten up by that guy, Kazuma. That wasn't a dream. Kazuma shattered her illusion with an expressionless face. Hey. Aqua froze, then suddenly remembered something. Her face flushed red instantly, and she whipped her head to look to her side. Woolbark happened to be slowly waking up at that exact moment. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered a few times, and those golden red eyes slowly opened. At first, they were still dazed, but they quickly regained their clarity. She sat up, her short pink hair a bit messy. Her gaze swept across the room and finally landed on the group in front of her, who were on high alert. Where is this? She looked around, then lowered her head to look at the black robe she was wearing. Her expression was somewhat puzzled, but soon, she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. She looked at Kazuma with a complex gaze, then glanced at Aqua, who was glaring at her indignantly. It seems I have been uninvited here. Woolbark gave a wry smile. Her tone was actually very calm, no anger, no hostility, but rather a hint of helplessness and resignation. Her calm attitude left the group, who were prepared for a trial, feeling somewhat at a loss. Especially Megumin, looking at Woolbarker's familiar yet strange face, she tightened her grip on Chomosuke. Emotion surged within her red eyes, and she opened her mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. Just then, Chomosuke in Megumin's arms suddenly became restless. Meow! It let out a short cry, suddenly broke free from Megumin's arms, and paddled its short legs in the air. After landing, it ran straight toward Woolbark, who was sitting opposite them. Chomosuke! Megumin exclaimed, reaching out to grab it, but grasping only empty air. Hey! Little one, don't go over there. Kazuma also instinctively tried to stop it. Union and Darkness also showed nervous expressions. However, Chomosuke's speed was surprisingly fast, or rather, its target was extremely clear. It nimbly dodged the hand Kazuma reached out, and in a few bounds, it rushed in front of Woolbark. Then, instead of attacking or bristling, it affectionately rubbed its head against the hem of Woolbarker's black robe that was trailing on the floor, making a purr-purr sound of comfort. Woolbark was also stunned. She looked down at the little black cat rubbing against her at her feet. A flash of confusion first crossed her golden red eyes, followed immediately by an indescribable palpitation and a sense of familiarity welling up in her heart. She instinctively reached out a hand, wanting to stroke Chomosuke's head. Don't touch it! Aqua yelled, thinking Woolbark was about to do something to Chomosuke, and reached out to grab it. Meow! Chomosuke seemed to be provoked. It turned around and swiped a claw at the hand Aqua had reached out. Ouch! 3 red marks immediately appeared on the back of Aqua's hand. Although they weren't deep, they were enough to make her yelp in pain. Chomosuke! Megumin looked in surprise at Chomosuke, which was acting out of character by attacking Aqua. And Woolbark, looking at Chomosuke, then at her own hand that had almost touched Chomosuke, and finally at Aqua, who was holding her hand and blowing on it with a wronged expression, felt a light flickering violently in her golden red eyes, as if something was about to break through the surface. Just then, Megumin, who had been silent, finally gathered her courage. She stepped forward, stood in front of Woolbark, looked up, and stared at Woolbark with her earnest red eyes. Her voice trembled slightly, yet she asked a question with exceptional clarity that left everyone except Woolbark looking shocked. Do you remember me? Or, you remember that little girl from the Crimson Demon clan who was saved by your explosion magic back in the Crimson Demon village? Kazuma, Union, Darkness, and even Aqua all widened their eyes, looking at Megumin in disbelief, then back at Woolbark. Woolbarker's gaze shifted from Chomosuke and landed on Megumin's face. She looked at Megumin's familiar black hair and red eyes, and a dusty corner deep in her memory seemed to be gently touched. She frowned slightly, scrutinizing Megumin, seemingly trying hard to recall. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Finally, Woolbarker's eyes moved slightly, and a flash of realization crossed her golden red irises. Immediately, her usual gentle smile reappeared, though this time, it held a bit more genuine warmth and a hint of nostalgia. Yes, I remember. Woolbark nodded gently, her voice soft. I didn't expect you to actually go and learn explosion magic, and even do so many, well, big things. Her words were like opening a floodgate. Megumin's eyes lit up instantly. A smile bloomed on her face, unconcealed, mixed with excitement, joy, and a hint of shyness, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for saving me back then, and thank you for letting me know about explosion magic. It helped me define my dream. My explosion magic is very strong now, you know. Is that so? That's wonderful. Woolbark smiled and shifted her gaze to Union, who was standing to the side, also looking expectant and wanting to say something. As for you, you are Union, right? I remember you too. I had previously invited you to come on a trip with me, but you refused. Why, you really remember me? Union's small face turned red with happiness, and she twisted her fingers in embarrassment. I was timid back then. I'm sorry. Watching the inexplicably harmonious atmosphere between the three, which even carried a hint of reminiscing, Kazuma, Darkness, and Aqua looked at each other, feeling their brains couldn't quite process it. What was going on? Megumin and Union knew this evil god all along? They had been saved by her? Invited on a trip? Was this evil god some kind of friend to the children of the Crimson Demon clan in the past? Hey! Now is not the time to be chatting about this. Aqua finally recovered from her shock and the grievance of being scratched by a cat. Looking at the happy and harmonious scene before her, she felt ignored and immediately yelled in desperation, interrupting the strange atmosphere. Get a grip on the situation. This person is a Demon King's army executive. She is the evil god Woebak. We are here to capture her. We are not here for a class reunion. Being yelled at like that, the others finally snapped back to reality. That's right. We almost got sidetracked. Kazuma quickly coughed twice, tried hard to straighten his face, put on a serious expression, looked at Woolbark, and asked in a deep voice, Woolbark, let's put other things aside for now. I'm asking you, why did you join the Demon King's army? Based on your personality, you don't look like a bad person either. Why serve the Demon King and harass the Kingdom Army at the front lines in that way? Facing Kazuma's serious questioning, Woolbark merely blinked those golden red eyes and asked back with a strange expression, eh? But? Didn't you also become a Demon King yourself? And you even built such a large Demon King's castle. Ah? Kazuma was instantly choked. The speech he had prepared was stuck in his throat, and his face turned a bit red. This, how can this be the same? My being a Demon King is. Well, it seems there isn't really a legitimate reason, I was just forced into it by the system and the situation. Seeing Kazuma's deflated look, Woolbark couldn't help but chuckle. She stopped teasing him and let her gaze fall back onto Chomosuke at her feet, who was rubbing its head against her as if it had found a long-lost relative. Her eyes softened, but also held a hint of deep exhaustion and helplessness. I cannot tell you why I joined the Demon King's army. That is a very complicated reason, involving many promises and constraints. Woolbark said softly, lifting a finger to gently tap Chomosuke's little head. However, I can tell you another thing. She lifted her head, looked at everyone, and said word by word. The other half I have been searching for all these years, is it? Her finger was pointing directly at the little black cat rolling around and acting cute at her feet, Chomosuke. The air froze once again. Except for Megumin, everyone else showed expressions of disbelief, their gazes moving back and forth between the docile Chomosuke and the serious-looking Woolbark. Chomosuke is really an evil god? Is it Woolbark's lost other half? Those Chunibya things Megumin usually says, like Chomosuke is an evil god or world-destroying demon cat, weren't they all just nonsense? Chomosuke is really. Union covered her small mouth. How incredible. Darkness breathed rapidly. Huh? Aqua's jaw almost hit the floor. This stupid cat that does nothing but eat and sleep, and is terrified of everything, is the other half of you, an evil god. Are you kidding me? How does it look like an evil god at all? And the name is so ugly too. Chomosuke. Woolbark was also stunned when she heard the name, then she showed a wry expression and looked at Megumin. Chomosuke. What kind of weird name is that? You gave it such a strange name? Regardless, it is a girl, after all. Megumin's face flushed red, and she turned her head away feeling a bit guilty, muttering softly, I just thought this name was cool. Woolbark shook her head helplessly, not dwelling on this issue. She took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and slowly raised her right hand, the right hand she had been keeping hidden under her wide black robe. Look, this is the reason. Everyone followed her movement and looked. When her hand was fully extended from under the black robe, everyone gasped. That was a hand, almost completely transparent, as if carved from the purest crystal, yet one could faintly see the fine veins of energy flowing inside. Although it maintained the shape of a hand, one could clearly feel that it lacked substance, lacked something fundamental, and was so fragile that it seemed it would shatter at the slightest touch. My power is severely damaged because I lost my other half, and my divinity is also in an incomplete state. Wolbaka's voice was very calm, but beneath the calm was long-suppressed pain and urgency. If I cannot merge with this child as soon as possible and retrieve my complete power, my very existence will gradually become unstable and eventually dissipate completely. She paused, glanced at Chomosuke, which seemed to understand her words and was gently rubbing its head against her transparent right hand, and her tone became even deeper. Of course, there is another choice. I retrieve the power alone. But in that case, this child's consciousness, Chomosuke, will disappear completely. After all, it was originally a part of my power, it just possessed an independent form and consciousness in a special way. Everyone fell silent. Looking at Wolbaka's shocking, transparent right hand, and then at Chomosuke, who was full of reliance on her, everyone understood her choice and her urgency. Fusion, becoming one, returning to wholeness. This was the only way to protect both parties. And Chomosuke, judging by its behavior just now, it seemed to be instinctively seeking fusion with Wolbaka. Kazuma. Megumin looked at Kazuma, her red eyes filled with struggle. She didn't want to lose Chomosuke, but she also couldn't just stand by and watch Wolbaka dissipate due to her lack of power, or erase Chomosuke's consciousness to save herself. Union was also biting her lip, looking at Wolbaka and then at Chomosuke, her little face full of conflict. Darkness frowned deeply, seemingly deep in thought. Aqua looked indignant, but upon seeing Wolbaka's hand and then Chomosuke, she opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything harsh. Kazuma looked at the complex situation before him, feeling a massive headache coming on. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to move to the corner of the room. Let's have a quick meeting, he said in a low voice. The group huddled together, and Kazuma quickly said, you all know the situation. Wolbaka is an enemy, but she doesn't seem to be a pure enemy. Her relationship with Chomosuke, and her condition. We have a few options now. 1. Forcibly take her back, but that might lead to uncontrollable consequences, and Megumin and Union seem to have a past with her. 2. Ignore her, but what about Chomosuke? Plus, she is, after all, a Demon King's army executive. 3. He paused and glanced at Wolbaka not far away, who was sitting there quietly, petting Chomosuke, seemingly unconcerned about their secret talk. 3. Kazuma continued, make her swear in the name of a goddess that she won't cause trouble after the fusion, won't be our enemy, and then, we allow her to fuse and try to, well, bring her into our Axel faction. After all, a goddess in a complete state would be a great asset to us, and it would solve Chomosuke's problem and also settle things for Megumin and Union. I object! Aqua was the first to jump up, and although she lowered her voice, her tone was intense. She's an evil god Wolbaka. And she's involved with the Demon King's army. How can we let her join us? Besides, she was just arguing with me. I think it's a bit risky, Union said softly, but her eyes drifted toward Wolbaka, clearly unable to bear it. Megumin kept her head down, her fingers twisted together, clearly feeling extremely conflicted inside. Emotionally, she hoped Wolbaka and Chomosuke could fuse safely, but rationally, she knew it was dangerous. Darkness thought for a moment and said, I abstain. This matter is of great importance and should be decided by Kazuma. Kazuma looked at Megumin and Union. What are your opinions? Megumin struggled for a long time before finally looking up, her red eyes filled with determination, though her voice trembled. I object. I don't want to take the risk. But if she is willing to swear, and can guarantee that Chomosuke, guarantee that she, after the fusion, will be fine. Her words were a bit incoherent, but the meaning was clear. She was inclined to agree, but was afraid. Yunyun also nodded and whispered, I also object. But if Megumin agrees, I can too. That's 2 votes against, Megumin, Yunyun, 1 abstention, Darkness, and 1. Kazuma looked at Aqua. I firmly object. Aqua said, hands on her hips. 1 vote of firm objection. Kazuma nodded and pointed at himself, I vote in favor. He looked at Aqua, 3 votes to 1, Aqua, your objection is invalid. Who? On what grounds? I am the goddess. Aqua protested. On the grounds that I am the Demon King, and currently, there are 5 of us voting. Kazuma rolled his eyes at her and walked toward Woolbark. Woolbark looked up, her golden red eyes watching him calmly, seemingly having already guessed their decision. We've discussed it, Kazuma said, looking at her seriously. We can allow you and Chomosuke to fuse, and we can try to accept you. But the condition is that you must swear in the name of the goddess who governs sloth and tyranny, to join the faction led by me, become our companion and fighting force, not to betray, and not to harm the innocent without cause. In exchange, we will provide you with a safe environment and protection for the fusion, and help you recover. Woolbark listened quietly, her expression unchanged. After Kazuma finished speaking, she was silent for a few seconds, then slowly stood up. Chomosuke also stood up, crouching at her feet, looking up at her. I understand. Woolbarker's voice was soft, yet carried a strange sense of solemnity. She raised her intact left hand, gently pressing it against her chest, her golden red eyes staring straight at Kazuma, and said clearly, word by word. I, Woolbark, in the name of the goddess who holds the authority of sloth and the tyranny, hereby make this vow. I will join the faction led by Soto Kazuma, become a member under his command, and contribute my strength. I will abide by the faction's rules, will not betray without cause, and will not harm the innocent. In exchange for this, I trade for the opportunity to fuse with my other half, Chomosuke, to return to wholeness, and I seek your protection and assistance until my power is restored. As she spoke, an invisible ripple, carrying divine majesty, spread out from her, and although weak, it was indeed present. The vow was made. Then, let's begin. Kazuma stepped back a few paces, signaling others to disperse as well, leaving space for Woolbark and Chomosuke. Woolbark nodded to Kazuma, then looked down at Chomosuke at her feet. Chomosuke also looked up at her, and in its black cat eyes, there seemed to be no more confusion, only the reflection of Woolbark. I'm coming back, my other half of sloth and willfulness. Woolbark whispered, bending down, and with her intact left hand, gently scooped up Chomosuke. Chomosuke did not struggle, but instead actively pressed its little head against Woolbarker's palm. The next moment, a strong, yet not dazzling red light erupted from Woolbarker's palm and Chomosuke's body simultaneously. The red light completely enveloped the person and the cat, forming a huge, constantly rotating cocoon of energy. Powerful energy fluctuations surged within the room, but seemed to be constrained by some force, not leaking out. Kazuma and the others watched the ball of red light nervously. Megumin was gripping Yunyun's hand so tightly that her nails were digging into Yunyun's flesh. The red light grew brighter, and the rotation faster. Then it suddenly contracted inward. Hum! The light instantly retracted and dissipated. In its place, only one figure remained. It was a cat. It was slightly larger than the previous Chomosuke, its fur was more lustrous and pitch black, and its posture as it sat on the ground was elegant and composed. It flicked its tail, looked up, and gazed at everyone. Its eyes were no longer pure cat pupils, but a pair of golden red eyes that shimmered like the finest gemstones. They were exactly like Woolbarker's eyes. And, right in the center of its forehead, there was a small, seemingly natural red cross mark. Meow tilde it let out a soft meow at everyone, the sound clearer and more melodious than a normal cat's meow, and it even carried a hint of gentle amusement. Immediately after, a soft pink light emanated from the black cat's body again. The light dissipated, and Woolbark reappeared in the same spot. Pink short hair, pointed elf ears, an exquisite and beautiful face, golden red eyes. It seemed there wasn't much change from before, but if one looked closely, they would find her form seemed much more solid than before. A healthy luster seemed to flow beneath her skin, and her entire aura was more rounded and complete. Especially her right hand, which had originally been transparent, although it still had a somewhat illusory feel, it was no longer transparent, and the outline of the palm could be vaguely seen. And on her forehead, there was also a small red cross mark, exactly like the one on the black cat's forehead just moments ago. Phew! Woolbark let out a soft sigh of relief, raised her right hand to look at it, and a look of relief appeared on her face. Finally, it's temporarily stabilized. But the power hasn't fully fused yet, and the state is still unstable. Her words had barely fallen when a pink light flashed on her body again, and with a soft puff sound, after the smoke cleared, she had turned back into that black cat form with the red mark on its forehead and golden red eyes. Meow? The black cat looked down at its paws, shook its head helplessly, and spoke in human language, its voice sounding directly in everyone's minds. It seems that for a short time, I won't be able to maintain human form for long. I need to slowly adapt and recover my strength. Hearing Woolbarker's gentle and pleasant voice coming from a cat's mouth was truly a bizarre scene. But everyone understood that the fusion was successful. Woolbark had retrieved most of her power, and Chomasuke's consciousness had completely merged with hers. Now, she was a complete individual with Woolbark as the main body, but containing all of Chomasuke's traits and memories. It was just that because the fusion had just occurred, the power was unstable, and the form could not be fixed. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Just then, Aqua, who was nearby, suddenly pointed at the black cat on the ground and burst into exaggerated laughter. I'm dying of laughter. You fused for so long, and it turns out you became a cat that can't stay in human form. And you call yourself a goddess. I think you're a cat goddess. Ha ha ha. And what is this? A recurring gag? Are you going to use your cat form to act cute when we fight in the future? Chomasuke slowly turned its head, those golden red cat eyes looking calmly at Aqua, who was clutching her stomach in laughter. Then, before anyone could react, Chomasuke's figure flashed, turning into a streak of black lightning as it lunged at Aqua. Meow! Whoa! What are you doing? Let go of me. It hurts. Are you a dog? No, wait, you're a cat. Let go. Let go. Aqua's screams echoed throughout the room. It could be seen that Chomasuke was biting Aqua's arm tightly, its limbs clinging firmly to her body, and no matter how much Aqua shook, she couldn't shake it off. Ha ha ha. This time it was Kazuma, Megumin, and Yunyun's turn to laugh, and even Darkness couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips upward. It seemed that after the fusion, Chomasuke's I don't like you attitude toward Aqua, as well as certain cat habits, had been perfectly inherited. Chapter 82. You wouldn't want to have no hot springs in the future, would you? The night deepened, and the hot spring in Yuzuyu was once again filled with warm, humid steam. The girls had finished enjoying the comfortable hot springs, leaving the bathhouse one by one, their faces flushed and bodies radiating heat, leaving behind only the sound of splashing water and the lingering scent of sulfur. Kazuma estimated the time. Once there was absolutely no movement outside, he slowly picked up his towel and change of clothes and walked toward the bathhouse. Pushing open the glass door leading to the hot spring pool, the familiar warm, humid air rushed to meet him. He let out a sigh of relief, untying his robe while scanning the misty pool. Then, his gaze locked onto an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the hot spring pool. There sat a wooden basin with smooth edges, slightly larger than an ordinary wash basin. The wooden basin was filled with more than half a basin of hot spring water, steam rising from it in wisps. In the center of the wooden basin, a jet black cat, with only a small red cross mark on its forehead and a pair of heterochromatic gold-red eyes, was lying on its back on the water's surface in an extremely human-like, lazy, and comfortable posture, with only its head and half its body exposed above the water. It kept its eyes closed, ears twitching slightly, its little nose sniffing the fragrant steam from time to time, while the tip of its tail swayed gently in the water, emitting an extremely faint, comfortable purr. It was Woolbark, who had just finished fusing not long ago, was temporarily unable to maintain her human form for long, and could only move around in her Chomasuk form. Seemingly aware that someone had entered, Woolbark lazily opened one gold-red eye, glanced at Kazuma, and then closed it again, as if to say, "Oh, it's you," and continued to enjoy her basin bath. Kazuma. This scene, how to put it, it was a bit eerie, yet also funny. A dignified goddess who ruled over sloth and violence was now, like an ordinary pet cat, soaking in a small wooden basin, looking so satisfied. Kazuma shook his head, took off his clothes, wrapped a towel around himself, and stepped into the hot spring pool. The warm spring water instantly enveloped his entire body, dispelling the chill of the night and the fatigue from days of rushing about. He sighed comfortably and leaned against the edge of the pool, but his gaze involuntarily drifted back to that wooden basin. The water in the wooden basin seemed to have cooled down a bit, perhaps because it had been sitting for a while, combined with the black cat soaking. Seeing this, Woolbark extended a small paw, disdainfully patted the water surface that had become somewhat lukewarm, and then looked up toward Kazuma and let out 2 soft meows. The meow was soft and gentle, yet carried a sense of entitlement. Her gold-red cat eyes stared straight at Kazuma, as if to say, "Hey, servant, the water is cold. Bring me some hot water." Kazuma. He was amused by the cat's brazen attitude of ordering people around, but what made him more conflicted was another issue. He closed his eyes, let his thoughts sink into his mind, and pulled up the system interface. The status of the quest, Twilight of the Evil God, was still clearly displayed as incomplete. The penalty was losing the lip-reading skill, which he didn't really care about, since he rarely had the chance to use it anyway. But the rewards, the Kamen Rider Ghost Ride Watch, and that happy bathhouse, they were all good stuff. The Ghost Ride Watch represented new Kamen Rider power, and the bathhouse could be placed in Axel, solving Woolbarker's obsession with hot springs. But the quest requirement was to use your own method to severely discipline this arrogant, half-baked evil god Woback. But now? Woolbark had become one of his own, a cat, had sworn an oath, had just gone through a painful fusion, and was now soaking in a basin as a cat. How could he discipline her now? Was he really supposed to lay a hand on his new companion, who he had just brought into his fold and looked harmless? Kazuma looked at the black cat in the wooden basin, which was slightly frowning due to the lack of water temperature, and had an expression that said, "The servant, why haven't you come to serve me yet?" and a fierce inner struggle ensued. He didn't want Woolbark to disappear and wanted to help her recover, that was true. But the system's rewards, they were also really tempting. Moreover, although the penalty for failing the quest wasn't severe, it was still a failure, which didn't fit his pluck a feather from every passing goose style. What to do? His gaze swept over Woolbarker's sleek, shiny black fur, and then looked at the basin of water that wasn't very hot anymore. A bold, Kichikuma style, an extremely Soto Kazuma idea crept into his mind like vines growing in the dark. Since the quest requirement was punishment, it didn't specify to what extent. Besides, Woolbark looked quite deserving of discipline in her current state, ordering people around without any hesitation. An evil smile slowly curled at the corners of Kazuma's mouth. He opened his eyes, his green eyes flashing with malicious intent amidst the steam of the hot spring. He stood up, splashing water, and walked toward that wooden basin. Woolbark seemed to sense something, opened her gold-red cat eyes again, and looked at the approaching Kazuma with some confusion. When she saw that familiar Kazuma-style evil grin on his face, mixed with calculation and mischief, her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and a foreboding feeling arose. "Meow? What are you doing?" she asked with her eyes. Kazuma walked to the edge of the wooden basin, crouched down, and his smile became even more kind. He reached out, but instead of grabbing the ladle to add hot water, he grabbed Woolbark by the scruff of her neck and lifted her entirely out of the warm water basin. "Meow! What are you doing?" Woolbarker's forepaws scratched the air in vain, her gold-red cat eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This human who had just agreed to let her fuse and accepted her into the group. What did he want to do? Woolbark tilde Kazuma said in that deliberately drawn-out, punchable tone, the evil grin on his face almost overflowing. Look, you're a member of our Axel now, right? And from now on, you'll be living in Axel, right? Meow? So what? Woolbark struggled, trying to get Kazuma to put her down. So, Kazuma brought his face close to the black cat he was holding, and in a near whisper, delivered that classic, threatening, scum-like line. You wouldn't want to have no hot springs to soak in Axel in the future, would you? Meow. What did you say? Woolbark stiffened completely, her gold-red cat eyes wide open, as if she had heard the most absurd, shameless, and unreasonable threat in the world. Threatening a cat with a hot spring. What kind of devilish logic is this? Scum. Pervert. Kichikuma. How could she have thought this guy was somewhat amiable? It must have been an illusion. She must have been dizzy from soaking in the hot spring. However, before she could decide whether to scratch his face with her cat claws or force herself back into human form despite her unstable state to hit him, Kazuma showed her with his actions what it meant to walk the talk. Sorry, Woolbark, there's no other way. Kazuma said, offering apologies in a completely insincere tone, while his arms suddenly swung. Splash! Meow! A huge splash, accompanied by a shrill cat cry, exploded in the hot spring pool. Kazuma had actually taken the wet Woolbark he was holding and, like throwing a stone, hurled her hard and squarely into the deepest, hottest part of the hot spring pool. Glug glug glug! Caught off guard, the cat was instantly submerged by the warm pool water. Water poured into her mouth, nose, and ears. Although she was a god and wouldn't drown, the feeling of being suddenly pushed into the water, along with Kazuma's undisguised malicious behavior, left her both shocked and furious. She thrashed underwater, and through the rippling water and rising bubbles, her gold-red cat eyes clearly saw Kazuma on the bank, bent over, looking into the water with an expression of unbearable pity and apology, but the extremely malicious evil grin at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Liar. Scum. He was doing it on purpose. He was enjoying the process. Unforgivable. Extreme shame and fury instantly shattered Woolbarker's reason, and temporarily overcame the limitations of her unstable form. She didn't even care that she wouldn't be wearing any clothes after transforming, nor did she care about being seen. A pink light erupted in the water. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. On the water surface less than 2 meters away from Kazuma, the pink light exploded, and a slender, graceful, stark-naked snow-white figure burst out of the water. Her wet pink short hair clung to her delicate cheeks and graceful neck, and water droplets rolled down her fair skin and breathtaking curves. Woolbark had returned to her human form, her gold-red eyes burning with rage, her cheeks flushed her intoxicating crimson from anger and the heat of the hot spring. She stood in the chest-deep hot spring water, completely indifferent to her exposure, raised her right hand, which had become much more solid, clenched it into a fist, and divine power instantly wrapped around it. Soto Kazuma! You scum! Amidst the roar filled with shame and fury, Woolbarker's fist, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, landed squarely on Kazuma's face, who hadn't had time to react. Bang! Puhr! Kazuma felt his vision go black, a sharp pain shot through his cheek, and he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a battering ram. He screamed and flew backward, tracing a graceful arc, and landed with a splash on the other side of the hot spring pool, sending up a large spray of water. Cough, cough, doer. Kazuma clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, struggled to sit up in the shallow water, feeling his head buzzing and stars dancing before his eyes. His Saburo-like constitution allowed him to avoid being knocked out, but the pain was real. Serves you right. Scum. Pervert. Kichikuma. Woolbark stood in the center of the hot spring, her chest heaving violently with anger, glaring fiercely at Kazuma. However, after landing that punch, she seemed to calm down a bit. Remembering that she wasn't wearing any clothes, her face turned even redder, and she quickly crouched back into the water, revealing only her head, though her eyes remained murderous. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Kazuma apologized, his words slurred as he clutched his swollen face, but his eyes involuntarily drifted toward the water. Ahem, do not look at what is improper, do not look at what is improper. You're still looking. Woolbark was both embarrassed and angry, raising her hand to splash another handful of water at Kazuma. Kazuma quickly dodged, but he was overjoyed inside. Because when he was being beaten just now, he clearly heard the pleasant, melodic system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the water drowning punishment on the target Woolbark. Quest Twilight of the Evil God completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kamen Rider Ghost Ride Watch X1, Happy Bathhouse, from Kamen Rider Revice, Construction Blueprint X1. Rewards have been stored in the system space, please check, host. It was done. The quest was completed. The rewards were in hand. Although the process was a bit, well, tortuous, and he paid the price of having half his face swollen like a pig's head, the result was good. As for Woolbarker's anger, since she was already one of his own, he could just coax her slowly later. The hot spring threat seemed very effective, maybe next time he could try threatening her with his cutting off food. While calculating various cat-taming plans in his mind, Kazuma clutched his swollen face and gave a smile to Woolbark, who was still glaring at him in the water, thinking it was full of apology, but it looked quite comical because of his swollen face. Woolbark, keep soaking, remember to call me when the water gets cold, I'll change it for you. He said with a sheepish smile, slowly moving toward the edge of the pool, preparing to slip away. Get out! Woolbark squeezed out the word through her teeth, shot him a fierce glare with her gold-red eyes, and then, with a poof, turned back into her Chomasuke form. It seemed that because she had forced herself back into human form to throw that punch, it had consumed a lot of energy. After turning back into a cat this time, she was visibly exhausted, and even her eyes looked a bit listless. But even so, she stubbornly and elegantly swam to the edge of the pool, climbed ashore, shook the water droplets off her body, and then walked to the wooden basin, pouring at it to signal Kazuma, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you hurrying to change the hot water for me?" Kazuma looked at this black cat who was obviously exhausted but still desperately wanted to maintain her goddess demeanor, and couldn't help but want to laugh again, but the movement tugged at his swollen, painful cheek, so he could only grin and bear it. Resigned to his fate, he picked up the ladle, scooped up some steaming fresh spring water from the hot spring pool, and poured it into the wooden basin. Only then did Woolbark let out a satisfied meow, jumped nimbly into the wooden basin refilled with hot water, found a comfortable position to lie down, closed her eyes, and once again emitted a comfortable purr. It was as if the water torture and the mancat battle from just a moment ago had never happened. It was just that when Kazuma secretly looked at her, she would occasionally lift her eyelids and shoot him a cold glance with those gold-red cat eyes, the look clearly saying, "If you dare to do this again next time, I'll scratch your face off." Kazuma touched his swollen, painful cheek, looked at the newly acquired Ghost Ride Watch and bathhouse in his system space, and in the end, couldn't help it, the corners of his mouth curled up again into a smug, evil grin mixed with pain and satisfaction. Although the process was a bit painful and a bit risky, but this wave was worth it. Chapter 83, Woolbark arrives at Axel. Axel, Caucasus Scarab Castle. The light of the teleportation circle slowly brightened in a room on the first floor of the castle, then quickly extinguished. As the light dispersed, it revealed Kazuma and his party, along with Chomasuke, who was lazily draped over Megumin's shoulder, sporting a red mark on its forehead and gold-red eyes. Phew, we're finally back. Aqua was the first to stretch out in a huge yawn, sighing without any sense of decorum, "It's still most comfortable at home. Even though there's no hot spring to soak in." "Hey, that cat over there. Remember to take me to that hot spring inn you found tomorrow." Woolbark lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at her, her gold-red cat eyes filled with undisguised disdain, then turned her head away, showing the back of her head to her. The meaning was obvious, "I can't be bothered with you." "You?" Aqua was so angry she stomped her feet, but considering she might be sanctioned by Kazuma for fighting in the castle, she had to give up, pouting. Darkness, however, seemed somewhat preoccupied. Looking at the familiar and warm scene in the castle, and then recalling the scorched earth and the routed kingdom army on the front line, she whispered, "Is it really appropriate for us to come back like this, leaving the mess on the front line behind? The kingdom army, and the Demon King's army. What's inappropriate about it?" Kazuma rubbed his cheek, which was still faintly aching, and said indifferently, "On the kingdom army's side, without Wolbach's harassment, they can finally catch their breath and reorganize their defenses. On the Demon King's army's side, with one executive missing, they might be in chaos for a while, which is also good for us. As for Wolbach," he glanced at the black cat, "she's one of us now, so let's turn the page on the past. This is called talent acquisition, get it? Sophistry." Darkness muttered, but didn't say anything more. She knew that although Kazuma was often reckless, he had a sense of proportion when it came to major issues. "Welcome back, Kazuma, everyone." A gentle voice rang out. Whis, wearing her unchanging dark robe, and Chris, in neat casual clothes, walked over from the other end of the corridor. Both were holding freshly brewed hot tea, looking as if they had just been resting in the nearby living room. "Whis, Chris." Union greeted them happily. However, after Whis and Chris approached, their gazes fell simultaneously, with obvious confusion, on the black cat on Megumin's shoulder. "That?" Whis tilted her head, her deep purple eyes full of bewilderment. "Megumin, Chomosuke, seems a bit different. It feels. The aura has become so strange, a little familiar, yet a little foreign, and also." Chris also frowned slightly. The silver-haired, purple-eyed goddess had sharper powers of observation. She stared intently at Chomosuke, especially those gold-red heterochromatic eyes, and said in a deep voice, "It's not just the aura. It's gaze, and that kind of, vaguely emanating feeling, something isn't right. Is this really Chomosuke?" "Ah, well." Megumin scratched her face awkwardly, not knowing how to explain. Was she supposed to say, "This isn't Chomosuke, it's the evil god Wolbach who has merged with Chomosuke"? Just then, "Oh my, isn't this our great Archduke of Demons, Lord Varney? I didn't expect to see you here, truly a pleasant surprise as dot." A gentle, pleasant, yet clearly mocking and complex female voice suddenly rang out directly in everyone's minds. It wasn't heard through the ears, but transmitted directly on a spiritual level. Whis and Chris were startled and immediately looked around vigilantly, but couldn't find the source of the voice. Aqua was also shocked. Who? Who is speaking? Only Kazuma, Megumin, Union, Darkness, and the subject herself, Wolbach, knew whose voice it was. The Wolbach on Megumin's shoulder slowly lifted her head, her gold-red cat eyes looking at the empty air in front of them. The next second, the air there twisted, and a tall figure in a flashy purple suit and a creepy smiling mask appeared silently, as if emerging from water. Varney. My, this really is. Varney pushed up the mask on his face, his red eyes flickering with interest behind the mask's holes. He looked up and down at the black cat on Megumin's shoulder, his tone filled with undisguised pleasure. "Look who it is? Isn't this my superior in the Demon King's army? Congratulations, congratulations. It seems you've recovered your lost power. However, this state doesn't seem very stable, does it? TSK, turning into this cute appearance, it really is quite unique." "Varney?" Whis and Chris exclaimed simultaneously. Whis even subconsciously took a small step back, clearly having been electrocuted before. "You guy?" Wolbach's voice rang out in everyone's minds again, with a trace of annoyance and disbelief. "Weren't you defeated by Kazuma and the others before and died? How are you here? Died? Ah, you mean that." Varney used a white-gloved finger to gently tap the prominent 2 on his mask, his tone light. "I did indeed die. Standing before you now is the brand new, upgraded Varney 2. Surprised? Unexpected?" Wolbach was silent for 2 seconds, then a highly human sigh, filled with deep helplessness and a "I knew it" sentiment, rang out in everyone's minds, so it was just faking death to go out and play. It made me, your superior, quite sad for a while back then. You guy, you really haven't changed at all. Hearing the word superior, Wiz and Chris looked at the black cat with renewed shock. Superior? This cat is Varney's superior? Are there clear hierarchies among the Demon King's army executives? And listening to this tone, it seems it can't be hidden anymore. Woolbark also seemed to feel there was no need to hide it. A flash of pink light. With a soft puff, after the smoke cleared, the black cat on Megumin's shoulder disappeared. In its place stood a beautiful woman standing before them, wearing a simple black robe, with short pink hair, pointed ears, gold-red heterochromatic eyes, and a red cross mark on her forehead. The goddess who rules over sloth and tyranny, Woolbark. Long time no see, Wheeze. Woolbark nodded to the stunned Wheeze, acknowledging her, then looked at Chris. Her gaze lingered on her for a moment, appearing to notice something, but she didn't say much, just introduced herself gently. Hello, I am Woolbark. As you can see, for now, I am the companion on Kazuma's side. You are Lady Woolbark. Wiz finally reacted, covering her small mouth, her deep purple eyes wide open. But aren't you an executive of the Demon King's army? How could you? And Chomasuk? Chomasuk is her, and she is also Chomasuk. Kazuma summarized concisely. In short, they were separated in the past, now they've been found, merged, and become one of our own. The process is complicated, but that's the result. Let Megumin and Union explain the specific details to you. That's right. Union nodded vigorously, her small face filled with excitement. Lady Woolbark knew me and Megumin back in the Crimson Demon Village, and she even saved Megumin. Megumin also nodded, her gaze toward Woolbark complex, but mostly relieved. Woolbark smiled at Wheeze and Chris, then turned her gaze to Aqua, looked at Kazuma again, and finally said to Chris, although I don't know your specific identity, someone who can be kept around by an idiot like Aqua surely isn't an ordinary person. And she narrowed her gold-red eyes slightly, seemingly sensing the faint, divine aura on Chris that was of the same origin as Aqua's but more restrained and profound. She is Eris. Kazuma directly revealed the answer. They were all their own people anyway. Eris? Woolbark was truly shocked this time. She carefully scrutinized Chris, especially those calm purple eyes. Then, she turned her head sharply to look at Kazuma, her gold-red eyes filled with disbelief. The goddess of fortune, Lady Eris. She is also on your side. Woolbark was silent for a full 5 seconds, then she slowly raised her hand, pointed at Kazuma, then at Aqua and Chris, and sighed in everyone's minds with an extremely bizarre tone, mixed with shock, absurdity, admiration, and a hint of what is wrong with this world. A perverse, stingy, unconventional human boy actually managed to collect both the goddess of water and the goddess of fortune under his command. Soto Kazuma, should I call you daring, insanely lucky, or simply an incomprehensible freak? Hey! What do you mean by collect? And who are you calling a freak? Kazuma protested, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Being evaluated like this by a goddess, it felt pretty good. Aqua puffed out her chest, looking proud. That's right. This goddess is very amazing. As for Eris, she's SOSO. Chris glanced at Aqua helplessly and said nothing. Woolbark shook her head, seemingly feeling that this world was becoming increasingly magical. However, since she was here, she might as well stay. She had already sworn to join this side, and it seemed that life here was much more interesting than being a tool in the Demon King's army who had to go to the front lines to fire cannons from time to time, and at least there were plenty of hot springs. All right, enough small talk. Kazuma clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. After the long journey, everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest. Megumin, Union, I'll leave Woolbark to you two to settle in. Arrange a room for her, preferably close to the hot spring. Yes. Union responded happily. Megumin also nodded and looked at Woolbark. Chomu. Woolbark, please follow me. Woolbark nodded to Kazuma, signaled to Whis and Chris, and then followed Megumin and Yunyun away. Aqua yawned, shouting, "I'm exhausted, I'm going to sleep," and ran back to her room. Darkness also bowed and excused herself. Only Kazuma, Whis, Chris, and Varney, who didn't know when he had produced another cup of black tea and was leaning against the wall sipping it leisurely, remained in the living room. "Then, I shall take my leave as well. It seems there is a new chiffonier in the city, truly something to look forward to." Varney raised his teacup to Kazuma, and his figure rippled like water again and disappeared. "This guy?" Kazuma curled his lips, but he was used to Varney's elusive nature. "Kazuma, sir," Whis walked up with some concern. "Lady Woolbark, is she really okay? After all, she was an executive of the Demon King's army, and the power she wields." "Don't worry, Whis." Kazuma waved his hand. "She has sworn in the name of a goddess. Besides, her current state is unstable and requires our help to recover. At least for the short term, there's no need to worry. Compared to this..." He changed the subject, his brows furrowed slightly, his consciousness sinking into the system space, looking at the happy bathhouse he had just acquired. The blueprints were very detailed, marking various modern bathroom equipment, hot spring systems, and even saunas and lounge areas. It was completely a high-end hot spring in configuration. There was also a system note on the side, saying that according to the host's wishes, the designated building could be fused and renovated with the existing bathroom in the castle, upgrading it directly. "If I could just install this bathhouse directly into the castle's bathroom, that would be great. After all, it's full of modern equipment." Kazuma touched his chin and thought. He remembered there was a fairly large bathroom in the castle. Although the style was Western, the space was sufficient. However, as soon as this thought arose, another place flashed in his mind, a Managawa High School. The equipment inside was probably even more advanced than this happy bathhouse. And, he seemed, ever since the school was established, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Completely left it to the Crimson Demon Clan to mess around with. Crimson Demon Clan plus modern high-tech school plus no supervision. A sense of foreboding, like a cold viper, quietly wrapped around Kazuma's heart, making him shudder. It's over. Something is going to happen. He couldn't even imagine what kind of trouble that group of Crimson Demon Clan members, with heads full of chinibia, hot-bloodedness, explosions, and wild ideas, would cause after getting their hands on that level of toys. Laboratory explosions were probably minor matters. What if some genius wanted to build a Kamen Rider belt, and then accidentally blew it up? The more Kazuma thought about it, the more afraid he became, and cold sweat was almost dripping down. This wasn't a joke. Axel couldn't withstand that level of surprise. No way. Kazuma slapped his thigh hard and stood up, his expression extremely serious. Tomorrow I must go to Amanagawa High School to take a look. I must go. Amanagawa High School. Whis and Chris were both puzzled. They knew there was such a school, which was created by Kazuma to house and educate the children of the Crimson Demon Clan, but they didn't know the specific situation inside, because Kazuma seemed to intentionally or unintentionally keep them from getting too close to it. Yes, that school. Kazuma nodded, his face solemn. I'm a bit worried. I need to go and check to prevent any accidents. Then we will go with you. Chris said, I happen to be a bit curious about that school as well. Besides, with more people, it will be easier to take care of things if something happens. I also want to go and help. Whis also raised her hand. Although she was a bit scared, she was more worried that Kazuma would be in danger if he went alone. That works. Kazuma thought about it and agreed. Bringing Chris as combat power and Whis as a lick who, while occasionally unreliable, could be useful, was indeed safer. Aqua is definitely too lazy to move. Megumin and Union have to accompany Woolbark to catch up. Kazuma calculated, darkness should be free. Then it will be the four of us, setting off early tomorrow morning. Yes. Whis and Chris responded. Night fell, and Axel gradually sank into tranquility. but in the Demon King's heart, because of his worry about that mysterious school, he couldn't be completely calm. He always felt that inspecting the school tomorrow probably wouldn't go as smoothly as he imagined. That group of Crimson Demon clan brats. No, even if they were adults, they could definitely cause surprises that would make one's scalp numb. Hopefully tomorrow, everything will be peaceful. Chapter 84, Whis, Charred by Electricity. Note, this story segment takes place during the time Kazuma and his party were away. Skipping it does not affect the subsequent plot. A few days ago, during the time when Kazuma took Megumin, Union, Darkness, and Aqua away from Axel to visit evil god Woe back at the front lines. The heavy responsibility of managing Caucasus Scarab Castle, as well as all of Axel, fell temporarily onto the shoulders of the remaining Whis and Chris. Chris was responsible for overseeing the overall situation, handling daily affairs, and coordinating the relationships between the Crimson Demon clan, Adventurous, and Succubi. She was kept incredibly busy. As for Whis, with Chris's tacit consent, she spent most of her time holed up in her magic item shop located near the castle, where business was as dismal as ever, continuing her research on magic items with a success rate infinitely close to zero. A few peaceful days passed, though the little lick was certainly on edge. That afternoon, sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting mottled light and shadows onto the dusty shelves of the magic item shop. The shop door was pushed open gently, and the bell on the door gave a crisp ring. "Welcome to." Whis instinctively looked up to greet them, but when she saw the attire of the person who had entered, the word stuck in her throat, and a trace of undisguisable panic flashed in her deep purple eyes. Standing at the door was a tall man, wearing a flamboyant purple suit, with a mask depicting a strange, smiling face on his face. The Archduke of Demons, Varney. "Good afternoon, my dear Lick Boss." Varney pushed up his mask, his red eyes peering through the holes in the mask, curiously examining the shop's usual desolation and Whis's clearly guilty appearance. He walked into the shop with elegant strides, casually picked up a hideous-looking clay cup covered in dust from a shelf, weighed it in his hand, and then put it back with a look of disdain. "Varney-san." Whis hurriedly put down the beaker, scrambling to tidy up the messy counter, but the more she tidied, the messier it got. "Why are you here?" "Me." Varney walked up to the counter, rested his hands on the surface, and leaned forward slightly, his mask almost touching Whis's face. His voice carried his usual magnetic smile, but it made Whis shiver when she heard it. "I came to see you, my reliable business partner. The shop seems very peaceful lately. There have been no explosions, no strange, huge compensation bills, and even the loss reports have decreased. The lack of a deficit these past few days makes me very gratified, and also very curious." He paused, his red eyes locked tightly onto Whis's deep purple eyes, which were darting around due to her guilty conscience. "Do you know, Lick Boss, when I pass by these past few days, the fear, guilt, and trepidation I tasted from you were many times stronger than before, yet it wasn't because of shop losses or failed experiments. This is very interesting, isn't it?" Whis's body began to tremble uncontrollably, her small face pale, her hands clutching the hem of her lick robe tightly, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. She could feel Varney's gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts, firmly pinned on her. So, Varney's voice remained gentle, even carrying a hint of coaxing, but he slowly raised his right hand, arm bent, palm upright, with his other hand across his chest, striking that unforgettable, letter, L-shaped gesture that was etched into Whis's mind. Dangerous yellow electrical sparks began to jump and flicker silently on his arm. "Varney Death Ray, preparing. Can you tell me what on earth happened these past few days? Otherwise, I won't be able to control the Varney Death Ray." Varney asked softly, his tone as gentle as if he were coaxing a child, but the threat was self-evident. "My dear, seemingly suddenly very honest Lick Boss." Looking at that familiar held gesture emitting ominous electrical sparks, Whis's psychological defenses collapsed instantly. She burst out crying with that wear, tears falling like broken beads, sobbing and rambling as she began to confess. "I'm sorry. Varney-san. I didn't mean to." It was Aqua who said that the money in Kazuma-san's treasury belonged to everyone and could be used freely. I only took a tiny bit at first to plug the shop's holes, really just a tiny bit. Later I heard about a batch of super cheap magic item materials from ancient ruins. I was momentarily possessed by the devil, and I took all the money from the treasury to buy that batch of goods. I thought if I made them into magic items and sold them, I could make a fortune, and then pay it back with interest, and even give Kazuma-san a surprise. And the result? Vani's voice was devoid of emotion, and the sparks at his fingertips brightened a little more. The result. Wiz cried even harder, her shoulders heaving. That batch of goods was fake. All of it was fake. My shop, it went bankrupt again. Even the 1 million in prize money I won from the beauty pageant was all lost. Now there isn't a single cent of liquidity in the shop, and I still owe Kazuma-san so much money, so much that I won't be able to pay it back in this life, the next, or the one after that. Woo-woo. The more she spoke, the sadder and more desperate she became. So, now it's not just this shop, but even me, although nominally I'm still my own, but in reality, I'm already considered Kazuma-san's a property. He said I sold myself to work for him to pay off the debt. Vani-san, I'm sorry. I messed up our shop. And I even lost myself. Wah! Wiz collapsed on the floor, wailing loudly, as if wanting to cry out all her grievances, fear, and remorse. She felt she was the most failed lick in the world, the worst business partner, not only bankrupting the shop but also losing herself in the process. Vani listened quietly, the red eyes beneath his mask flickering slightly. He lowered the hand that was making the L gesture, and the sparks at his fingertips extinguished quietly. He was silent for a few seconds, and then, he let out an extremely faint, yet filled with infinite exhaustion and I knew this would happen kind of sigh. Sigh. As expected. He knew it. This idiot lick stopped losing money suddenly, not because she had become smarter or had a change of luck, but because she had gone all in with a super multiplier, lost everything down to her underwear, and even packaged and sold herself to the creditor. He looked at Wiz, who was crying without any dignity on the floor as if the sky had fallen, and then thought of that twisted, stingy, but seemingly always able to clean up messes Demon King Kid Soto Kazuma, and for a moment he was speechless. Hearing Vani's sigh, Wiz thought he had softened and wouldn't punish her with electrocution. Wiz immediately grabbed onto it like a life-saving straw, raised her tear-stained face, and looked at Vani with those deep purple eyes still filled with tears and hope, even trying to squeeze out a reassuring smile that was uglier than crying. Vani-san. Are you not angry with me anymore? I will definitely work hard to pay back the money in the future, and I won't let the shop. She hadn't finished her sentence. ZZZZT. Dazzling yellow electrical sparks, accompanied by a harsh, crackling sound, like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, instantly and accurately struck Wiz, who was still sitting on the floor, just having revealed a reassuring smile. Ah! A scream 10 times more miserable than before resounded throughout the magic item shop. Wiz was completely enveloped in yellow electrical light, her hair standing on end, her body twitching and writhing violently, like a fish thrown onto the shore. A smell of burnt flesh and a faint scent of ozone filled the air. The electric shock lasted for a full 5 seconds. When the light dissipated, Wiz lay on the floor, with faint blue smoke rising from her body, her small face charred black, her eyes dull, only her body still twitching slightly, like a broken doll. Ha! She breathed with difficulty, feeling as if her soul was about to be electrocuted out. Fortunately, she was a lick with tenacious vitality. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be cooked by now. Vani walked to the side of the limp Wiz, looked down at her, pushed up his mask, and his voice betrayed no joy or anger, only a deep, heartfelt helplessness from a demon's core. I am angry, Lick Boss. I am very angry. But not because you bankrupted the shop, nor because you sold yourself. He squatted down and gently poked Wiz's charred cheek with his white gloved finger. What I'm angry about is that you so generously just packaged and gave away our hard-earned alliance, along with you, this stupid troublemaking machine, to someone else. And without even saying a word. Although that Demon King kid is indeed interesting, working for him might have more of a future than losing money every day. Varney's tone carried a hint of annoyance, but your turnaround speed is just too fast. It makes me, your former partner, lose a lot of face. Whiz. She was already too electrocuted to speak, only able to make weak who. Who? Breathing sounds, her eyes innocent and aggrieved, as if saying I didn't want to either. Forget it. Varney stood up, patted the non-existent dust off his hands, looked at the miserable wheeze on the floor, then looked at this shop that had only 4 walls, and finally, cast his gaze toward the direction of the castle. It seems I have to change how I refer to this Axel from now on. Varney muttered to himself, a hint of playfulness and interest flashing in his red eyes. Can't call him a Demon King kiddo anymore. After all, he is now a big shot who has even taken in my former partner and all her trouble. He pondered for a moment, seemingly finding this new nickname quite interesting. Big Boss Kid? Sounds good. It reflects his new status while retaining my affectionate nickname for him. Perfect. He nodded with satisfaction, and then his gaze fell back onto Whiz, who had just caught her breath and was trying to crawl up. Whiz met his red eyes flashing behind the mask, and an ominous premonition suddenly welled up in her heart. Wait, Varney-san. I already know I was wrong. And I was just electrocuted. Whiz used her last bit of strength to weakly beg for mercy. The strange smiling mask on Varney's face seemed to stretch a little wider. Knowing you were wrong is a good thing, lick boss. Varney said slowly, raising his right hand again and striking that familiar, deadly Ella gesture, yellow electrical sparks dancing again at his fingertips, even more dazzling than before. However, for some mistakes, being electrocuted once is not enough to learn a lesson. Especially for a fool like you, who always manages to mess things up to a whole new level. So, as a punishment for your unauthorized job hopping and for making me, your former partner, so sad. ZZZZT. Ah. Even more intense and longer-lasting yellow lightning once again engulfed Whiz, who had just crawled up halfway. The miserable scream resounded through the shop for the second time, even reaching the street outside, causing a few passing members of the Crimson Demon clan to look over curiously, but seeing it was the direction of the magic item shop, they just walked away, unfazed. Shopkeeper Wizzy's laboratory exploded again, or she was being educated by Varney-san again, standard operation. This time the electric shock lasted for a full 10 seconds. When the light dissipated again, Whiz was completely limp on the floor, motionless, only her slightly heaving chest proving she was still alive. The lick robe on her body became even more tattered, the exposed skin charred black, her hair completely exploded, and a wisp of black smoke occasionally puffed out of her mouth. Varney admired his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. He walked behind the counter, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. All right, the punishment is over. Varney put down the glass, looked at Whiz on the floor like a piece of wood struck by lightning, and said in a relaxed tone, from today on, just work hard and pay off your debt to the big boss kid. Remember this lesson, although I suspect you probably won't remember it. But that's fine. He walked to the shop door, pushed it open, and looked back one last time. Anyway, if you cause any more messes in the future that even the big boss kid finds a headache, I'll be able to taste double the amount of high quality, fresh and negative emotions. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. So, do your best, lick boss. I wish you a happy time working. By the way, don't forget the dungeon you promised me. Bye-bye. Bang. The shop door closed gently, and the Archduke of Demons figure disappeared outside. Inside the shop, only a mess remained, along with the smell of burnt flesh and a poor lick who was electrocuted until she was crispy, her consciousness blurred, and she could only cry silently in her heart. Woo-woo, I will never buy things randomly again. After leaving, Varney searched for fun in a good mood. Great, finally someone is managing this trouble. I must go and thank the big boss kid one of these days. And Kazuma, far away at the front lines, knew nothing about this. Fortunately, thanks to the things in Kazuma's head, the shop definitely won't be losing money under normal circumstances from now on. Congratulations, congratulations! Chapter 85, Inspecting Amanagawa High School. Early the next morning, Kazuma, Chris, Whis, and Darkness left Caucasus Scarab Castle and set off for Amanagawa High School, which was located in a specially designated area of Axel. Along the way, Kazuma's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, and his mind kept replaying various potential catastrophic scenarios: the school building blasted with a huge hole, strange smoking devices set up on the playground, eerie explosions echoing from the classrooms, and Crimson Demon Clan students wearing lab coats, frantically conducting dangerous experiments. Kazuma, there's no need to worry so much. Chris seemed to notice his unease and softly comforted him, although the Crimson Demon Clan members have unique personalities, they aren't unreasonable. Besides, with the teachers there shouldn't be any major disasters. I hope so. Kazuma sighed, but the unease in his heart didn't diminish much. He had witnessed the destructive power of the Crimson Demon Clan adults, and he remained skeptical about the potential of the Crimson Demon Clan children. Whis also chimed in softly, yeah, the children should all be quite well behaved. Darkness stepped forward with a serious expression. Don't worry, Kazuma. After all, they're just children. Soon, the school building of Amanagawa High School, full of modernity and clashing with the fantasy-style architecture of the surrounding area, appeared in their line of sight. White outer walls, huge glass windows, a level playground, a towering flagpole. Everything looked normal, perhaps even too normal. There were no explosions, no thick smoke, no strange light effects, and no students running around in bizarre costumes. There was even a sign at the school gate that read Amanagawa High School in neat handwriting. Ooh? It seems there's no problem. Kazuma stopped, puzzled, and observed from a distance. It was morning, and since it was class time, the campus was very quiet, with only the faint sound of what seemed to be a teacher lecturing drifting from the school building. Let's go in and take a look first, Chris said. The four of them approached the school gate. Sitting in the guardroom was an elderly Crimson Demon Clan man who looked somewhat aged, dressed simply, but had sharp eyes. Upon seeing the group, and especially recognizing Kazuma, he immediately stood up, opened the small window, and shouted in a booming voice, "It's the Demon King. And the others. Welcome to Amanagawa High School to guide our work." This vigorous and ritualistic greeting gave Kazuma a start. He quickly waved his hands. No need. We're just looking around. That won't do. The elderly guard said with a serious face, the Demon King personally visiting for an inspection is this school's honor. I will notify the principal immediately. Wait. No need. Kazuma tried to stop him, but the guard had already pulled out something resembling a walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and shouted with great vigor, Hello. Principal. Urgent notice. The Demon King and his retainers are visiting our school for an inspection. Repeat, the Demon King and his retainers are visiting our school for an inspection. Please prepare for reception. Over. Kazuma, Chris, Whis, and Darkness. Less than 5 minutes later, a rush of hurried footsteps came from the direction of the school building. A middle-aged Crimson Demon Clan man wearing a black suit and tie, with his hair combed meticulously and glasses on, came rushing out to meet them, accompanied by several male and female teachers also dressed in formal attire. Welcome. A warm welcome to the Demon King and the others for visiting our school to guide our work. The middle-aged principal was all smiles, extending his hand from far away, wanting to shake hands with Kazuma, his attitude so enthusiastic it was almost fawning. Hello? Kazuma stiffly shook his hand, feeling completely uncomfortable. Why did this formation look exactly like the scenes from his past life when leaders would come for an inspection? The Demon King is busy with 1,000 tasks, yet still found time to care about our school's educational work. It truly makes us, the teachers and students, feel deeply honored. The principal led Kazuma inside while chattering on, reporting on their work. Since the establishment of this school, under the Demon King's wise leadership and the strong support of all our colleagues in Axel, our school has always adhered to the educational philosophy of teaching without discrimination, teaching according to aptitude, and cultivating excellent Crimson Demon Clan successors who are developed morally, intellectually, physically, socially, and aesthetically. We have focused on teaching quality and paid attention to the comprehensive development of students. Kazuma felt his scalp tingle, only able to mumble "Saha, yeah" to brush him off, while his eyes couldn't help but look around. The campus was clean, the lawn was neatly trimmed, and the flower beds were planted with flowers common to this world. The outer walls of the school building were intact, and the windows were bright. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Walking into the school building, the corridor walls were plastered with slogans like "Study hard, serve Axels" and "Knowledge is power," along with some of the students' handicrafts and paintings. Although the themes were mostly related to magic, monsters, and adventures, and the art style was very Crimson Demon Clan, they were at least proper works. Looking through the classroom windows, the students were all sitting at their desks. Although some were secretly fidgeting and some had wandering eyes, at least they were listening to the lecture. The teacher on the podium was using chalk to write on the blackboard, explaining magic theory. Everything was unbelievably normal. Kazuma couldn't help but interrupt the principal's long-winded speech, pointing to the modern desks, chairs, electric lights, and even the projector screen in the classroom, and asked, "These devices, do you know how to use them?" "Oh, you mean these God-given items?" The principal adjusted his glasses, a look of pride appearing on his face. At first, we were indeed at a loss. But we, the Crimson Demon Clan, are a race of wisdom. After repeated exploration and practice, we have basically mastered the usage of these divine artifacts. He pointed to the light switch. This object lights up immediately when pressed and goes out when pressed again. It is very convenient. It has now been fully popularized. He then pointed to the faucet. This object releases water as soon as it is turned, and the temperature can be adjusted, solving the water usage problems for teachers and students. Kazuma. Fine, at least they hadn't taken them apart to study or caused any trouble. This was already better than the best-case scenario he had imagined. The subsequent inspection process completely turned into a replica of the leader inspections Kazuma hated most in his past life. The principal and several school leaders accompanied them, taking Kazuma and the others to inspect classroom after classroom. Every time they arrived, the teacher would immediately stop lecturing, lead the whole class to stand up, and shout in a loud, uniform voice, "Greetings, Demon King." The students all looked at Kazuma with curious, awed, and even slightly worshipful eyes. After all, he was the legendary Demon King, the person who could summon such a magical school. And it was said that he could even transform into a cool Kamen Rider. Kazuma could only bite the bullet, nod, and smile at the students, and say a few clichés like, "Hello students, thank you for your hard work." He felt his face was about to stiffen from smiling. The school leaders seized every opportunity to introduce the school's brilliant achievements to Kazuma. Such and such student had new insights in magic theory, such and such class won an award in the hygiene competition, and the food in the school cafeteria was unanimously praised by teachers and students. It was a struggle to make it to the end of the morning classes. The afternoon was reserved for club activities. Kazuma had originally thought he could relax a bit, but he was dragged by the principal to visit various clubs again. This is the Ancient Magic Script Club, dedicated to deciphering strange characters discovered in some ancient ruins. Kazuma thought to himself, what the hell, isn't this just Japanese? This is the Justice Ally Training Club, aimed at cultivating the student's chivalry and sense of justice. After a full round, Kazuma was already dizzy with exhaustion. Not only did he have to deal with the school leader's endless variety of flattery and reports, but he also had to try to understand those club activities that sounded very Crimson Demon Clan. Chris maintained an elegant and appropriate smile throughout, occasionally whispering reminders to Kazuma about what to say. Wiz followed timidly behind the whole time. Darkness, on the other hand, was quite excited, feeling that this kind of inspection had the style of a Demon King executive. Just as the inspection was nearing its end and Kazuma thought he was finally going to be liberated, an accident occurred. While passing through a relatively quiet corridor, a Crimson Demon Clan girl who looked about 12 or 13, wearing twin tails and with a flushed face, suddenly ran out from a corner, almost bumping into Kazuma. Sorry. Demon King. The little girl was startled and quickly bowed to apologize. It's fine, it's fine. Kazuma waved his hand. The little girl looked up, stole a quick glance at Kazuma, and her face turned even redder. She seemed to have made a great resolution, suddenly pulling a pink envelope from her chest, thrusting it into Kazuma's hand with lightning speed, and then quickly saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, Demon King. This, please take it. After speaking, she didn't wait for Kazuma to react. Like a startled rabbit, she turned and ran away, her twin tails bouncing behind her. Kazuma stood there holding the pink heart-shaped envelope that still retained some body heat, completely bewildered. It's a love letter. The school leader's expressions instantly became extremely colorful, some embarrassed, some helpless, some thinking children these days are really bold, but they all tacitly looked away, pretending not to see. Chris raised an eyebrow, looking at Kazuma with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Wiz was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kazuma with curiosity. Darkness's breathing hitched, she looked sharply in the direction the little girl had fled, then at the envelope in Kazuma's hand, wondering what she was thinking. Ahem. The principal coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. The Demon King has extraordinary charm and is deeply beloved by the students, so it's normal, ha ha. Kazuma felt the envelope in his hand was like a hot potato. He couldn't keep it, and he couldn't throw it away. He chuckled dryly, shoved the envelope into his jacket pocket and muttered vaguely, kids don't know any better, they're just playing around. But inside, he was wailing, what is this? I clearly came here worrying about whether the school would be blown to the sky, but instead of just being forced to listen to a bunch of flattery, I received a student's love letter. This plot development is wrong. After finally ending this long and torturous inspection and politely declining the school leader's invitation to have dinner together, Kazuma fled Amanagawa High School as if he were escaping. On the way back to the castle, Kazuma felt physically and mentally exhausted, even more tired than dealing with Aqua. Phew, finally over. He said powerlessly, my worries from yesterday were completely unnecessary. Those guys, besides using computers as decorations, were really no different from attending school in the Crimson Demon Village. No, maybe even more formal, at least they have a principal. Chris suppressed a laugh and comforted him, at least the school is running normally and there were no disasters. Isn't that a good thing? It's a good thing, but... Kazuma rubbed his temples, the inspection process was just too torturous, and that love letter. He thought of the pink envelope in his pocket again and felt his headache worsen. Just then, Megumin's face suddenly flashed through his mind. If that girl found out that a little Crimson Demon Clan girl had given him a love letter. With her Chanibia and jealous personality, who knows what she might do? Forget it, I won't think about it. Anyway, he wouldn't read that letter, he'd just find a chance to throw it away. Returning to Caucasus Scarab Castle, Kazuma felt like he had fought a war, so tired his bones felt like they were falling apart. He walked straight into the hall, threw himself onto the soft, spacious sofa, and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Home is still the most comfortable. Aqua was curled up at the other end of the sofa, hugging a bucket of bubble wine and watching the projector. Hearing the commotion, she glanced at him and said lazily, back already? How was the inspection? Did the school explode? Thanks to you, it didn't. Kazuma said irritably, then looked at Aqua's leisurely appearance and thought of his own day of running around, suddenly feeling unbalanced. He rolled his eyes, a classic, mischievous, and wicked grin appearing on his face, and slowly shuffled toward Aqua's side. Aqua Tilda, he called out in a cloyingly sweet tone. What? Aqua looked at him vigilantly, hugging the bubble wine bucket tighter. Kazuma said decisively, "Give me some bubble wine, or I won't give you your allowance." "Get away! Pervert! Scum! I won't give it to you even if I die." Aqua jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hid behind the sofa, and glared at Kazuma with disgust. "You smell like sweat. Stay away from me. Watch out or I'll splash you with water. TCH, stingy." Kazuma curled his lip, withdrew his hand in frustration, and slumped back onto the sofa. Sure enough, it wasn't that easy to take advantage of this useless goddess. He closed his eyes, feeling exhaustion wash over him like a tide. "Forget it, I've been tired all day, I should rest early." As for the school, at least there was no need to worry for the time being. That group of Crimson Demon clan members was unexpectedly reliable in this regard. Just as his consciousness gradually blurred and he was about to fall asleep, the pink envelope involuntarily flashed in his mind again, along with the image of Megumin's angry red eyes if she were to find out about this. Sigh, what is all this? With a trace of inexplicable annoyance and fatigue, Kazuma fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 86, The Appearance of the Great Sky Temple. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, gently spilling over every gear and window lattice of the Caucasus Scarab Castle. Kazuma woke up from his soft bed with a yawn. His first thought wasn't breakfast, but the happy bathhouse that had been installed deep within the castle yesterday, integrated and upgraded with the existing bathroom. That was truly a good thing. Not only did it solve Woolbacker's obsession with hot springs, but even Aqua had refused to come out of it last night, eventually being forcibly dragged out by Megumin and the others who couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ghost Ride Watch. After washing up, Kazuma took the orange ride watch with the ghost emblem embossed in the center out of his system inventory and weighed it in his hand. Yesterday's bathhouse proved that these building-type rewards were not just for show, but things that could tangibly improve their lives. He became deeply interested in this building related to Kamen Rider Ghost that was about to be summoned. It was still that familiar central square, standing with several huge rider statues. ZO, Build, Wizard, Fours. For Grey, large statues with distinct poses and sharp lines silently overlooked the area below. This place had almost become a spot where the residents of Axel gathered daily to admire the miracles and where children played. When Kazuma appeared in the square again, holding that shimmering orange ride watch, he quickly attracted many gazes. Megumin, Union, and Darkness naturally followed, and Aqua, drawn by the possibility of potentially seeing new excitement, also wobbled over while holding a bottle of bubble wine. Chris and Wiz also heard the news and arrived, standing curiously to the side. Woolbark was squatting on Megumin's shoulder, her golden-red cat eyes watching with great interest. "Are we getting another rider statue today, Demon King?" a passing Crimson Demon youth shouted excitedly. Kazuma didn't explain. Instead, he took a deep breath, raised the Ghost Ride Watch, and pressed the button firmly with his thumb. Ghost! A crisp electronic sound rang out in the square, and the ride watch burst into a warm, bright orange glow. The light didn't shoot into the sky, instead, it spread outwards like ripples, finally converging and shaping itself on the empty space next to the Fours statue. As the light faded, a brand new rider statue stood there. It was also made of grey stone, but the details were impeccable. Kamen Rider Ghost, reporting for duty. Whoa! A chorus of gasps and cheers erupted in the square. 5 rider statues stood side by side, exuding an extraordinary aura, as if they were a group of silent guardians. So cool. Union cupped her face, her eyes sparkling. HMPH, it's all right, I guess. Megumin turned her face away, but her peripheral vision never left the new statue. However, the changes were not over. The moment the ghost statue was completed, everyone felt an extremely slight, almost imperceptible vibration beneath their feet. Immediately after, in the northeast corner of Axel in the distance, on the top of the small, densely forested hill that overlooked the entire city, a rich orange light shone like a rising sun. Within the light, the outline of a building began to appear, rise, and take shape. That is, over by the mountain. Chris's purple eyes narrowed slightly. A new building. Kazuma-san has summoned something new again. Was exclaimed softly. Let's go, let's take a look. Kazuma waved his hand, his curiosity completely ignited. The group marched toward the small hill. Because of the building's generation, the hill now had a long flight of stairs. The closer they got to the top, the more obvious that tranquil, peaceful, and solemn atmosphere became. When the group climbed the last step, the scene before them made everyone hold their breath. A completely Japanese-style temple sat quietly on this cleared flat ground at the top of the hill. The temple was right before them, with full large characters clearly written on it. Great Sky Temple. They passed through the Torii Gate and stepped onto the approach path paved with white gravel. On both sides were meticulously trimmed pine trees and stone lanterns, and the air was filled with a faint, comforting scent of incense. Walking past the mountain gate, the view suddenly opened up. A wide, stone-paved courtyard lay ahead, with the magnificent main hall directly in front. With its upturned eaves, bracket sets, and carved beams, every detail exuded the style of an authentic ancient temple. On the left and right sides were long corridors connecting the monks' quarters and the courtyard. The entire temple blended strangely with the surrounding fantasy landscape. It seemed abrupt, yet as if it belonged there all along. Is this the temple of Lord Ghost? An elderly member of the Crimson Demon clan leaned on his cane in excitement, his voice trembling. So amazing, just like in the show. The children exclaimed. Let's go in and take a look. Kazuma stepped onto the stairs first and pushed open the heavy wooden doors of the main hall, which were carved with lotus patterns. Creak! The light inside the hall was slightly dim, but it was exceptionally clean. As soon as Aqua entered the main hall, her blue eyes lit up instantly, like a hunter who had discovered excellent prey. She almost trotted to the altar, looking left and touching right, the flattering smile on her face becoming increasingly obvious. She turned around, put her hands together, and said to Kazuma in a voice so sweet it could make someone sick. Ara tilde Kazuma-san tilde no, respected Kazuma-sama tilde look, how solemn and sacred this temple is. She spread her arms exaggeratedly, as if embracing the entire hall. This atmosphere, this grandeur, it's clearly prepared for the worship of some great and noble existence. She leaned closer to Kazuma, lowering her voice, but making sure everyone around could hear. Look at that place of worship. She pointed at the empty altar and the huge, abstract statue base behind it. Isn't it a little empty? Is it missing that little bit of the finishing touch? If we could respectfully invite the symbol of a truly compassionate, wise, beautiful, and powerful goddess here. Then this place would instantly become the most efficacious and revered holy site in all of Axel, no, in the entire continent. Inside, Aqua laughed wildly. Turned, eh? It's here. A once-in-a-century opportunity. As long as this NEET Kazuma agrees and puts my holy relic or statue up there, my Axish cult can become the state religion of this country. By then, believers will be everywhere, offerings will be like mountains, and my beautiful face will be printed on the currency. Unlimited supply of bubble wine. Hava hava. Asterisk, it's in the bag, it's in the bag. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and her gaze toward Kazuma became even more fervent, as if looking at a walking mountain of gold and a papal appointment. Just then, Chris also gave a light cough and walked to Kazuma's other side. There was a faint, imperceptible blush on her face, her purple eyes beneath her silver hair were shifting, her fingers were unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and she said in a voice much softer than usual. As Assistant Kuan. Aqua Senpai's words seemed to make a little sense. She pointed to the empty altar and the statue base. Here, it does indeed look a bit empty. A temple should have a clear object of worship so that those who come to pray can have a place to entrust their hearts and gather the power of faith. If we could place some holy relics here that symbolize hope, peace, and a guidance, perhaps, it would be more appropriate. As she spoke, her gaze darted quickly at the huge statue base, then she lowered her head rapidly, her ears slightly flushed. Although she didn't say it explicitly, the meaning couldn't be clearer. Wasn't this the perfect place to worship the goddess of luck, Eris? As the goddess herself, it was only reasonable to secure a decent place of worship, right? Besides, compared to that unreliable senior Aqua, she was clearly more reliable and could provide more practical blessings. Even Woolbark, who was squatting on Megumin's shoulder, seemed to be infected by the atmosphere of this battle for holy territory. She jumped lightly off Megumin's shoulder, walked to Kazuma's feet with an elegant cat gait, looked up at Kazuma with those golden red cat eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, and then, gently and clearly, let out a meow tilde. This meow was exceptionally clear in the silent hall. Immediately after, a pink light flashed on her body. Puff! The smoke cleared, and standing in place was no longer a black cat, but the goddess Woolbark with short pink hair, pointed ears, golden red heterochromatic eyes, a red cross mark on her forehead, and wearing a simple black robe. She had returned to human form, seemingly to appear more sincere. Woolbark first nodded slightly to Kazuma, then her gaze swept over the empty altar and the statue base, a gentle smile with a hint of nostalgia and emotion appeared on her face, and her voice sounded, a wonderful temple, tranquil, solemn, and full of the intent of protection. A place like this does need a suitable call to guard it, so that this tranquility and power of protection can remain for a long time. She paused, her golden red eyes looking at Kazuma, her gaze sincere. Although I was once a demon king's army executive, I am also a goddess who governs the authority of sloth and tyranny. I am also very interested in places where divinity and faith gather. So, I think I can do it too. Kazuma looked at the three people in front of him. Aqua, with golden light in her eyes, with I want to be the state religion written all over her face. Chris, the boss who was reserved on the surface but secretly wanted to erect a statue of herself. And Woolbark, who didn't hesitate to turn back into human form to increase her persuasiveness. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and blue veins pulsed faintly on his forehead. Good grief, so this is what they were waiting for. No wonder they were all so eager to come and visit the new temple. It turns out they weren't interested in the building itself, but had their eyes on this private plot of faith. That idiot Aqua must be thinking of turning her crappy Axish cult into the state religion of Axel, then throwing her weight around here, exploiting believers, and realizing her dream of free bubble wine. Are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who would agree to that? Let that bunch of brainless followers of the Axis cult run into my territory. Would Axel ever have peace again? I'd rather find an opportunity to feed Aqua a big pile of crap, believe it or not. Boss's suggestion might be barely worth considering. Woolbark wanted to carve out territory just after joining? Although she swore in the name of a goddess, who knows if she would use faith for something else? Is this a temple visit? This is clearly three goddesses, one moron, one reliable but troublesome, and one newcomer with a bad track record, silently competing, fighting for the primary worship rites of this newly born temple. Kazuma felt a splitting headache. He could already see that the second he nodded in agreement, these three would start fighting over whose statue should be in the middle, whose holy relic should be placed in front, and would probably demolish this brand new temple in the process. No way. This door must absolutely not be opened. Ahem. Kazuma coughed violently twice, forcibly interrupting the increasingly strange atmosphere filled with hints of infighting. He stiffened his face and said in a serious tone, "We'll talk about worship and such later. This temple just appeared, we haven't even figured out its specific use or how to use it yet. Besides, this is Axel, this is my territory. What to worship is up to me." His sharp gaze swept over Aqua, Chris, and Woolbark. You three don't get any crooked ideas. Especially you, Aqua, put that state religion dream of yours away. Now, everyone get out. This temple is temporarily closed. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in and mess around, let alone do any private maneuvering. Anyone who disobeys, I'll cut off all their pocket money. No, I'll cut off all their funding and snack quotas. After speaking, he didn't give the three of them any chance to argue or act cute, turned around, and waved his hand, darkness. Wheeze. Megumin. Yun. Help me escort them out. Then find a few people, no, find Varney, and have him set up a warning and exclusionary barrier around this temple. Just say I said so. Yes. Darkness immediately stepped forward. Although she was a bit confused, obeying orders was a knight's duty. She persisted out Aqua, who still wanted to say something, and Chris, who had a frozen expression, one in each hand, and walked out of the hall. Wiz also timidly but firmly stood in front of Woolbark and made a please gesture. Woolbark looked at Kazuma's no room for negotiation tough attitude, then looked at Aqua and Chris being escorted out, and a flash of realization and helplessness passed through her golden red eyes. She sighed softly, nodded at Kazuma, didn't argue, a pink light flashed on her body, and she turned back into Chomasuk form, jumped lightly onto Wiz's shoulder, and followed them out of the hall. Megumin and Yunyun looked at each other, but also obediently retreated. Soon, in the vast main hall, only Kazuma was left, facing the empty altar and the huge abstract Buddha statue. Phew! Kazuma let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. He almost got led into the gutter by those three women. He walked to the altar, reached out to touch the smooth wooden table, and looked up at the abstract Buddha statue again. The temple was perfect, tranquil and peaceful, a good place. But what to worship was indeed a big problem. Aqua? No, that's asking for trouble. Boss? Also no, too many complications. Woolbark? Needs observation for now. Forget it, not thinking about it. Kazuma shook his head, anyway, seal it up first, talk about it later. The urgent thing right now is. He walked out of the main hall, looked at the gradually bustling axle down the mountain, and remembered the exhausting experience of inspecting the school yesterday, as well as that hot potato of a primary school student's love letter in his pocket. Better think about how to deal with these daily troubles first. He muttered and walked down the mountain steps. And as for the undercurrents and competition regarding what to worship, although they were forcibly paused by Kazuma, obviously, they would not end there. Chapter 87, The Blue-Haired Monkey's Flattery. In the days following the appearance of the Great Sky Temple, Kazuma felt like some sort of rare animal, being cared for by three goddesses in every possible way, from every angle, without any blind spots. In the morning, just as he stepped out of his bedroom, he would accidentally encounter Aqua carrying a specially made love breakfast. She wore a smile sweet enough to kill, muttering, "Lord Kazuma, you have worked so hard for the country. Come and taste this breakfast, handmade by yours truly, brimming with divine blessings." Although, in the end, those blessings usually ended up in the stomachs of those strange, hardy plants in the corner of the castle. While processing official business in the morning, Chris would always appear at the perfect moment, bringing tea at just the right temperature, attaching precise intelligence briefings, and asking about certain matters in a gentle and considerate tone. Assistant Kuan, regarding the consecration matters for the Great Sky Temple, do you need my assistance in drafting some plans? For instance, we could refer to some mature rituals of the Eris Church. Every time, Kazuma would brush her off with excuses like "we'll talk about it later" or "I'm busy," but Chris never got discouraged and would appear on time again the next day. In the afternoon, when he was inspecting or going out, Woolbark would always inadvertently follow nearby. In her human form, she would use that gentle, pleasant voice to recount some interesting knowledge about consecrating goddesses, gathering faith, and consecrating statues, always ending with a sentence, "Of course, the situation is different in every place, and the most important thing is to find the most suitable object of worship." In her cat form, she would rub directly against Kazuma's legs, looking at him innocently with those golden red cat eyes, then let out a meow, as if saying, "Look at how cute I am, won't you consider it?" It was even worse when soaking in the hot springs at night. Aqua would try to squeeze into the pool Kazuma was in, only to be suppressed by the joint efforts of Darkness and Megumin. Chris would happen to come to the hot spring as well, and Woolbark in her Chomasuk form would lie directly on the edge of the pool, looking lazy as if to say, "This pool and I share a deep connection." Even while eating, the three people could conduct a silent battle of hints regarding the rite of consecration through their gazes and obscure words. Kazuma was driven to distraction and physically and mentally exhausted by this sweet offensive over the past few days. The key was that every time they flattered him, the service was indeed top-notch, giving him a moment of enjoyment and gratitude. But immediately after, the topic would unnaturally turn to the consecration issue of the Great Sky Temple, and then Kazuma's bit of gratitude would be instantly replaced by the irritation of again, causing him to lose his composure completely. Finally, after another night of torture being bombarded by Chris with detailed temple management plans and brainwashed by Woolbark with the leisurely benefits of the Temple of Sloth, Kazuma felt like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He rubbed his throbbing temples and listlessly said goodbye to Chris, who still wanted to chat for a bit more, and Woolbark, who was flicking her tail as a hint to continue tomorrow, then dragged his heavy feet toward his bedroom. The corridor was unusually quiet. Kazuma suddenly felt something was wrong. "That's too strange," he muttered to himself while yawning. "That idiot Aqua actually didn't try to flatter me in some twisted way today like Chris and Woolbark. It seems. I haven't seen her since dinner. Where did she go? Could she be in the kitchen again researching her delicious cuisine, only to blow up the kitchen?" Although Aqua knew how to cook some simple dishes, Kazuma still couldn't feel at ease with this idiot. Thinking of this possibility, Kazuma's heart tightened, but it was immediately overwhelmed by deeper exhaustion. Forget it, if it blows up, it blows up. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Right now, I just want to dive headfirst into the soft bedding and sleep until the end of time. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of his bedroom, it was pitch black inside. Kazuma habitually reached for the magic light switch by the door. Click! Soft light instantly filled the room. Then, Kazuma's movements froze, and his yawn got stuck halfway in his throat. His gaze landed straight on the large, comfortable four-poster bed in the center of the room. On the bed, the originally flat quilt was now bulging into a large lump, with a rounded outline, as if something like a large doll or a person had been stuffed inside? No, it wasn't like it. By the light, Kazuma could see a strand of familiar, water blue long hair peeking out from the edge of the quilt, which was incredibly striking even in the dim light, softly spread across the dark sheets. Kazuma! He was silent for 3 seconds, his brain processing from "there's a lump on the bed" to "that's hair," then to "that's Aqua's hair," and finally arriving at the conclusion, "Aqua is in my bed." A nameless rage suddenly flared up to the top of his head. What the hell? At least Chris and Woolbark only harassed him mentally, but this idiot Aqua had gone straight for a physical invasion. And she even lay in his bed. In Kazuma's eyes, the image of Aqua had long been equated with trouble, idiot, and monkey. Now, this monkey had not only broken into his private territory but was also brazenly occupying his bed. Unbearable. Absolutely unforgivable. Kazuma, with a dark face, strode to the bedside, without a shred of hesitation or romantic thoughts, reached out and grabbed the edge of the quilt, and pulled it down hard. Whoosh! The quilt was lifted, revealing the sceneries inside. Aqua was wearing her blue pajamas, lying on her side on the bed, curled up, sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were rosy, her long, curled eyelashes casting shallow shadows under her eyelids, her pink lips slightly parted, emitting even, light-breathing sounds. Her sleeping face was peaceful, shedding its usual silliness and noisiness, unexpectedly revealing a breathtaking, innocent, and pure beauty. In this situation, if it were any other normal male, they would probably have a racing heart, surging blood, and wild fantasies. However, Soto Kazuma, standing by the bed, proved that he was not just any normal male. He was Kichikumar, who had been screwed over by Aqua countless times and had a profound understanding of her essence. Looking at Aqua, who was sleeping defenselessly on the bed and could even be described as delicious-looking, what flashed through his mind were not any pink thoughts, but, what kind of performance art is this stupid monkey pulling again? Her sleeping posture is more pleasing to the eye than when she's awake, but it's a pity her brain hasn't changed. How dare she sleep in my bed without permission? Is her skin itching for a beating? Wait, she didn't drool on my pillow, did she? In his eyes, Aqua's beauty automatically overlapped with labels like trouble, stupid, and needs correction. Finally, That exquisite sleeping face gradually overlapped with the image of a naughty monkey hugging a banana, sleeping sprawled out, as he imagined. Yes, it's a monkey. A blue-haired monkey that broke into a human bedroom and occupied the bed. Thinking of this, the last trace of hesitation in Kazuma's heart caused by her appearance vanished into thin air. His eyes turned cold, he raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and a thread of ice blue magic quickly condensed and compressed at his fingertips, emitting a faint chill. Freeze had very little power, usually used to chill drinks or physically cool down someone with a fever, but the sudden low-temperature stimulation was enough to wake someone up. Kazuma aimed at the fair, slender neck of Aqua exposed outside her pajamas and flicked his finger lightly. Swish! A small cluster of ice blue cold light accurately hit Aqua's neck. Whee! Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Aqua shuddered violently, let out a short, sharp scream, and was instantly dragged back from her sweet dream to the cold reality. She sat up with a thump, eyes bleary with sleep, her blue eyes full of confusion and shock, her hand subconsciously covering her cold, stinging neck. What happened? Enemy attack. An assassin? My goddess neck! She looked around in panic, and then locked eyes with Kazuma's expressionless, cold face by the bed. Aqua's scream got stuck in her throat. The confusion quickly receded, replaced by a trace of guilt, but she soon forced it down and put on a smile that she thought was the sweetest, most innocent and most kind. It's Kazuma tilde. She rubbed her eyes, her voice deliberately soft and sweet, with the nasal tone of someone who had just woken up. You're back tilde. I've been waiting for you for so long tilde. She patted the bed beside her, her smile pure. I saw that the weather turned cold today, and I was afraid you'd be cold sleeping at night, so I thought I'd help you warm up the bed tilde. See, am I not very considerate? She blinked her big eyes, trying to emit praise me quickly waves. I originally wanted to wait for you to come back, give you the warmed bed, and then leave, but, the bed was too warm and comfortable, and I accidentally fell asleep tilde. Oh my, I really am such a little idiot tilde. Tilde. She tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, and made a cute knocking on her own head a gesture, but internally she was frantically thinking, damn it. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. I clearly intended to jump up as soon as Kazuma walked in and say surprise. I'm here to warm the bed for you. Then take the opportunity to make a tiny suggestion about the consecration of the Great Sky Temple, but why is this bed so comfortable? It's like lying on a cloud. This goddess works day and night for the great cause of proselytizing. What's wrong with relaxing a little? It's not like I accidentally fell fast asleep. Aqua tried hard to maintain the sweet smile on her face, her heart pounding, secretly observing Kazuma's expression. Seeing that he had no reaction, she got a bit bolder, moved further into the bed, patted the empty spot, and said in a tone she thought was full of temptation, come on, Kazuma, I've already warmed the bed until it's nice and toasty tilde. Hurry up and get in, you should rest quickly. Tomorrow we still have to work for the prosperity of Axel. Kazuma listened to her finish speaking quietly, his expression not changing in the slightest. Looking at Aqua's pretty face, which was within reach, flushed from just waking up, and full of I'm super considerate, hurry up and forgive me, and by the way, agree to my request, what flashed through his mind were scenes of this blue-haired monkey jumping around causing destruction, brazenly stealing his money, and screwing him over with her idiotic behavior. Warming the bed? Considerate? Hair. He stepped forward, reached out without warning, and grabbed the back collar of Aqua's nightgown, his movements as skilled as if he were grabbing his own disobedient pet. Eh? Kazuma? What are you doing? Let go. My pajamas are going to rip. They're expensive. Aqua was stunned for a moment, then immediately struggled. Kazuma ignored her, exerted force with his arm, and like throwing a bag of trash, lifted the lightly dressed, screaming Aqua directly out of the warm, soft bedding, then swung his arm. Go. Wah. Aqua only had time to let out a short scream, and her entire body, in a graceful parabola, was neatly and cleanly thrown out of the open bedroom door by Kazuma. Bang! Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed clearly in the corridor, followed immediately by Aqua's tearful cry of pain. "Oh, my butt! Kazuma, you scum! Violent maniac! Repaying kindness with ingratitude! I was kindly helping you warm the bed. And this is how you treat me! I'm going to curse you! I curse you to never have hot water in the hot springs again. To never have toilet paper when you go to the bathroom. To always buy sour bubble wine. Woo woo!" Outside the door, Aqua's crying, scolding, and cursing continued for a while, gradually turning into aggrieved sobbing and quiet mutterings like "bastard Kazuma, stingy, and it deserved to have no girlfriend." Finally, the footsteps faded away, probably as she went back to her own room to continue sleeping. Inside the door, Kazuma walked back to the bedside, looked at the bedding that was a bit messy from Aqua lying on it and still retained her body heat, and frowned in disgust. But because he was truly too tired, Kazuma lay down directly without paying much attention. The pillow seemed to still have a slight indentation. Kazuma turned over and buried his face in the other side. "Finally, it's quiet," he muttered, closing his eyes. That night, although it started a bit horrifyingly, no one came to disturb him again in the end. As for the consecration issue of the Great Sky Temple, let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow, I must make things clear. P.S. First, I want to wish myself a happy birthday for tomorrow in advance, and then the little author needs to talk about adjustments to the updates. Since the little author officially starts school on March 1st, in order to keep the updates running normally, I will change the daily 2 updates to 1 update per day. Of course, when statutory holidays and summer vacation arrive, I will resume 2 updates a day. I hope everyone understands. After all, studying is also very important for the little author. Chapter 88, Voting Rules. At breakfast the next day, the atmosphere in the dining hall of Caucasus Scarab Castle was exceptionally heavy. At the head of the long table, Kazuma was leisurely cutting the fried egg on his plate, his gaze sweeping over the others at the table, each with their own distinct expressions. Aqua had faint dark circles under her eyes, but its spirits were still good, and it was gulping down milk from its special oversized mug. Chris sat up straight, sipping her black tea in small mouthfuls, but her eyes were somewhat unfocused. Woolbark had returned to its Chomasuk form, crouching on its specially made high chair, elegantly licking the fish paste on its plate, but it would occasionally lift its golden red cat eyes to glance at Kazuma. Darkness sat bolt upright with a serious expression, as if she were attending a military council. Megumin had her cheeks puffed out, viciously stabbing the sausage on her plate with a staff, her crimson eyes glaring at Aqua and Darkness from time to time. Yunyun and Whis tried their best to minimize their presence, burying their heads in their food. Ahoom! Kazuma cleared his throat and put down his knife and fork. Everyone looked over. "I say," Kazuma tapped the rim of his cup with his staff, making a crisp clinking sound. His tone didn't sound harsh, even carrying a hint of teasing, but his eyes were very serious. "You goddesses, haven't you been a bit over-enthusiastic these past few days?" He first looked at Chris. "Boss, you're the most reliable one. I've always been at ease with your intelligence work and daily management. But regarding the Great Sky Temple, mentioning it once is enough. You don't need to remind me in different ways every day that the Eris cult is very experienced." "I know, but this is Axel, not Belzerg." Chris's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, saying quietly, "Sorry, Assistant Kun, I was too impatient." Kazuma then looked at Woolbark. "Woolbark, you just joined, so I understand your desire to have a place to stay and receive some offerings. But you don't have to follow me around every day talking about temple history, right? And transforming into a cat to act cute? Where is your goddess dignity? What about your gentle big sister image?" Woolbark, in its Chomasuk form, paused, its tail tip flicking slightly. A flash of human-like embarrassment crossed its golden red cat eyes, and a gentle response echoed in everyone's minds. "It was my lack of consideration. I've caused you trouble. I will be more careful." Finally, Kazuma's gaze landed on Aqua. Aqua immediately straightened her back, wearing an expression that said, "I'm very good, praise me quickly." "As for you, Aqua," Kazuma rolled his eyes, "I won't even mention those holy cooking and the hot spring proposals of yours. That's bed-warming stunt last night." He intentionally dragged out his tone. "Phut." Union, who was drinking soup, almost sprayed it out. "Cough, cough." Whis choked on her bread. Darkness and Megumin looked up sharply, staring at Aqua in shock, as if they were meeting her for the first time. "Bedwarming." Megumin's voice rose sharply, her crimson eyes widening instantly, and the staff in her hand fell onto the plate with a clatter. Two. Shameless. Darkness was also flushed, not knowing if it was from shame or anger. Facing everyone's shocked gazes, Aqua acted indifferent, even retorting righteously, "What's the big deal? What's wrong with warming the bed? I was just caring for Kazuma. I was afraid he'd catch a cold. Besides, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Back in Axel, to save money, didn't we squeeze into the stables? What is there to make such a fuss about? That's not the same." Megumin jumped up, her small face turning beet red, whether from shame or anger, she didn't know. She grabbed the staff beside her, rushed to Aqua in a few steps, and poked Aqua's cheek with the tip of the staff, her voice trembling. "In Axel, that was unavoidable. Now we are in Axel. In a castle. You have your own big room. A heater. Hot water. And you actually still. She was so angry she couldn't find the right words for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, she poked Aqua's face again fiercely. "It's not me criticizing you. That noble, repressed pervert Darkness, that lecherous degenerate, it's one thing that she almost made a mistake with Kazuma that night. But you are a goddess, for goodness sake. This is simply too shameless." "Phut." Kazuma sprayed out a mouthful of milk. "Cough, cough, cough." Chris choked on her black tea and coughed violently. Woolbark also stopped licking its fur, its golden red cat eyes looking at Darkness with curiosity. And Darkness, at the center of the storm, blushed instantly, turning as red as a cooked shrimp. She waved her hands in a panic, stammering loudly in defense, "No, it's not like that. Megumin, what are you talking about? That night was because I was going to marry Old Up. I just thought about letting Kazuma do that. And that would be it. Once and for all. It's not what you think." The dining hall was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison from Aqua to Darkness. Shock, confusion, curiosity, gossip, all sorts of emotions intertwined in the air. After Darkness finished speaking, she didn't seem to realize what an explosive secret she had revealed. She just felt that everyone's gaze toward her was even stranger, and her face turned even redder, looking at Chris for help. Chris supported her forehead with one hand, wearing an expression that said, "You're beyond saving." She reminded her in an extremely low, helpless voice, "Darkness, what Megumin mentioned doesn't seem to be the marrying Old Up time you're talking about. What she's talking about should be the time here in Axel, when you went to visit Assistant Kun's room late at night to thank him for helping cure your father and helping you escape the wedding with that scum." "Darkness." She froze in place, the flush on her face instantly fading to a deathly pale, only to flare up into an even deeper shade of red at an even faster speed, spreading all the way to her neck and the tips of her ears. She opened her mouth wide but couldn't make a sound, her body trembling slightly from extreme shame and shock. "Late night, visit." Megumin repeated, word by word, and the staff in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. She looked at Darkness, then at Kazuma. In her crimson eyes, there was first disbelief, followed by a raging, almost tangible fire of anger and jealousy. "Dastiness!" Megumin let out a scream and lunged forward, grabbing Darkness's shoulders and shaking her frantically. "You repressed lecher! Perverted knight! Bitch! So that night, Kazuma went to you and you almost did that kind of thing. And it was you who initiated it. What exactly did you do? Tell me. Explain it clearly to me. No wonder the way you looked at Kazuma after that day was so weird. You shameless noble. I'm going to blast you with explosion magic. No, it's not. Megumin, listen to my explanation. We didn't do anything that night. Really? Darkness tried to defend herself in a panic, but she was incoherent, her face flushed, her breathing rapid, and her eyes darting away. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed guilty. Tripped? Did you and Kazuma trip onto the bed? You liar. Megumin didn't listen at all. Jealousy and anger had caused her to completely lose her sanity, and she began a 10-minute-long denunciation and shaking attack on Darkness, filled with various terms like shameless, repressed lecher, knight on the outside, pervert on the inside, and tarnishing the name of knighthood. The dining hall was in complete chaos. Aqua was initially gloating and watching the commotion, but soon realized no one was paying attention to her and felt a bit bored. Chris and Union sighed helplessly. Wiz was shivering on the side. Woolbark, with great interest, crouched on its high chair, its golden-red cat eye scanning back and forth between the two quarreling women, that it has nothing to do with meat expression on Kazuma's face, and the other women with their various expressions, as if it were watching a wonderful sitcom. Kazuma. He felt so mentally exhausted. He just wanted to criticize their harassment behavior over the past few days. How did the topic get derailed to these old, stale events and scandalous secrets? And looking at the situation, it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Sure enough, where there are many women, there is much trouble. Goddesses are the same. I don't know how much time had passed, but Megumin finally got tired of scolding and stopped, panting. However, she continued to glare with murderous intent at Darkness, who was blushing, disheveled, with unfocused eyes, as if she had just experienced some kind of baptism. Taking advantage of the gap while Megumin was catching her breath, Darkness took a deep breath and used all her strength to try to steer the conversation back on track. In short, let the past be the past. The most important issue right now is the offering problem for the Great Sky Temple. Once these words were out, the tense, sword-drawing atmosphere in the dining hall indeed stalled. Although Megumin was still fuming, her attention was pulled back. Aqua also sat up straight again. Chris and Woolbark also looked at Kazuma. Finally back to the main topic. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the offerings, Kazuma took over the conversation, speaking in as relaxed and casual a tone as possible. You've argued, made a fuss, and tried to curry favor these past few days, and even resorted to the night raids. I've realized that if I don't let you fight it out and reach a conclusion, there will be no peace in this life. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Aqua, Chris, and Woolbark. So, I thought of a way. The Great Sky Temple can have one high priest and several sub-priests. As for the high priest, there is only one position, dedicated to one of you. There can be several sub-priests, just placing some symbolic objects or something to acknowledge it. Aqua's eyes lit up. High priest. I want to be the high priest. The candidate for high priest, Kazuma ignored her and continued, we will decide by vote. Fair, just, and transparent. Voting? Chris frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. That's right, Kazuma nodded. Everyone in Axel who is qualified to participate in decision-making, well, let the residents vote, and if that guy Varney is interested, he can also be counted as one vote. We'll conduct a secret ballot. The one with the most votes will be the High Priest of the Great Sky Temple. His main purpose in proposing this plan was to prevent Aqua's god-awful Axish cult from becoming the state religion. After all, currently in Axel, the only follower of the Axish cult is Aqua herself. Even if Aqua is thick-skinned enough to campaign for herself, how many votes can she get? Woolbarker's followers are all with the Demon King's army, so it has basically no votes here. As for himself, he would definitely vote for Eris. Only an idiot would choose Aqua. In this way, the Eris cult becoming the high priest is almost a certainty. This solves the offering problem, shuts Aqua up, and allows Woolbark to have a sub-priest position so it doesn't look too bad. It's simply perfect. Sure enough, upon hearing this plan, a flash of realization crossed Woolbarker's golden red cat eyes, and it revealed a rather content expression, saying in everyone's minds, a very fair plan. To be able to get a sub-priest position, I am already very satisfied. It never expected to be able to compete with Aqua and Eris. Being able to have an official place to be worshipped was already beyond its expectations. What surprised Kazuma was that after hearing the rules, Aqua did not, as he had expected, cry, make a scene, or hang itself, or directly roll on the ground to act spoiled and throw a tantrum. It just blinked its blue eyes and then nodded vigorously, saying loudly, "Fine. Voting it is. It's very fair. I agree." Kazuma was stunned. Did this idiot change its personality? Or does it think it can win? Relying on whom? Herself? Union? Wiz? Darkness? Megumin? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible. But the determined to win expression on Aqua's face didn't look like it was joking. It even gave Chris a provocative look. Chris frowned slightly, feeling that Aqua's reaction was a bit off, but she didn't think too much about it. In her view, the result of this vote was almost a foregone conclusion. Since no one has any objections, let's set the vote for 3 days from now. Kazuma made the final decision: everyone behave yourselves these next few days and don't pull any more stunts. Especially you, Aqua. Got it, got it. Aqua waved her hand, seemingly in a suddenly good mood, humming an off-key song, and drank the remaining milk in one gulp. The meeting ended in an eerie and temporarily calm atmosphere. However, late that night. Union. Wake up. Wake up quickly. Union, who was fast asleep, was woken up by violent shaking and hushed calls. She opened her eyes groggily, and by the moonlight outside the window, she saw Aqua's magnified face, full of urgency, leaning in front of her. Hey, Aqua? What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Union sat up, rubbing her eyes. No time to explain. Union, hurry. Use your teleportation magic to send me back to Axel. Now. Immediately. Aqua lowered her voice, but her tone was urgent. Who? Now? Back to Axel. Union was fully awake, her eyes widening in surprise. It's so late, why go back? And Kazuma-san said to behave ourselves these few days. It's precisely because there's going to be a vote that I need to go back. Aqua grabbed Union's shoulders, its blue eyes shimmering with an eerie light in the darkness, and its face revealed an expression mixed with cunning and excitement, which could be called an evil grin. Listen to me, Union, I am determined to win this vote. But relying on just us few definitely won't be enough. So, I need some outside help. Outside help. Union had a bad premonition. That's right. Aqua nodded vigorously, its expression becoming increasingly holy and determined. It's time to let the people of Axel feel the warmth and enthusiasm of the Axish cult. Hurry. Union. Teleportation circle. Destination, Axel, in front of the great Axish church. Looking at Aqua's fanatical expression of never giving up until the goal is reached, and thinking of Kazuma's warning during the day, Union struggled immensely inside. But in the end, under Aqua's threat of "if you don't help me, I'll sing hymns by your bedside every night," and the temptation of buying you the latest magic book afterward, she succumbed. She carefully drew the teleportation circle and targeted Axel. A blue light lit up, enveloping the two. The light faded, and Union's room returned to silence. And in the distant city of Axel, on the quiet street late at night, in front of the slightly dilapidated but still conspicuous building of the Axish church, a blue teleportation light flashed by. The figure of the goddess Aqua appeared at the church entrance. It straightened its iconic blue and white goddess dress, looked up at the slightly peeling holy emblem on the church door, and revealed an incredibly bright, confident, and even slightly malicious evil grin. Junior, this time, I've won. Just wait, the high priest position of the great sky temple in Axel, and the future status of the state religion, are all in the bag for my Axis cult. The night wind blew by, picking up a few fallen leaves. The night in Axel seemed to be surging with undercurrents because of the arrival of this uninvited guest. The vote that Kazuma thought was a guaranteed victory seemed to be about to hit a snag. Chapter 89, The Kingdom of Erlode. In the early hours of the morning, Caucasus Scarab Castle was still immersed in the deepest silence before dawn. Aqua tiptoed, like a cat that had stolen a fish, with her eyebrows curved and the corners of her mouth stretched to her ears, slipping silently out of the light of the teleportation array set up in the room where Yo-Yo stayed. The expression on her face was a mixture of the excitement of pulling off a big job and the smugness of the plan is working, with a strange glow flickering in her blue eyes. She hummed an off-key melody, likely an anthem of the Axis cult, as she snuck back to her own room, locked the door, threw herself onto the soft bed, hugged her pillow, and laughed silently with her shoulders shaking violently for a long while before curling up contentedly and falling into a deep sleep. Her dreams were likely filled with wonderful scenes where she held the position of high priestess at the great sky temple, receiving the fanatical worship of the masses, with offerings piled up like mountains, among which the bubble wine flowed into an ocean. However, this joy brought about by someone's secret plotting did not last long in the castle, not even making it to a full sunrise. Just before dawn, under a section of the castle's outer wall that had been magically reinforced but was normally guarded by the whimsical patrols of the Crimson Demon clan, a pitch-black figure, completely out of place with the surrounding fantasy style, climbed over the ruins of the sky wall, which Kazuma had specifically lowered to 10 meters in height, like a gecko merging into the shadows. His movements were agile and neat, landing without a sound, quickly orienting himself, and sneaking towards the main castle building. His goal seemed very clear. He was not infiltrating deep inside, but stopped at the edge of a relatively open courtyard near the main body of the castle. Just then, a young sentry from the Crimson Demon clan, hugging a staff and nodding off, clearly dozing, stumbled out from around a corner and almost bumped right into this man in black. Whoa! The Crimson Demon clan sentry was startled, his drowsiness vanishing instantly, and he subconsciously raised his staff to chant an attack spell. Wait! The man in black quickly stepped back, knelt on one knee with textbook standard precision, and held a letter sealed tightly with dark wax high above his head with both hands. His voice was muffled through his mask, but his tone was urgent and respectful. I am under orders from Lady Claire of the Dustinis family. I have an extremely urgent letter that must be presented to Lord Soto Kazuma in person. I beg you to pass it on. The Crimson Demon clan sentry's hand holding the staff froze in mid-air, blinking his sleepy red eyes as he tilted his head to size up the guy in front of him, who was dressed like an assassin but acted as respectful as an envoy. Dustinis? Lady Claire. He muttered, seemingly trying to recall who this person was, looking for Boss Kazuma? An express letter. Exactly. It is a matter of great importance and cannot be delayed. The man in black maintained his posture of holding the letter high, his tone becoming more urgent. The sentry scratched his messy black hair, operating on Crimson Demon clan logic. Suspects should be detained first, but if this is real and I delay the boss's business, Big Sister Megumin will definitely blast the castle with explosion magic. He nodded. Fine, I'll deliver the letter for you. As for you. He grinned, revealing white teeth, and a faint light lit up at the tip of his staff. Bind. Several ropes made of magic power instantly burst from the ground, binding the man in black, who hadn't even reacted, tightly. Hey! What is the meaning of this? The man in black was shocked and angry. It means you stay here for a while until Boss Kazuma reads the letter. The sentry waved his hand dismissively, stepped forward to take the letter, weighed it, looked curiously at the emblem on the wax seal, and then turned and ran into the castle, muttering to himself, so early in the morning, really knows how to pick a time. Hope it's not bad news, otherwise the boss will be in a terrible mood when he wakes up. The black-clad operative, tied up like a rice dumpling, was left in the cold morning wind. The mission log of the Dustinis family never mentioned that delivering a letter would result in being arrested on the spot by the recipient's subordinates. Inside the castle, Kazuma's bedroom. ZZZ. Kazuma was hugging his quilt, sleeping soundly, with a suspicious trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth. Having been harassed by 3 goddesses in various ways for several days, and having experienced the terrifying night raid by Aqua that night, he was truly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and was currently sleeping very deeply. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking sounded like a death warrant, mixed with the sentry's unique loud voice, "Boss Kazuma. Boss Kazuma. Wake up. There's an urgent letter. Sent express from the royal capital. It seems very important. So noisy, who is it?" Kazuma muttered groggily, burying his head deeper into the pillow. "Boss. It's a letter from Lady Claire. That scary female knight from the Dustinus family." The sentry shouted outside the door. "Claire? A letter?" These 2 key words were like 2 small pebbles thrown into Kazuma's chaotic mind, stirring up some ripples. Claire? That female knight who was always poker-faced and overprotective of Alice? She would take the initiative to write to him? And an express letter at that? A trace of ominous foreboding, like cold spider silk, quietly crawled up his spine. Kazuma barely opened one eye, glanced at the still grey sky outside the window, and finally struggled to get up, threw on a jacket, rubbed his messy hair, and walked over to open the door with sleepy eyes. At the doorway, the Crimson Demon Clan sentry was holding the letter excitedly, accompanied by Darkness and Chris, who had also been woken up and looked equally sleepy and curious. "Where's the letter?" Kazuma yawned widely and reached out to take the letter, which still carried the chill of the night dew. It felt heavy in his hand, and the parchment had a thick texture. He squinted, using the light from the hallway wall lamp, and tore open the exquisitely shaped wax seal. Unfolding the letter, Claire's familiar, meticulous handwriting, which seemed to press through the paper, came into view. Kazuma was still full of sleepiness at first, his eyes scanning the beginning casually, but soon his movements froze, his sleepiness dissipated rapidly like an ebbing tide, and his fingers holding the letter tightened slightly. The content of the letter was not long, but the amount of information was explosive. Soto Kazuma. To make a long story short, something has happened. The casino superpower to the west, Erlode, has been dragging its feet on the funding promised for the frontline anti-demon efforts, and the national treasury and military funds are tight. Her Highness Alice found out, and 3 days ago, she decided to set off on her own to the Elrod royal capital to find her fiancé, the Prince of Erlode, and ask for the money in person. Because Rain and I have special identities, following her would easily make things complicated and be interpreted as armed coercion, so we didn't go. Her Highness the Princess set off light, and at the current rate of this letter's arrival, it will take another 7 days for her to arrive. I won't say much about the situation, you understand. That prince, wearing the title of fiancé, is a good-for-nothing who drags her down at critical moments. Her Highness's trip this time, nominally to urge payment, is actually walking into a lion's den and having to look at others' faces. After thinking it over, the only way to bypass the kingdom's rules and ensure Her Highness doesn't suffer a loss is probably you. Do whatever you want, I only want the result, the Prince of Erlode disappears. The engagement will naturally be void, we can think of other ways for the money, and Her Highness won't have to be tied to that kind of person anymore. In exchange, as long as I can do it, you name your conditions. The letter was sent by the family's death squad at the fastest speed. You didn't leave teleportation coordinates on your side, so this was the only way. When this letter arrives, Her Highness will have been gone for 3 days. There isn't much time, you decide what to do. Claire Dustinus, from the royal capital. At the bottom of the letter, that forceful signature seemed to reveal the writer's suppressed anger and desperate determination. Kazuma. He maintained the posture of looking down at the letter, motionless, like a statue suddenly petrified. Only his fingers, which were gripping the edge of the letter paper and turning white, and his slightly rising and falling chest showed that he was still breathing. The air in the corridor seemed to solidify. Darkness and Chris looked at each other, seeing uneasiness in each other's eyes. They rarely saw Kazuma show this kind of expression of extreme tranquility before a storm. A few seconds later, Kazuma slowly, extremely slowly, raised his head. His face, under the dim light, rapidly lost color at a visible rate, then surged with an unnatural flush, and finally settled into a mixture of shock, rage, disbelief, and a nearly livid black. The veins on his forehead were popping, his temples were throbbing, and those green eyes, which usually carried a bit of laziness or devious amusement, were now wide open, his pupils shrunk to pinpoints, with terrifying storms churning inside. Fi and C. He squeezed these 3 words out from between his teeth, his voice hoarse, with a strange tremor like metal rubbing against metal. Erlode. Prince? Alice's fiancé. What kind of international joke is this? The roar resounded through the sky, instantly breaking the silence of the castle morning, shaking the corridor windows. Kazuma was like a lit powder keg, his hair seemed to stand on end, his chest heaved violently, he panted heavily, his eyes fierce enough to devour someone. Alice. How old is she? When did she get a fiancé? And it's the prince of that ghost place where dice and gambling tables are everywhere. What does that letter from Claire mean? That bastard is dragging his feet on the military funds for my little sister's country, and still wants my little sister to go there in person to ask for it. Is this something a human would do? He roared incoherently, waving the letter in his hand, and spittle almost sprayed onto the face of Darkness, who had moved closer to see the letter clearly. Kazuma. Calm down. Don't. Darkness tried to soothe him, but was rudely interrupted by Kazuma. That is my little sister. The little sister that I, Soto Kazuma, have acknowledged. She is now going to run to that kind of ghost place alone, meet a fiancé of unknown quality, and beg for money with a low profile. How is this any different from delivering herself to be bullied? Marriage alliance? Political marriage alliance. Bullshit. Whoever dares to take my sister's happiness to make some political deal, I'll deal with them first. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially when associating it with the word fiancé. It was like a red-hot iron rod piercing into the most sensitive, most protective nerve he had as at Siskon Onii-chan. The little sister whom he thought he had carefully protected, who was cute and obedient and would sweetly call him Onii-chan, had actually been reserved by some yellow-haired prince who popped out from who knows where. The feeling was like a head of Chinese cabbage he had carefully nurtured, not yet fully bloomed, having long been eyed by an unknown pig that might also have a gambling addiction. Now, this pig was even delaying the payment for the cabbage, forcing the cabbage to go collect the debt itself. And Erlode. Beside him, Chris, who had just recovered from the shock, furrowed her delicate brows and added in a low, grave tone. That country. I remember, its economy relies almost entirely on the gambling industry. The royal family and major nobles are deeply involved in running casinos, and it's even known as the Kingdom of Gamblers. Its reputation has always been terrible. The people living there, their values are probably a major gambling nation. Kazuma looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He swayed violently, his face instantly turning from blue to pale, then quickly flushing to the color of a pig's liver. He clutched his chest tightly and opened his mouth wide, but it was as if he couldn't catch his breath. A strange hissing sound came from his throat, and his eyes bulged so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. The next second, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if his entire worldview had collapsed. Holy *T. The bastard is also a gambler. This shout was filled with despair, anger, absurdity, and a sense of "are you playing with me, heavens?" breakdown. At the thought of his pure, kind, and crystal-clear little sister potentially marrying a gambler prince who spent all day soaking in casinos, reeking of debt and greed, and who might even gamble away his own wedding funds, living a life of washing her face with tears, paying off her husband's debts, and enduring the decadent atmosphere of the entire country. No. Kazuma let out an inhuman wail. He felt his vision blacken, the world spinning around him. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, causing him so much pain he could barely breathe. He stumbled back 2 steps, leaning against the cold wall to keep from collapsing, but his face was ghastly, and his lips were trembling. Alice, poor Alice, it's only Ichan's fault, it's only Ichan's fault for not protecting you. He covered his face, his voice filled with a crying tone. While it was highly performative, the heartache and anger were genuine. To make you suffer such a fate at such a young age. Marrying a gambler, sob. No. Absolutely not. I, Soto Kazuma, swear to the heavens that as long as I have a breath left in me, I will never let that bastard touch a single hair on my sister's head. He suddenly dropped his hands, his eyes reigniting with a raging fire, but that fire was no longer just anger, it now carried a near-paranoid madness and determination. He straightened his body, took a deep breath, as if having made a decision, and wore an expression that mixed ferocity with a to hell with it attitude. That's right. I'm the Demon King now. It was as if he had suddenly found a lifeline, his voice shot up, filled with a reckless, desperate fervor. What do I have under my command? A group of Crimson Demon clan members whose brains are filled with nothing but magic and Junibyo, but whose destructive power is said to be able to destroy the world. Am I afraid of a tiny Erlode that survives on running casinos and collecting protection money? Am I afraid of that gambler prince? He stopped, turned around, and flashed a menacing, sadistic smile at the approaching darkness and Chris. I wouldn't mind letting the Crimson Demon clan use their royal palace and all the casinos in the country to test out their newly developed joint magic circle that is said to be able to reshape the landscape. It would be perfect to add a new ancient kingdom ruins attraction to Axel's tourism industry. Kazuma! Have you lost your mind? Darkness finally couldn't take it anymore, lunged forward, and spread her arms to block Kazuma firmly. Although she was also shocked by the contents of the letter and worried about Alice, Kazuma's "I'm going to start a nation-destroying war to steal my sister back" attitude was truly beyond her capacity to handle. Snap out of it. This is just Claire's one-sided account. And it's a normal state marriage. It's Princess Alice's duty as a princess. What right do you have to sabotage it? How do you know that prince is definitely a bad person? What if he has some hidden difficulties? What if he's actually very good to Princess Alice? If you charge over there now and make a scene, how will Princess Alice be able to conduct herself in the royal capital or between the two countries? You are her foster brother, you should support her, not act like a bandit and drag her back, making her the sinner who sparked a war. To avoid listening to Darkness's nagging, Kazuma simply plugged his ears with both hands, looking like he was saying, "What are you going to do about it?" Seeing that Kazuma couldn't be reasoned with at all, looking like my cerebellum has completely taken over my brain's logical center, and even Jesus couldn't stop me today, even Chris couldn't hold him back and was stomping her feet in anxiety. Just then, Megumin, who had been watching the show from the side while clutching her staff, rolled her eyes, cleared her throat, and spoke in a tone of "I am being rational and helping you analyze." Hey, Kazuma, don't be in such a rush to summon people for a meeting, and definitely don't be in a rush to tear down their royal palace. Kazuma glanced at her impatiently. Megumin, even you want to stop me? Do you have the heart to watch Alice marry a gambler? Of course I don't, Megumin pouted, but a flash of cunning crossed her red eyes. But do you think it's useful to just charge over there like a headless chicken like you are now? Do you know anything about that Erlode prince? Do you know what he looks like, what his personality is like, or why he's delaying the funds? Do you know what specific situation Alice will encounter over there? What if you make a huge fuss and charge over, only to find that the prince is actually a great guy, just having some temporary difficulties, and is actually very caring toward Alice? Wouldn't that make you a huge laughingstock and embarrass Alice? Kazuma was choked by the question but immediately retorted, "Caring? How can a gambler be caring? By building a castle out of poker chips." Exactly, Megumin spread her hands, looking as if to say, "You finally get it. We need to figure out the situation first before deciding what to do. Blind action will only make things worse." Then how do we figure it out? By the time Alice gets there, it'll be too late. Kazuma said discontentedly. Simple. Megumin pointed her index finger toward a certain direction of the castle, where the Crimson Demon clan gathered. In our Crimson Demon clan, there is a very powerful fortune teller named Sokit. Her crystal ball divination basically never misses. Go find her and have her divine the future of Alice's trip to Erlode, to see what kind of person that prince is and what will happen between them. If the divination results show that the prince is truly a heinous bastard and Alice's future is pitch black, then you can take action, and we absolutely won't stop you. I might even help you cast an explosion magic for good measure. She paused, observing Kazuma's expression, and continued to guide him, but if the divination results show that things aren't that bad, or even, that everything goes smoothly after Alice gets there and the prince treats her well, then wouldn't your current aggressive behavior actually harm Alice? Sabotaging her betrothal, causing the two countries to turn hostile, Alice's situation in the kingdom would become difficult later. Think about it, how would a wealthy but militarily average country dare to offend a powerful nation like Belzerg? As long as that prince's brain hasn't been kicked around by a giant toad, he will definitely treat Alice well. Break off the engagement? That kind of self-destructive, war-triggering stupidity, unless he's insane. Megumin smugly completed the second half of the sentence in her mind. Ha ha ha, the divination result will definitely be that Alice is safe and sound and treated with great respect. By then, that idiot Kazuma will only be able to stare blankly and accept reality. This way, I'll also have one less, powerful rival. Perfect. As for whether that prince is really that good, what does that have to do with me? As long as the divination shows it's good, that's all that matters. Listening to Megumin's words, Kazuma's rampaging emotions cooled down just a little bit. Divination? Predicting the future? It sounds like it might be a little useful. At least it would let him know the more specific situation, judge how damned that prince really is, and how much danger Alice is actually in. If the divination shows it's truly a pit of fire, then he'll have even more reason to act, and perhaps he can even set up a plan in advance to prevent Alice from actually getting hurt. If it shows, no, it can't show good. What kind of good future could a gambler prince have? The crystal ball must be broken. Sokit. He mused. He had a slight impression of that young, beautiful female fortune teller who held a high reputation among the Crimson Demon clan. Fine. Kazuma clenched his fist tightly. His face was still overcast and his gaze sharp, but he finally managed to temporarily suppress the urge to immediately muster troops and charge toward Erlode. We'll go divine. Right now. Megumin, lead the way. We're going to find Sokit immediately. If her crystal ball dares to show even a hint of a scene bad for Alice, HMPH. No problem, follow me Tilda. Megumin's lips curled into a smile of a plan successfully executed, and she turned to lead the way, her steps light. She could already see, within Sokit's smooth crystal ball, the harmonious scene of Alice being grandly received at the Erlode royal palace and chatting happily with the prince, followed by Kazuma's comical, frustrated expression as he was forced to accept reality. As for whether that Erlode prince would actually do something earth-shattering, like voluntarily proposing to break off the engagement, something that would slap Megumin in the face. Megumin thought to herself, how is that possible? Unless his whole family's brains were caught in a door. However, fate, the director most skilled at writing drama, seemed to especially love burying unexpected foreshadowing in such moments of certainty where one thinks how could that be? It's just that the wonderful, or thrilling, aftermath will have to wait until the mist of the crystal ball dissipates to be known. For now, the rampaging Siscon Demon King has been temporarily led down the path of seeking future vision by a crystal ball and a Crimson Demon clan fortune teller. And this storm, sparked by a letter, a prince, and a betrothal, has only just kicked up its first ripples in the morning of Axel. Chapter 90, Divination and the Future. The morning sun had yet to fully illuminate the Crimson Demon clan settlement when Kazuma swept into Sokit's fortune-telling shop like a gust of wind. Following closely behind him were Megumin, who wore an expression that clearly said this is going to be good, a deeply worried Darkness and Chris, a yawning Yunyun, and Woolbark in the form of Chomasuke, who perched elegantly on Megumin's shoulder with curiosity burning in her golden-red cat eyes. The shop was dimly lit, and the air was thick with a strange scent of herbs. Sokit, the young and beautiful fortune-teller who held high prestige among the Crimson Demon clan, was sitting behind a small round table draped in a deep purple cloth. She rested her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the large crystal ball on the table that emitted a faint blue glow. Hearing the commotion, she slowly lifted her head. Her red eye swept over the group at the door before landing on Kazuma's dark, stormy face. "Oh my, rare guests!" Sokit's voice was lazy, carrying a hint of sleepy nasal tone. "The Demon King has arrived with, your entourage. Is there some important destiny you need me to peer into? Are you here to know what's for lunch, or do you want to know when Megumin will finally break her habit of shouting explosion magic once a day?" Kazuma lunged to the table, bracing his hands on the edge and leaning forward, his green eyes locked onto Sokit. "I want to see Alice. My sister, Princess Alice of Belzerg. How is she doing right now in the Kingdom of Erlode? What on earth did that piece of trash prince do to her?" His voice was urgent and aggressive, laced with irrepressible anger and worry. Darkness tried to pull him back from behind, but Kazuma didn't even spare her a glance. Sokit flinched at his intensity but quickly regained her professional, slightly mysterious expression. She shrugged and reached out to gently brush the smooth surface of the crystal ball. "Princess Alice, hey." "Fine, let me take a look." She closed her eyes and began to chant obscure syllables in a low voice. The blue light inside the crystal ball began to swirl and shift, gradually coalescing into a clear image. In the image, Alice was wearing a set of armor from the Kingdom of Belzerg, standing in a large hall that was decorated with opulent, yet tacky, nouveau-riche flair. Opposite her stood a young man in magnificent attire, his blonde hair perfectly groomed. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were filled with boredom and impatience. This must be the Prince of Erlode. The initial scene seemed normal, as if some sort of diplomatic meeting was taking place. But soon, the prince's expression in the crystal ball changed. He pointed at Alice, his lips moving. Although there was no sound, anyone could tell what nasty things he was saying from his lip movements and his contemptuous expression. Sokit's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened slightly. She stared at the crystal ball, continuing to watch. The image jumped, shifting to a corridor in the royal palace. Alice held a document, chasing after the rapidly departing prince, seemingly saying something urgently. The prince didn't even look back, even waving his hand to have the guards block her. The image shifted again. It was inside a noisy, bustling, circular building that resembled a Roman Colosseum. Alice was wearing armor and holding a holy sword, one that was unknown to Kazuma but looked magnificent, standing in the center of the arena, surrounded by high-up, crazed, screaming spectators. Opposite her were several high-level monsters that had been released, teeth bared. Alice's expression held a hint of helplessness, but more than that, it was filled with determination. "A Colosseum?" Darkness exclaimed in shock. He actually let Princess Alice enter such a place. Chris also covered her mouth. Sokit's expression grew even uglier, but then, she seemed to see something. Her brow relaxed slightly, and she let out a soft "huh." In the image, facing the lunging monsters, Alice did not panic. Instead, with agility that was terrifying and completely at odds with her slender appearance, she knocked the monsters to the ground in the blink of an eye. Her movements were fluid and seamless, clearly demonstrating great strength. Seeing this, Sokit seemed to want to say something, her expression relaxing significantly, her lips moving. However, before she could speak, she was interrupted by a deafening roar. "You bastard!" Kazuma slammed his fist onto the table, his entire face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, staring daggers at the image of the arrogant prince in the crystal ball as if he wanted to burn him to a crisp with his gaze. "He dares! He actually dares! Letting Alice go to the Colosseum. And breaking off the engagement. Calling her a barbarian from the countryside. I had #1%. A string of censored curses erupted from Kazuma's mouth. He was so angry he paced back and forth in the small shop like a trapped, enraged lion. "Kazuma, calm down." Megumin tried to persuade him. "Look, isn't Alice fine? She even beat the monsters." "Fine? You call this fine?" Kazuma spun around, pointing at the crystal ball and shouting at Megumin, his voice cracking with agitation. "Look! Look at where that is. That's a Colosseum. A place for slaves and criminals. My sister, the Princess of Belzerg, a descendant of the hero, my foster sister. She was driven to a place like that by the gambling addict prince. And treated like a spectacle. You call this fine? Is this what you meant by it might be a happy outcome? Megumin! You tell me, where is the happiness in this? My poor Alice, not only does she have to chase that bastard for money every day, but she also gets humiliated and thrown into a gladiator arena. Is this how a princess should be treated? Megumin shrank her neck, her expression awkward, muttering, how was I supposed to know it would be this excessive? Besides, didn't Alice handle it easily? That just shows she's strong, maybe. Maybe my ass. Kazuma interrupted her roughly, his chest heaving. Does being strong mean she deserves to be treated like this? Alice went there for negotiations, not to be a thug. That prince is clearly making things difficult for her, insulting her. Breaking off the engagement? Fine, good riddance. Does trash like that deserve my sister? But why does he get to call Alice a barbarian? Why delay the military funds? Why put her in danger? No, I can't take it. I can't take it for even 1 minute. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more heartbroken he became, as if he could already see Alice suffering in Erlode while forcing a smile. He suddenly turned his head, staring at Sokit again, his tone almost commanding, Sokit. Don't stop. Keep looking. I want to know more about that bastard prince. What kind of scum is he exactly? Hurry. Sokit was a bit helpless at Kazuma's manic state, but she didn't say much, refocusing her attention on the crystal ball. She took a deep breath, pressed her hands to the sides of the crystal ball again, and closed her eyes. Deeper magical fluctuations emanated from her. Peering into the future trajectory of a specific person, especially involving, closely linked parts like emotional destinations, might be subject to some interference. She explained in a low voice. The light inside the crystal ball began to flicker violently, the image becoming extremely blurry and distorted, like a TV screen with a bad signal. Only some fast-moving, unrecognizable color blocks and outlines could be seen. Sokit's brows were tightly locked, and fine beads of sweat even seeped from her temples. Clearly, this divination was much more difficult than the last. She tried hard to focus, attempting to pierce through that invisible barrier. After a long while, the turbulence inside the crystal ball subsided slightly, but the image remained unclear. Only some extremely fragmented information, perhaps even containing the fortune teller's subjective interpretation, could be barely identified. Ruler of a nation? Sokit identified with difficulty, her voice uncertain. In the future, will become a ruler. In the field of gambling, seems to have an abnormal talent. Personality tendencies. Lazy? Content with the status quo? Likes? Lying flat. She paused, her brows furrowing even tighter as if trying to see something clearly, her tone carrying obvious disgust and confusion. In terms of private life, seems very chaotic. In the future, might have a considerable number of partners? A harem? In short, regarding relationships between men and women, looks quite casual, even indulgent. He is a pervert with questionable character. Crack! A crisp sound, it was Kazuma crushing a decorative crystal ornament on the edge of the table. Shards slipped through his fingers, but he didn't notice. His expression could no longer be described as ugly. It was a terrifying look that mixed rage, disgust, disbelief, and a certain determination that my sister must never be tainted by such garbage. Ruler of a nation, gambling addict, likes lying flat. A pervert with a harem. Kazuma repeated word by word, each word sounding like it had been fished out of an ice cellar, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Suddenly, he laughed lowly, his voice hoarse and filled with danger. Good, very good. Excellent. I finally understand why Claire told me to find a way to make him disappear. Something like that really doesn't deserve to live in this world, let alone have its name mentioned in the same breath as my sister's. He stood up straight abruptly, no longer looking at the crystal ball or paying attention to Sokit's hesitant expression. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him, finally settling on Megumin's face, his eyes displeased. Megumin, this is the future you let me see. His voice was terrifyingly calm, but everyone could hear the magma churning beneath that calm. I saw it. I saw it very clearly. Now, no one stop me. With that, he strode out of the fortune-telling shop, his steps fast and heavy, carrying the momentum of someone going to turn a kingdom upside down. Kazuma! Wait! Calm down. Even if you go, you need a plan. Darkness hurried to catch up. Assistant Kuan. Don't be impulsive. Charging in like this won't solve the problem. Chris also quickly followed. Sigh. Really? Megumin sighed and trotted after him, muttering. I said let's just take a look, who knew it would be this absurd? Is that prince actually sick in the head? Union and Woolbark exchanged a look and followed as well. Union was worried, while Woolbark simply felt there might be some fun to watch. Sokit watched the suddenly empty shop and the crystal ball on the table, its light gradually dimming. She sighed softly and rubbed her aching temples. Geez, they didn't even let me finish. Princess Alice could clearly handle it herself. Plus, the interference on that future partner image was way too strong. I always feel like something is weird. She muttered to herself but didn't pay much mind. After all, the Crimson Demon clan was born with an unusual tolerance for trouble and excitement, and even vaguely looked forward to it. Whatever, the Demon King seems determined to go find trouble anyway. Erlode, ho! I heard there are lots of casinos, should be pretty rich, right? Sokit stroked her chin, thoughtful. Should I take advantage of the chaos to borrow some research funds? Just as Kazuma rushed out of the shop, burning with rage, determined to use the most Kazuma-style perverted methods to rescue his sister and, while he was at it, let some future scum prince experience hell in advance. In a distant future dimension that could not be perceived by anyone at that moment, and where even the flow of time was slightly different. A golden figure clad in magnificent armor stood quietly in a gap in time. His gaze seemed to pierce through the mists of time, landing on the scene that had just occurred in the fortune-telling shop, especially on his own angry, younger self. Watching that Soto Kazuma gnashing his teeth and swearing to tear the prince in Erlode limb from limb, the Golden Knight of the future wore an extremely complex expression, a mix of helplessness, apology, and a hint of I knew it. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, a voice only he could hear. Sorry about that, me from the past. With my deep-seated understanding of us. If I let you know in advance that Alice's future marriage partner, that so-called ruler of a nation, gambling master, and a perverted harem haver who likes lying flat, is actually me who became the Demon King in the future, unified the surrounding kingdoms, and because my luck was too good at the time, almost bankrupted other countries, and spent all day thinking about slacking off, only to be inexplicably entangled by a bunch of troublesome women. The Golden Knight of the future seemed to have already seen the scene, his younger self, upon learning the truth, instantly changing from an enraged Siscon warrior to an expression of whatever, then lying flat on the ground, declaring, whoever wants to deal with this shitty future can do it, I'm not doing it, which would cause the already tangled timeline and future to become even more chaotic, requiring him to spend 10 times the effort to clean up. To avoid that troublesome future that makes my stomach ache just thinking about it. I can only let you keep misunderstanding for now. he shook his head and took one last look at the young figure rushing angrily toward the castle, ready to gather troops and march on Erlode, his eyes filled with the pity of someone who had been through it all. Good luck, young me. Go rescue your sister. Even though the direction is completely wrong, at least, the motivation is strong. When you get there, I'll have to see it for myself. After all, that was the time the name of Axel was thoroughly established. I'm actually looking forward to it. Having said that, he seemed to want to turn and leave this gap in time. However, at that very moment, several slender, well-maintained hands wearing magnificent rings reached out from behind, grabbing his arm without question. Yo! Demon King! Hiding here again to peek at past black history. A female voice with a smile rang out. That's right, for today, I finished all the daily tasks I had to do in advance. Another slightly dissatisfied voice said. Let's go, honey. Mr. Varney said he found a super interesting emotion hot spring over there. It can soak out all kinds of moods. The third voice was smaller and gentler. Oni-chan, it's time to go. Kazuma is already waiting over there, let's go too. The Golden Knight's body stiffened, then he sighed helplessly. The unfathomable expression on his face instantly collapsed, replaced by a subtle look mixed with doting, a headache, and the feeling of being caught again. I know. I'm coming. He gave up resisting and let these hands, clearly belonging to different women, drag him away from the time gap. His figure gradually faded, leaving only a faint complaint dissipating in the wind. That's why harems are the most troublesome. Especially when these troubles are all smarter than the last. Of course, these little interludes and complaints from the future were absolutely unheard and unseen by Soto Kazuma, who was currently filled with rage and the soul of a siscon. He had only one thought in his mind, and he was putting that thought into action. March on Erlode. Beat the crap out of that gambling prince who dared to bully Alice. Bring his sister back safely. Whoever dared to stop him, he would show them exactly how many kinds of nasty, yet surprisingly effective revenge methods a perverted Demon King could come up with when his reverse scale was touched. Chapter 91, A New Way to Use Ride Watches. Rushing out of Sokit's fortune-telling booth, the raging fire in Kazuma's chest, the urge to obliterate the Elrod royal capital along with that prince, not only failed to subside but burned even hotter due to his mad dash and the mental images of Alice being wronged. He practically smashed open the doors to the hall of the Caucasus Scarab Castle, then began pacing around inside anxiously like a trapped beast. No, I can't just charge over there like this. He forced himself to stop, panting heavily, trying to think with the remnants of his sanity. Claire's letter makes her intention clear, she can't act openly, so she wants to use the hands of me, this notorious Demon King. Sending a massive army straight in, sure, that'd be satisfying, but it would cause too much of a stir. Alice is still there. What if that desperate prince takes her hostage? Or what if it triggers an all-out war, making things even worse for Alice? He needed a plan. A plan that could demonstrate overwhelming power, scaring that prince and the nation behind him into wetting themselves so they wouldn't dare show Alice the slightest disrespect, while remaining relatively low-profiled enough not to trigger an immediate all-out war between the two nations. Most importantly, it had to ensure Alice's absolute safety while thoroughly humiliating that bastard prince. How many people should I take? And how do I get there? Kazuma scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. The entire Crimson Demon clan? Over 300 people, including dangerous individuals like Pio Saburo and Sylvia who were always shouting about testing new high-level magic. Dragging a group of such lawless, destructively powerful people across borders, Kazuma doubted they would even reach the Erlode border before the countries along the way raised their highest alert levels. Then he'd likely be facing accusations of the Demon King's army launching a full-scale invasion of human lands, which wasn't what he wanted at all. Besides, how would he transport them? The space-time demon god machine? Even though the space inside that thing had been expanded by magic, cramming in over 300 hyperactive Crimson Demon clan members plus a bunch of adventurers who loved a good spectacle. The mental image was too beautiful to contemplate. Use Union's teleportation magic? The distance was too great, the targeting wasn't precise, and the number of people per teleportation was limited, not to mention large-scale equipment and potential deterrent items. Most importantly, there were no preset coordinates for the Elrod royal capital, and Union's magic couldn't achieve long-distance, coordinate-free precise deployment. Damn it! Do I really have to go over there all by myself, playing out some lone hero riding 1,000 miles, Demon King saves his sister drama? Kazuma kicked a decorative suit of armor nearby in frustration, producing a loud clang. Although that sounds cool, it doesn't fit my character. And what if they have the numbers, or some underhanded tricks, and I get taken down? Wouldn't that leave Alice with even less hope? He threw himself into the wide, cold Demon King's castle throne in the center of the hall, clutching his head in his hands, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He possessed the potential power of the Crimson Demon clan, which could destroy the world, and he was a Demon King, yet he was stumped by a prince who sounded like trash, all because he was afraid of causing collateral damage and worried about his sister's situation and reaction. System, right, the system. Kazuma's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight abruptly. He remembered he still had a cheat that often failed him at critical moments but occasionally provided some good stuff. He focused his mind and opened the system space. His thoughts swept over the items stored inside. The Ziku driver and the ZO ride watch. Build ride watch, Wizard ride watch, Force driver, Ghost ride watch. Time limit sword, ride striker, space-time demon god machine. Some miscellaneous materials, gold coins, and scraps pilfered from monsters. That was it. Just this? Kazuma looked at the pathetic assets in his system space, the corner of his mouth twitching. The Kamen Rider ride watches were for transformation, guaranteeing combat power, but they didn't solve the core problem of how to arrive at Erlode with sufficient deterrent power, safely and efficiently, and carry out the operation. This is a rip-off. Kazuma wailed, falling backward and sprawling into the throne, staring blankly at the hall's towering ceiling, which was textured with gears and pipes. Nothing to work with. Do I really have to walk there on 2 legs, or beg Union to open a teleportation portal every day like a shuttle bus? In his despair, his gaze wandered unconsciously over the complex mechanical structures on the hall ceiling. Caucasus Scarab Castle. This mechanical castle, remodeled from an aged version from Osama Sentai King-Oga, was filled with all sorts of wondrous gears, linkages, pistons, and energy pipes. Although most were in a semi-paralyzed or inexplicable state due to years of disrepair, its basic structure and massive volume were undeniably real. A castle! Kazuma muttered to himself. A vague, whimsical idea suddenly flashed through his mind like a spark in the darkness. He remembered that in the original work, this castle seemed to be able to move. Even fly? And transform? Although his version was severely aged and abandoned, since the core structure and drive principles might still be there, what if he could fix it? No, wait, even if he could fix it, make it move or even fly, so what? Traveling across countries in such a huge castle? Not to mention whether it could even be started, wouldn't the commotion be even greater than marching with 300 Crimson Demon clan members? And how would he fix it? Although Soto Kazuma was a bit clever and could occasionally come up with some bizarre inventions, when it came to such over-spec giant mechanical creations, his limited physics knowledge and the magic knowledge of this world were simply not enough. He was completely clueless. If only there were an expert in this field, someone like a super genius. Kazuma thought distressingly, his gaze falling unconsciously once again on the Kamen Rider ride watches in his system space. Build ride watch, Kamen Rider build. Kiru Sento. A name, like lightning, cut through the fog in his mind. Kiru Sento. The protagonist of Kamen Rider build. The one known as the genius physicist, who built all the upgrade items in the entire series himself, and could even repair things like the space-time demon god machine that could travel through time. Inside the ride watches, the histories and power of the corresponding Kamen Rider were stored. Using the ZO ride watch to transform was directly calling upon the power of ZO himself. Then what if, instead of using it for transformation, he tried to call upon, or rather, connect to the traits of the rider stored in the ride watch? For example, the genius physicist's brain of Kiru Sento in the Build Ride Watch. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. His heart was pounding with excitement and some kind of premonition. System. Kazuma called out eagerly in his mind. If I want to use the Build Ride Watch to temporarily gain Kiru Sento's knowledge, thinking patterns, or, let's say, a genius brain to solve technical problems, is it feasible? Would there be any limitations or side effects? After a brief silence, that cold, mechanical system notification sound rang out in his mind, clearly and for the first time, not to issue a quest, but to answer his inquiry. Inquiry confirmed, the host intends to temporarily link to and embody the specific core trait of Kiru Sento from the corresponding rider history via the Build Ride Watch, extraordinary scientific research and engineering implementation ability. Answer, theoretically feasible. As a carrier of history and power, the ride watch can perform deep resonance with the host under specific conditions, allowing the host to limitedly experience or call upon a prominent trait of the corresponding rider. Limitations and precautions. 1. In this state, the ride watch must remain in close contact with the host and cannot be detached or placed in the system space, otherwise the link will be interrupted and the effect will disappear immediately. 2. Calling upon historical traits, especially those involving high-level thinking and knowledge, will place a huge load on the host's spirit. The degree of load is directly proportional to the depth and duration of the call. Severe overload may lead to mental fatigue, headaches, confusion, or even temporary unconsciousness. 3. Upon detection, the host has received a 10 to the power of 10 times stamina limit permanent increase reward for completing a specific task. The current mental endurance reserve of the host is sufficient to support a trait link of medium intensity for several days within the safety threshold. 4. This application method is unconventional, and the system does not guarantee stability or 100% fidelity. The trait experienced is a simulation of a historical projection and may have slight differences from the original. 5. Whether to attempt this is decided by the host. The system only provides information and does not bear the consequences. Kazuma held his breath, listening to the system's explanation without missing a word. Feasible. It's actually feasible. Although there are limitations and risks, it's worth a try. 10 to the power of 10 times the stamina? Doesn't that mean 10 billion times? As for the ride watch not being allowed to leave his body? Simple, just throw it in his bag, or just tape it to his body. Unstable, differences? Anything is better than a physics-challenged guy like him being clueless. Risks and load? In the face of the temptation of being able to save his sister and, while he's at it, scaring that bastard prince into wetting himself in the most pretentious way possible, they were not worth mentioning. Let's do it. Kazuma sprang up from the throne, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit and the excited glow of someone who had discovered a new toy. He had the intelligence and the theoretical plan. Next was the execution. He needed to repair the Caucasus Scarab Castle, at least enough to make it move, or even fly, becoming his mobile Demon King's castle an ultimate deterrent weapon for his trip to Erlode. And to repair this massive, complex mechanical castle that had also been modified with otherworldly magic, having the theoretical knowledge of Sento mode wasn't enough. He needed manpower, a large amount of reliable manpower, preferably with some relevant skills or brute strength. The Crimson Demon clan. The adventurous of Axel. And all those guys in the castle who were just sitting around doing nothing. Someone, come here. Kazuma walked to the entrance of the hall and shouted at the top of his lungs into the empty corridor. Soon, a passing Crimson Demon youth poked his head in, looking around. Boss Kazuma? What's up? If I remember correctly, your Crimson Demon clan can summon demons and some large, strong monsters to help with heavy lifting, right? The young Crimson Demon youth replied, That's right, boss. Our Crimson Demon clan only needs 3 days to rebuild our home using that. The reason you saw the entire Crimson Demon village in a ruined state when you came before was because someone in the village lost control of their magic and blew the whole place up. The chief just lied and said it hadn't been fixed yet to save face. Kazuma looked at the Crimson Demon youth in shock, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he thought to himself, as expected of the Crimson Demon clan, this is so very Crimson Demon clan. Could these guys end up blowing up Axel one day? Whatever, he'd deal with that later, he needed to get things done first. Go find the person in charge of the Adventurers Guild and tell them that the Demon King's castle is issuing an emergency employment task. We need a large number of people to participate in a high-level castle renovation project. The pay is generous, and those with special contributions will receive extra rewards. Anyone willing to come should report to the Mechanical Core Hall. Also, go get Megumin, Union, Darkness, Chris, Aqua, Woolbark, in short, everyone you can find who is currently in the castle and who I know, call them all over. Tell them there's something big, related to how to go to Urlo to pick up Alice, and how to deal with that prince. Kazuma spoke rapidly, firing off a string of orders that left the Crimson Demon youth stunned. But the youth understood the key words: pick up Princess Alice and deal with the prince. His eyes lit up, he puffed out his chest, and shouted in response, yes. Boss! Message will be delivered. With that, he turned and ran, shouting excitedly as he went, brothers! We've got work! The boss is starting a big project. We're going to save the princess and beat up the prince. The shouts echoed through the castle corridors, soon attracting more attention and commotion. Kazuma took a deep breath, calming his excited mood. He walked back to the throne and took out the blue and red build ride watch from the system space. The cool sensation of metal touched his skin. He gripped the ride watch, feeling the historical power of genius and creation contained within it. Kiru Sento, no, Sentoya mode, Kazuma muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile mixed with anticipation, nervousness, and a hint of mischief. Whether I can turn this decrepit castle of mine into a mobile natural disaster that shocks the entire otherworld depends on you. Don't let me down, genius physicist. He adjusted his breathing, concentrated his mind, and cautiously tried to probe the build ride watch in his hand with a sliver of his consciousness. Next chapter, Caucasus Scarab Castle, Major Overhaul, begins. An castle flight retrofit plan, with a unique style, destined to be chaotic, and blending otherworldly magic with Kamen Rider Black technology, was about to unfold in full swing in Axel. Especially when the target was a gambling prince who dared to bully his sister. But was it really bullying? Kichikumar certainly wouldn't think about that, because he was already fantasizing about the scene of making a cool entrance piloting the God Caucasus Scarab. Chapter 92, on the appeal of a 220M transformable robot to the Crimson Demon clan. Beneath the Caucasus Scarab Castle lay a massive mechanical core hall. This place was originally the power hub of this ancient mechanical castle, but now it was piled high with age dust, cobwebs, and various enormous gears, connecting rods, and pipes of unknown purpose, all covered in rust. At this moment, a temporarily cleared open space in the center of the hall was packed with people. On the left were the Crimson Demon clan, whispering excitedly with glowing eyes, ranging from old-timers like Pio Saburo and Sylvia to ordinary youths, teenagers, and even a few small children brought by their parents, their eyes wide with wonder. On the right was a group of adventurers led by Dust's party and Luna. Most of them wore expressions of curiosity mixed with wariness, holding tools in their hands, clearly having come after accepting an emergency commission. Megumin, Union, Darkness, Chris, Aqua, Woolbark, in Chomasuk form, as well as Wheeze, Varney, and other core members stood on a slightly elevated platform nearby, looking with various expressions at Kazuma, who was standing on a makeshift wooden crate podium at the very front. Kazuma took a deep breath, feeling the slight chill from the build ride watch he was clutching tightly, which helped calm his restless heart a little. He cleared his throat and raised a hand to signal for silence. The noise gradually died down, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Everyone! Thank you for responding to the call and coming here. Kazuma said loudly, trying to make his voice sound convincing. I know many of you might be wondering why I suddenly called everyone here and made such a big fuss. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The reason is simple. Our friend, Princess Alice of the Belzerg Kingdom, is currently in the neighboring country of Erlode, in trouble, and she needs our help. He briefly recounted the situation. Alice went to Erlode to demand support funds, but was harassed, humiliated, and even thrown into the Colosseum by the prince, omitting the part where Alice easily handled the monsters. Of course, he emphasized that prince's arrogance, rudeness, and malicious attitude toward Alice. Alice is not only the princess of Belzerg, but also a friend of our Axel, and a little sister recognized by me, Soto Kazuma. A trace of genuine anger entered Kazuma's voice. Seeing her treated like that, I cannot sit by and watch. We must go and bring her back, and make that ignorant prince pay for everything he has done. At this point in his speech, Kazuma paused, observing the reaction below the stage. Most of the Crimson Demon clan showed expressions of "Oh, is that so, sounds like a hassle," or "so what," and although they had some sympathy for Alice, they did not show particular excitement. The adventurers were whispering to each other, some nodded, some frowned, obviously weighing the risks and potential rewards of helping a neighboring country's princess fight against a kingdom. The atmosphere was a bit cold. The shared hatred and righteous indignation atmosphere Kazuma had anticipated did not appear. After all, for most of the Crimson Demon clan, Alice was just an outsider they had met a few times who was reasonably friendly. For the adventurers, this was a standard high-risk, high-rewards commission that required more practical motivation. Kazuma cursed inwardly, knowing that relying on slightly cliché righteous reasons like saving the princess and teaching the prince a lesson would be hard to fully ignite the enthusiasm of these guys. He needed a more hardcore bait that better suited their style. His eyes rolled, a classic, slightly mysterious, and mischievous smile appeared on his face, and his tone suddenly changed. Of course, I know that reasons like saving people and seeking justice might not be attractive enough for some of you here, such as our Crimson Demon clan compatriots who are full of the spirit of exploration and romanticism. As soon as these words were spoken, many Crimson Demon clan members indeed lifted their heads, with more interest in their eyes. So, before talking about the specific action plan, I will first reveal to you a little secret about the transportation and a deterrent weapon that we will use in this operation. Kazuma deliberately lowered his voice, acting mysterious, directly hooking the curiosity of the Crimson Demon clan. Everyone, look up and around. He spread his arms, pointing to the towering, yet still magnificent-looking giant mechanical structures around the hall. Look at this castle we are in. Caucasus Scarab Castle, an ancient, mysterious mechanical creation containing unknown power. Aren't you curious, besides letting us live here, and all these gears and pipes inside that we don't understand, what was it originally used for? The Crimson Demon clan below began to whisper. Yeah, this castle was brought by the Demon King, it must be extraordinary. I always felt those big gears must have other uses. Maybe it's some kind of ancient decisive weapon. Kazuma was satisfied to see the atmosphere stirred up. He raised his volume and, with a tone that was almost like announcing an oracle and full of temptation, threw out the bombshell he had carefully prepared that was enough to detonate the whole audience. I will tell you the answer now. He paused for a second to ensure everyone's attention was focused on him, then, word by word, said clearly. This castle, Caucasus Scarab Castle, its true form has never been a lifeless ground building. It can transform. It can fly into the sky and become a mobile fortress soaring through the sky. And its final form. Kazuma took a deep breath and shouted the last, most critical sentence with all his might. Is a supergiant robot, standing 220 meters tall, towering over the earth. Silence. Deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone opened their mouths wide, eyes widened, as if they had heard the most incredible, absurd, yet fucking blood-boiling words in the world. Then, boom! The entire mechanical core hall, like cold water into which a red-hot iron block had been thrown, instantly boiled and exploded. GG giant robot. 220 meters tall, a Crimson Demon youth roared hoarsely, his face turning red. Can transform. can fly? My God! This is simply 10,000 times cooler than any magic. Another middle-aged Crimson Demon clan member danced with excitement. Robot. Giant robot. A castle that can move. The Crimson Demon clan children were even more excited, jumping up and down, their eyes full of stars. What a great achievement! Even the usually steady elder Sylvia was breathing rapidly, his beard trembling, and a fanatical light burned in his eyes. Turning the castle into a steel giant. This is simply the ultimate manifestation of our pursuit of power and romance. It must be repaired. It must be seen standing up. For the giant robot. Fix the castle. Pilot the robot. Save the princess. Beat up the prince. The Crimson Demon clan side went completely crazy, chanting slogans loudly, each one rolling up their sleeves, wishing they could immediately grab a wrench and start hammering those rusty gears. What's more absurd is that due to their extreme excitement, the eyes of the Crimson Demon clan members all emitted dazzling red light, covering the entire hall. The adventurous were also stunned by this sudden, strange benefit. 220-meter robot. Dust's jaw almost hit the floor, and the things in his hands almost slipped. Kidding me, if that thing moves, one step could crush the royal capital's walls, right? This reward. Chris muttered, already starting to calculate how many special commissions could be taken by piloting that kind of thing. Seems interesting. Lin blinked. Even the girls standing on the high platform were stunned by Kazuma's earth-shattering declaration. 220 meters. Megumin looked up, trying to imagine the height, her red eyes flashing with disbelief and a trace of yearning. After all, giantization and explosions are, in a sense, the same kind of romance. This castle can actually become that big. Union covered her small mouth, her little face flushed with excitement. What a majestic sight! Darkness breathed rapidly, her cheeks flushed, obviously thinking of some strange scene again. Chris covered her face, looking helpless as if to say I knew it would turn out like this, but there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Aqua was blank. Robot? Big? It looks like he hasn't seen the world. That stupid NET better not try to trick me and then make me go do the work. Woolbark, Chomasuk, licked her paws elegantly, a flash of realization and amusement in her golden red cat eyes. So that's it, using this method to mobilize enthusiasm. As expected of the Demon King. Varney pushed his mask, his red eyes flashing. A giant robot. Surely it can generate very vast and interesting emotions, such as fear, shock, fanaticism, worth looking forward to. Looking at the passion completely ignited below the stage, Kazuma knew he had succeeded. He struck while the iron was hot, held up the hand holding the build ride watch, and announced loudly. Then, the plan is decided. Our first step is to gather everyone's strength, repair this castle, awaken its sleeping power, and let it transform, take off, and become our immobile Demon King's castle, an ultimate deterrence for going to Erlode. Everyone from the Crimson Demon clan. Use your wisdom and magic to manufacture the parts needed for repair, patch up the energy circuits, and stabilize the structure. Friends from the adventurous. Use your strength, skills, and adventurous spirit to assist in transporting, installing, testing, and handling specific mechanical work. Everyone, follow unified command. Let us make this steel giant see the light of day at the fastest speed. Oh! Deafening cheers echoed through the hall. The next 5 days, Caucasus Scarab Castle turned into an unprecedented, bustling super construction site. Under Kazuma's command, wearing the build ride watch and activating Cento mode, the repair work proceeded with amazing efficiency. He seemed to be a different person, his eyes sharp, his thinking agile, and from time to time, various terms and instructions popped out of his mouth that the Crimson Demon clan magicians and adventurous craftsmen didn't quite understand, but which seemed to be really effective when followed. He accurately pointed out a total of 18,735 places throughout the castle that needed repair or adjustment. Kazuma inwardly complained while counting, why is even this number the same as repairing the Caucasus Scarab Castle in the original show? This damn sense of déjà vu. From restarting the core power furnace to reinforcing the outermost armor plates, from unlocking complex transformation joints to debugging the massive flight system. The Crimson Demon clan exerted their race-specific, bizarre talent in magic and engineering. Magic shaping, elemental smelting, rune engraving, all kinds of magic were played with, and in the absence of modern lathes, they used magic to rub out giant gears, special alloy plates, and energy conduction cores that were dimensionally precise, met performance standards, and even carried magic enchantments. Although the process was inevitably accompanied by some small-scale explosions, magic loss of control, and flying parts, supported by the fanatical belief for the giant robot, no one retreated. Instead, they became braver with each explosion. The adventurers undertook a large number of dumb tasks that required physical strength, fine operation, and coordination. Carrying components weighing several tons, installing and fixing huge bolts, laying complex pipelines, and testing the linkage of various systems. Their rich adventure experience and teamwork ability played an unexpected role in this large-scale project. Megumin, Union, Darkness, and others were not idle either. Megumin used her small but powerful explosion magic to clear away some particularly stubborn giant rust and blockages. Union used her various magic spells to provide convenience for repairs. Darkness, with her extraordinary physical strength and inexplicable enthusiasm for heavy equipment, carried the heaviest and most tiring transportation work, and even looked intoxicated. Chris coordinated materials and personnel, and was helped process some materials with her alchemy. Woolbark, Chomasuk, spent most of her time squatting in a high place, licking her fur leisurely, occasionally pointing out one or two ignored points of poor energy flow with mental telepathy, which amazed the responsible Crimson Demon clan members. Varney was elusive, sometimes tasting that fulfillment generated by the workers' hard labor next to the power furnace, and sometimes collecting the expectations and anxiety of the engineers facing the unknown near the tense test cockpit, busy and having a great time. As for Aqua, Kazuma's evaluation was that she was a lazy dog. 5 days without sleep or rest. When the last marked fault point was repaired, the last reinforcement armor plate was welded shut, and the last energy circuit was connected and running stably. In the huge mechanical core hall, all the main instrument panels simultaneously lit up with stable, green lights representing ready. A low humming sound of energy, like the heartbeat of a giant beast, came from the deepest part of the castle, growing stronger and spreading to every corner. Those huge gears that had been silent for who knows how many years began to rotate slowly and tentatively, emitting a heavy and powerful sound of metal friction. Caucasus Scarab Castle, this ancient mechanical creation, after 5 days of hard work from hundreds of people, was finally completely awakened, restoring its basic functions as a transformable mobile fortress. Kazuma stood in front of the makeshift command platform, with the slightly hot-built ride watch hanging on him, looking at the newly repaired, powerful-looking mechanical forest in front of him, and let out a long sigh of relief. His face was unconcealably tired, but more filled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. Everyone! He picked up a crude loudspeaker, his voice a bit hoarse, but full of power. I announce, the repair project of Caucasus Scarab Castle is successfully completed. Now, it already possesses the ability to transform, move, and basic combat capabilities. As our vehicle and banner, it is enough. Deafening cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Crimson Demon clan members and adventurers hugged and celebrated, and many were even moved to tears. Everyone has worked hard. Now, I will give you 1 day to rest, handle personal affairs, and prepare your luggage. Kazuma continued, his eyes sharpening. Tomorrow morning, we will gather here. Target, Erlode Kingdom capital. Go and bring back our princess. By the way, he grinned, revealing a standard, ghostly, and mischievous Kazuma-style smile. Let that ignorant gambler prince properly see what a demon king's greeting is. Oh. The fanatical response echoed through the sky, as if even the thick metal walls of the castle were shaking. Everything is ready, just waiting to set off. A mobile castle carrying hundreds of fanatics, adventurous, and problematic characters is about to set off to the neighboring country in the most absurd, coolest, and most unexpected way in this world, to carry out a special operation called Saving the Princess, but in reality, demolition and intimidation. Prince of Erlode, are you prepared? Chapter 93, Advent. Caucasus Scarab Castle, spaceship form. Morning light pierced the mist, casting a faint golden rim onto the massive, dark mechanical fortress, the Caucasus Scarab Castle, in the central square of Axel. The square was already packed with people, filled with deafening noise. On the left were over 300 members of the Crimson Demon clan, led by Pio Saburo and Sylvia. They were of all ages and genders, some carrying strange tools, others clutching bulging bags emitting magical fluctuations. Without exception, their faces were filled with excitement, anticipation, and the fervor of those about to participate in a great cause. On the right were nearly 100 adventurers led by Dust, Keith, Lynn, and Luna. They were well-equipped and relatively cautious, but their eyes also shimmered with a desire for the unknown journey and high rewards, as well as an intense curiosity about the castle that can turn into a robot. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil, sweat, magic crystal dust, and an indescribable collective restlessness. Kazuma stood on a makeshift platform in front of the castle entrance, clearing his throat and trying to suppress the noise in the square. Holding a small magic megaphone, he took a deep breath and began his pre-departure mobilization speech. Everyone! Citizens of Axel! Brave adventurers! Kazuma's voice carried through the megaphone across the entire square, imbued with a deliberately crafted passion. Today, we gather here not for anything else, but for a common goal, a glorious mission. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below. Most of the Crimson Demon clan were still whispering to each other, excitedly discussing the details of the castle's transformation. Only a few looked up at him. The adventurers were slightly quieter, but most were either checking their equipment or chatting in low voices. We are about to embark on a journey. Kazuma raised his volume, trying to seize everyone's attention. A journey to the neighboring country, Erlode. We go there not to invade, not to loot, but to rescue. To rescue our common friend, Princess Alice of the Belzerg Kingdom. Kazuma waved his arms, his tone becoming pained and indignant. You all know Princess Alice, how kind, how brave, and how, sweetly she calls me Oni-chan. Yet, such a pure and flawless princess is now in Erlode, suffering unimaginable harassment and humiliation. He vividly described the prince's evil deeds, how he delayed military funding, insulted Princess Alice as a savage from the countryside, and even sent her into a colosseum, his words full of incitement. He selectively ignored the part where Princess Alice easily crushed the monsters. That gambling prince has not only betrayed the trust of the engagement but is trampling on a princess's dignity and despising the friendship of our Axel. Kazuma patted his chest, looking as if he'd empathized with the princess. Can we just stand by and watch? No. The speech reached this point, and Kazuma paused again to observe the reaction. The Crimson Demon clan seemed stimulated by the word Colosseum, and some of the hot-blooded youths already wore expressions of "that's outrageous," but most people's attention had already drifted elsewhere. The adventurers began whispering to each other, discussing whether the reward for rescuing the princess was enough to cover the risks of a cross-border military operation, and if a fight breaks out, can the castle robot reimburse equipment losses? The atmosphere was a bit cold. The anticipated shared hatred and righteous indignation did not appear on a large scale. Kazuma cursed inwardly that these guys were really hard to fool. It seemed that playing the justice and friendship cards wasn't enough. His eyes darted, the heartbroken expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a signature mysterious smile filled with a bit of showing off and mischief. He abruptly changed the subject. Of course. I know that reasons like rescuing the princesses and teaching the scum a lesson might not be enough for everyone here in Axel, especially for our imaginative Crimson Demon clan friends who pursue ultimate romance and power. This remark successfully attracted more attention from the Crimson Demon clan. Many looked up, their eyes filled with curiosity. Though? What other good stuff do you have? So. Kazuma raised his voice sharply, pointing the megaphone at the silent black behemoth behind him. Before we set off, before we board this fortress that is about to carry us across the sky, I have a question for everyone. He deliberately dragged out his tone, whetting their appetites. Do you want to see with your own eyes what the true, complete, and invincible form of the Caucasus Scarab Castle, which has been sleeping for who knows how long, actually looks like? Yes. This time, the response was like a mountain-shaking roar, especially from the Crimson Demon clan, who were practically screaming. Even many adventurers couldn't help but shout along. The temptation of a giant robot was simply too great. Very good. Kazuma nodded with satisfaction, his smile widening. He threw out the ultimate bait in a voice that sounded almost like a divine oracle, full of bewitching power. Then, I will satisfy you now. This castle, it is not just our home, not just a creation of steel. It is a weapon. A work of art. A miracle. It can transform. It can soar through the skies and become an aerial fortress that strikes fear into the hearts of enemies. And its ultimate form. Kazuma took a deep breath and used all his strength to shout into the megaphone that keyword which had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts and haunted the dreams of every member of the Crimson Demon clan. Is the 220-meter-tall, heaven-defying, mountain-shattering, city-leveling, super times giant times robot. Boom! The last few words were like sparks igniting a powder keg. The entire square exploded instantly. Robot. Robot. 220 meters. My God. How tall is that? It can transform. It can fly. And it can turn into a robot to fight. This is simply the ultimate ride of my dreams. To see the robot. To pilot the robot. Demon King. We're with you. Save the princess. Beat up the prince. Then come back piloting the robot. The Crimson Demon clan went completely crazy. Cheers, screams, and excited shrieks merged into one. Many people were so excited their faces turned red, dancing and wanting to rush into the castle immediately to start the transformation. The adventurers were also infected by this fanatical atmosphere. Dust even whistled loudly, his eyes shining, a 220-meter robot. If this were driven to the gates of the royal capital, what mercenary group wouldn't be scared out of their wits? This trip is worth it. The girls nearby saw this scene and all expressed that such eloquence was a waste if not used for pyramid schemes. Watching the fanatical scene below that was almost out of control, Kazuma knew the timing was right. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, though the effect was minimal. Then, the plan remains unchanged. He announced loudly, Target, Elrod Royal Capital. Mission, bring back Princess Alice and make certain people pay the price. Now, everyone, prepare to board. Wait a minute, Demon King. A Crimson Demon youth suddenly interrupted loudly. It was the sentry who had been caught delivering the letter earlier. He looked earnest. Before boarding, can we let us see the castle transform from the outside? Just once. We promise not to mess around, just to watch. Yeah. Let us see it. We spent 5 days fixing it, just for this moment. If we don't see the transformation, we won't feel at ease going up. This proposal was immediately echoed by almost all the Crimson Demon clan, and even many adventurers showed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Having spent 5 days repairing it, who wouldn't want to witness the results with their own eyes? Kazuma. He looked at the faces below filled with longing, especially the eyes of the Crimson Demon clan that seemed to glow with if we don't see it, we'll make trouble. He knew that if he didn't agree to this, these guys might really refuse to leave the square. He sighed helplessly and rubbed his forehead. All right, you guys win. Kazuma waved his hand. Watch if you want. But everyone, get back behind the safety line. Yeah. The Crimson Demon clan cheered and quickly found positions behind the designated safety line, each stretching their necks and staring unblinkingly at the castle. Megumin, Yunyun, Darkness, Chris, Aqua, Wheeze, Varney, and Woolbark, you guys come in with me to prepare for activation. Kazuma called out the names of several core members and turned to walk towards the heavy metal gate of the castle first. The girls whose names were called and the certain Duke of Hell followed Kazuma into the castle under the envious gazes of the crowd. Passing through the deep and wide entrance passage, they arrived at the core of the castle, the central hall. It looked even more magnificent than it did from the outside. Under the dome, tens of meters high, massive gears, crisscrossing pipes, and energy nodes flashing with various magical lights formed a complex and powerful mechanical world. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and the unique energy of magic crystals. Kazuma didn't stop, walking straight to the deepest part of the hall where his own throne stood, exceptionally tall, archaic in style, and seemingly integrated with the entire castle. The throne was backed by a wall covered in complex instruments and pipelines. Under the curious and puzzled gazes of everyone, Kazuma walked calmly to the throne, turned around, and sat down firmly. The cold and hard touch of the throne came through, but he felt a strange sensation of being vaguely connected to the entire castle. He raised his hand, not touching the complex buttons on the armrests, but gently pressing his palm onto an inconspicuous armrest with a special slot on the right side of the throne. Hum! A slight vibration. With Kazuma's palm as the center, magic patterns lit up on the floor around the throne, spreading outward like blood vessels. Immediately after, under the surprised gazes of everyone, a click sound of machinery operating came from inside the armrest where Kazuma's palm was pressed. A metal plate slid open, and a dazzling golden red light burst forth from it. In the light, a magnificently designed and imposing spear slowly rose from the mechanism inside the armrest, hovering in front of Kazuma. This spear had a red base with black decorations. The spear body had smooth lines full of power, and the spear tip was sharp, emanating a cold light. The most eye-catching part was the top of the spearhead, which was connected to a detachable, exquisitely designed, and gem-encrusted golden crown, the king's crown. And the entire spear was the king's crown lance, the key to starting and controlling the transformation and core functions of the Caucasus Scarab Castle, and also one of the symbols of the highest power in Axel. This is... Megumin's red eyes widened. So beautiful! Yunyun exclaimed. Kazuma did not answer immediately. He first reached out, took the golden king's crown from the top of the lance, weighed it in his hand, and then casually placed it on his own head. The size was actually perfect. The golden king's crown, combined with his brown hair and his currently slightly self-important, serious expression, created a strange combination that actually possessed a hint of the Demon King's aura. This thing, Kazuma finally spoke, his tone as casual as if he were introducing an ordinary tool, is basically the car key to this castle. He pointed to the king's crown on his head and shook the handle of the lance in his hand. Together, they form the complete king's crown lance. As for why I don't put it away, he shrugged. This thing recognizes its owner. Only someone with my bloodline can use it, so it's safest kept here. Plus, he paused, stood up from the throne, and gripped the handle of the lance with both hands, his face displaying that classic, stubborn expression, a mixture of mischievousness and the belief that this is what makes it cool enough. The first time you initiate the transformation, pulling this lance, which is so cool it has no friends, out from the side of the throne with a swish, and then slamming it into the activation device with a clank. Doesn't this scene, this sense of ritual, feel 10,000 times cooler than pulling a remote control out of your pocket and pressing a button? Everyone, except for Megumin, who had star-shaped eyes. Although there were many things to complain about, looking at Kazuma's self-righteous expression, the look of if I think it's cool, then it's the truth, and the golden king's crown on his head, which was glowing slightly under the deep blue magical light, for some reason, they couldn't help but feel that it actually made some sense. At the very least, if the Crimson Demon clan outside saw this scene, they would definitely go crazy with excitement. Alright, watch closely. Kazuma stopped wasting time. He gripped the king's crown lance tightly with both hands, turned, and faced a cylindrical metal base beside the throne that perfectly matched the shape of the bottom of the lance. The surface of the base was also covered in glowing magical patterns. He took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing. With force in his arms, he aimed the bottom of the lance in his hand at the socket in the center of the base and slammed it down. Clang! A crisp yet heavy metallic clashing sound rang out as the lance inserted perfectly into the base. Immediately after, voom! A vibration 1,000 times more intense than before, with the insertion point as the core, instantly swept through the entire central hall like a tsunami and propagated outward through the structure of the castle. All the magical patterns on the floor, walls, and dome of the hall erupted with blinding light at the same time. Those silent, massive gears began to rotate at a crazy acceleration, emitting a deafening roar. Inside the thick energy conduits, a visible, surging torrent of magical power roared and rushed through. The entire castle, like a primordial beast that had been thoroughly awakened, let out a roar of awakening. "It's starting!" Kazuma shouted, although his voice seemed weak amidst the tremendous noise. Almost at the same time his words fell, a transformation BGM, extremely rhythmic, full of power and a sense of technology, while also incorporating magnificent magical sound effects, began to play from somewhere in the castle, instantly overpowering the mechanical roar and spreading clearly to every corner inside and outside the castle. Done! Done 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 done! Done! Dun 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 dun. Accompanied by this blood-boiling BGM, the transformation of the castle's exterior officially began. Through the observation window at the front of the hall, which had suddenly become transparent, Kazuma and the girls could clearly see. The dark shell of the Caucasus Scarab castle began to writhe, decompose, and reorganize as if it had a life of its own. Massive metal armor plates moved, flipped, and assembled along precise rails. The airship as a whole took on a sleek, arrow-like shape, with a sharp bow, resembling the fangs of a beast ready to devour prey. The massive hull hovered in mid-air, casting a shadow that almost covered half the square, bringing an incomparable sense of oppression. It worked! Union pointed outside, her face flushed with excitement. What power? Darkness gazed up at the colossal object outside the window, her breathing rapid and her eyes unfocused. Wow, so cool. Kazuma, how did you get this? Megumin said, but her red eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the airship. So big. If only I had one of these too. Aqua's analogy was as unique as ever. Chris and Whis were also looking on with shock. Vani took a deep, intoxicated breath. This surging shock, worship, ambition, what a truly intoxicating feast of negative emotions. Woolbark, Chomasuk, elegantly flicked her tail, the golden-red cat eyes reflecting the eerie light of the airship, and then let out a meow. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the scene in the square was completely chaotic. The Crimson Demon clan members looked up with their mouths wide open, watching the familiar castle transform into an airship radiating terrifying pressure amidst the passionate BGM and dazzling light effects. Many were moved to tears, and some even knelt on the spot, bowing down to the airship in worship. The adventurers were also completely conquered by this scene that surpassed imagination. Dus muttered, "Oh my goodness, if this thing goes out, the commission will increase tenfold, no, 100-fold. Luna's eyes sparkled, as if she were seeing a miracle walking on Earth. In the crowd, a Crimson Demon clan girl wearing glasses and holding a thick notebook, Yuku, was writing furiously on the paper at a speed that left afterimages, muttering to herself. Decided. This scene must be written into the new volume. The title will be The Prologue of the Ultimate Invincible Bastard Harem King's Rescue of His Sister, Drawing the Sword from the Throne when the Steel City Spreads Its Wings. Details. The Demon King sits on the throne under the gaze of everyone, his expression cold and stern, exuding the pressure of a king. As he raises his hand, he summons the King's Crown Lance, symbol of supreme power, from the mechanism of the throne. Golden light and red radiance intertwine, illuminating his resolute profile. He rises calmly, crowns himself with the radiant crown, and then, gripping the divine lance with both hands, inserts it into the pedestal of fate with the momentum to pierce the stars. In an instant, the heavens and earth change color, machinery roars, and divine sounds descend. The ancient city of steel awakens amidst the torrent of light and sound, breaking free from the shackles of the earth, spreading wings that cover the sky, and transforming into a ghostly giant ship cruising the sea of stars. And all of this is for that foster sister who is far away in a foreign land, imprisoned and waiting to be saved. Is she really just a foster sister? Is the fire hidden deep in the Demon King's eyes burning for family, or is it? Yuku wrote down the last question mark, a satisfied and excited, eerie flush, typical of a creator, appearing on her face. She could already foresee what kind of fanatical discussion this update would trigger among her readers. Inside the castle, Kazuma had no idea that someone outside had already imagined him as an ultimate harem king obsessed with his sister. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and cat. Kazuma gripped the king's crown lance, facing everyone, the crown on his head shining brightly under the lights of the control room. He wore a smile that mixed confidence, mischievousness, and impatience. Warm-up is over. Now, it's time to pick up our passengers. He pressed the communication button, his voice spreading throughout the square and outside the airship via amplification magic, attention all personnel. Caucasus Scarab Castle, flight mode, activation complete. All units self-check normal. Now, opening all boarding channels. Members of the Crimson Demon Clan, friends of the adventurous, board in an orderly fashion according to the previously assigned groups and channels. Repeat, board in an orderly fashion. Anyone who dares to cut in line or cause trouble, I will hang them outside the airship as a decoration and fly all the way to Erlode. Yes. A response like a landslide and tsunami came from the square. Under the organization of the Crimson Demon Clan elders and the adventurers' captains, hundreds of people began to enter this massive aerial fortress in an orderly manner through the multiple hatches opened at the bottom and sides of the airship. Everyone carried excitement, curiosity, and a sense of glory from participating in an epic journey. About half an hour later, all personnel had boarded. The heavy hatches closed one by one and locked. In the main control room, Kazuma looked at the all personnel ready's indicator light on the screen, took a deep breath, and gripped the handle of the king's crown lance. On the big screen in front of him, the coordinates of the Erlode royal capital were already locked. So then? A cold arc curled at the corner of Kazuma's mouth, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Target, the royal capital of the Kingdom of Erlode. Navigation mode, full speed. Let's go give that ennobled prince a delivery from Axel. A unique greeting. Depart. As you command, Demon King. Several responses rang out in the control room. Kazuma pushed the control lever. The deep blue light of the main thrusters at the rear of the airship flared up violently, and the auxiliary thrusters on both sides ignited simultaneously. The massive black warship slowly adjusted its direction, aiming its bow to the west, and then... boom! Accompanied by the roar of the thrusters, which was so deep it shook the soul, the Caucasus Scarab Castle turned into a black lightning bolt that tore through the clouds, heading toward the distant Kingdom of Erlode at full speed. On the bridge, Kazuma looked at the sea of clouds receding rapidly outside the window and rubbed his chin. Would it be better to fly directly over the palace and point the cannons at them, or to fly low over the whole city first to scare the living daylights out of everyone, and then use the loudspeaker to shout for that prince to come out and apologize? Or maybe both. He began to seriously consider the details of the greeting process upon arrival. Meanwhile, far away in the Erlode royal capital, inside the prince's bedroom, which was luxuriously decorated but exuded an air of ostentation. Prince Revi suddenly shuddered for no reason, followed by 2 sneezes in a row. Achoo! Achoo! He was completely unaware that the Demon King's army was currently riding a black aerial fortress with a bizarre style and full of malice, galloping straight toward his royal capital at an astonishing speed. And the foster brother of the Belzerg princess, whom he saw as someone who needed to be cut off, the Demon King whom he had indirectly offended to death, had already tailor-made a complete set of special greeting procedures for him, ranging from the physical to the mental level. the sky over Erlode would soon no longer be peaceful. Perhaps this is what they call if you don't court death, you won't die, and when you think you've only offended a princess, you've actually likely poked a hornet's nest composed of a sistercon demon king, the battle-hardened Crimson Demon clan, and adventurers who fear nothing but peace. Moreover, this hornet's nest was flying a ship that could transform into a robot. Prince Reeve's good days were over. Chapter 94, mixed up a Demon King role. Inside the Elrod royal capital, within the magnificent yet ostentatiously luxurious palace, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. In the Prime Minister's council chamber, decorated with intricate reliefs and gold ornaments, the young Prince Reeve was pacing irritably. He wore a well-tailored, gorgeous prince's formal suit, his golden hair combed meticulously, and his face was handsome, but at this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were full of agitation and impatience. Standing before him was an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in an exquisite black formal suit, his expression a mix of humility and a barely perceptible shrewdness and coldness, the Prime Minister of the Erlode Kingdom, Loggercraft. Prime Minister, how much longer do you intend to hesitate? Prince Reeve stopped abruptly, turned around, his finger almost poking the old man's nose, his voice sharp with excitement. Continuing this engagement with that barbaric, militant princess brings only harm and no benefit to our Erlode. Those brutes from Belzerg, with nothing but muscles and explosion magic in their brains, will drag us down sooner or later. We must immediately, right now, sever ties with her. Loggercraft bowed slightly, his voice steady and low, carrying a rhythm that could soothe the heart. Your Highness, please calm down. Breaking off the engagement with the Belzerg Kingdom is no small matter, it involves diplomacy, credibility, and our tacit understanding with certain special forces. Acting rashly will likely lead to unpredictable consequences. Special forces? You mean that bunch of hiding Demon King's army? Prince Reeve sneered, a flash of contempt in his eyes. They only have their eyes on our Erlode's wealth and casino revenue, wanting a stable cash cow. As long as we clearly state we will no longer fund Belzerg and lean entirely toward them, what reason would they have to act against us? As for Belzerg, he waved his hand as if shooing away flies, a destitute country that can't even scrape together military funds and needs a princess to come and collect debts in person. What is there to fear? That woman Alice looks like a crude brute who rolled around in military camps since childhood. She doesn't understand the etiquette of our high society at all. And before he could finish his sentence, he was gently interrupted by Loggercraft. Your Highness, please watch your words. Princess Alice is, after all, a princess of Belzerg, and her status is noble. Furthermore, as far as this old servant knows, she herself is not someone who lacks etiquette. Prince Reeve was choked up by the Prime Minister's words, which seemed like advice but actually held a subtle tone of rebuttal, and his face turned even uglier. Just as he was about to lash out, a cold and restrained voice came from the entrance of the council chamber. Thank you for your undeserved praise, Prime Minister. Everyone looked toward the sound, and saw Princess Alice standing there. Today, she wasn't wearing cumbersome court attire but had changed into a lightweight yet well-crafted silver-white half-plate knight's armor, which outlined the girl's slender yet upright figure. Her brilliant golden hair was simply draped behind her, revealing her smooth forehead and those azure eyes that appeared exceptionally calm at this moment. Her waist was adorned with that famous holy sword, Excalibur, its scabbard archaic, with faint, flowing light circulating within it. She didn't look at Prince Reeve but nodded slightly to Loggercraft in greeting, her demeanor carrying the nobility and aloofness unique to a royal princess, honed by strict training. However, a careful observer could see her tightly pursed lips, slightly reddened eye rims, and the hand gripping the sword hilt with knuckles turned white, all revealing the grievance and anger that the owner was trying hard to suppress. She had heard it. She heard those ear-piercing words of barbaric, crude, and brute from Prince Reeve's mouth. As a princess of Belzerg, she could endure arduous training, face vicious monsters, and even enter a political marriage for the sake of the country. But what she could not tolerate was her fiancé's such contempt and insult toward her and her country, especially in such a public setting. Princess Alice. Loggercraft bowed slightly again, his attitude impeccable. Why have you come? Is there something you need? Princess Alice took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and finally turned her gaze toward Prince Revi, her voice calm but carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Prince Revi, regarding the support funds, I have been waiting here for many days. My father the king and my brother are in urgent need of these funds to stabilize the front lines. May I ask when your country will finally fulfill its promise? Prince Revi felt a bit guilty under Princess Alice's calm but pressure-laden gaze, but it was immediately replaced by a feeling of anger and shame. He puffed out his chest and said in a deliberately raised, mocking tone, "Promise? What promise? Princess Alice, you don't really think that we, Erlode, would throw our gold coins for nothing into that bottomless pit of war in your Belzerg that can never be filled, do you? Who knows if you take the money to fight the Demon King's army or to expand your military, and one day turn around and bite us? You?" Princess Alice's breath hitched, and a flash of shock and even more pain crossed her azure eyes. She hadn't expected the other party to be able to twist the truth so completely, speaking about delaying life-saving funds with such self-righteousness, and even counter-accusing them. "I what? What about me?" Prince Revi seemed to have found a vent, and the more he spoke, the more excessive he became. He looked up and down at the armor on Princess Alice and sneered, "Look at you, as a princess, running around all day in this scrap metal, touching your sword hilt at every turn. No wonder people say your Belzerg is a militant faction and a nation of barbarians. Marriage with you? It would simply tarnish our noble and elegant bloodline of Erlode. Your Highness." Loggercraft's voice was a bit sterner this time, but deep in his eyes flashed an extremely subtle, almost joyful glimmer, as if he were enjoying an interesting play. He dissuaded at the opportune moment, "Please watch your words. Princess Alice has come from afar and is a guest." "A guest? I never invited her." Prince Revi had completely disregarded etiquette and face. He pointed at Princess Alice and almost shouted, "I've had enough. Listen, Princess Alice. I want to break off the engagement. Immediately. Right now. Take your sword and your barbarism and roll back to your country. We, Erlode, do not welcome someone like you who only knows violence." Boom! Before the three words "nation of barbarians" could fully leave Prince Revi's mouth, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the distance, northwest of the royal capital. Immediately following that was a tremor that shook the earth, and even the sturdy palace seemed to sway for a moment. The crystal chandelier in the council chamber swung wildly, making a clanging sound. What was that sound? An enemy attack. It's explosion magic. It's definitely explosion magic. This power. The people in the hall were instantly in chaos, and the guards panicked and drew their weapons. Prince Revi was also startled by this sudden turn of events, the rest of his words stuck in his throat, and his arrogant air was replaced by suspicion and uncertainty. Princess Alice frowned, subconsciously tightening her grip on the hilt of Excalibur, her azure eyes looking sharply in the direction the explosion came from. This power, could it be Megumin? No, how could Megumin come here? But this magic power fluctuation. Just then, a guard scrambled in, his face as pale as paper, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Re-report. Your Highness. Prime Minister." Above the sky outside the city, a gigantic, black, flying castle has appeared. The explosion magic just now was fired from that castle. The target was the uninhabited forest outside the city. A gigantic castle? Flying? Explosion magic. Prince Revi froze for a moment, then, as if grasping at a straw, or rather, having found a target to divert his attention and vent his anger, he waved his hand, and his face regained an arrogant and I-knew-it expression. Only deep in his eyes was a trace of imperceptible fear hidden. "Look. What did I say? The madmen of Belzerg. Aren't they attacking us now? Bringing some scrap metal they picked up from who knows where, trying to use this ridiculous trick to scare us, Erlode? It's simply foolish." As he spoke, he strode out of the council chamber, shouting, "Let's go. Everyone follow me to see. It's just as well to let everyone see how crude, barbaric, and tactless this militant princess's family is." Using such methods, it's simply disgraceful to the kingdom. Loggercraft followed closely behind, his gaze deep, wondering what he was thinking. Princess Alice bit her lower lip and also followed. Her heart was filled with confusion and worry. A gigantic flying castle? Explosion magic? This was clearly not the work of the Belzerg military. Could it be Oni-chan? No, that's impossible. Although Oni-chan can always come up with unexpected things, but something of this scale. When the group hurried to the terrace outside the palace or climbed the city walls, the sight before them left everyone in a brief state of speechlessness and extreme shock. They saw that in the sky to the northwest of the royal capital, a black shadow, massive beyond description, was floating quietly there. It had the silhouette of a castle, yet was filled with the sharp lines of futuristic machinery, pitch black all over, dotted with dark golden light strips resembling circuit boards or magical patterns. At the bottom of the castle, several huge thrusters spewing dim blue plasma flames emitted a low and continuous roar, maintaining its defying common sense hovering posture. Just the volume of its existence, the shadow it cast, covered almost half of the outer city of the royal capital. The air seemed to become viscous and heavy because of its presence. What on earth is this thing? An official said, trembling, his legs shaking. Is it a secret weapon of the Demon King's army? No, that's not right. This style doesn't look like a creation of the Demon King's army. Prince Revi was also stunned, his heart pounding wildly, but his strong self-esteem and his bold words from just before kept him from showing fear. He swallowed, forced himself to appear calm, and even deliberately raised his voice, shouting toward the sky in a tone that was trembling but trying hard to appear disdainful. Playing God. It's just a bigger piece of iron. If you have the guts, come down. Don't hide up there and fire potshots. If you have the guts, face me directly, and let this prince see what kind of skills you hiding rats have. His words were less of a provocation and more like trying to bolster his own courage and that of the officials and soldiers around him. However, the moment his words fell, the gazes of the officials and guards around him, who were already terrified, instantly became extremely strange. It was a look mixed with disbelief, looking at a madman, and deep despair, a look that said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Asking such a terrifying creation that clearly defied common sense to come down and face you. Is His Highness the Prince afraid that the royal capital isn't being destroyed fast enough?" Loggercraft stood behind Prince Revi, his eyelids lowered, masking the cold mockery that flashed in his eyes and a certain all according to plan understanding. He moved his lips slightly, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "So, it has come." Even more exaggerated than expected. But this is also fine. Just in this eerie silence and the focus of countless looking at an idiot gazes, a lazy young male voice, carrying obvious mockery and a malicious smile, sounded as if it were directly in everyone's ears, spreading clearly across the sky of the royal capital, even overriding the low roar of the giant castle. Hey! The bullshit Prince of Erlode down there? Can you hear me? Signal test tilde. The tone of this voice was too casual, even carrying a joking tone like a broadcast test, forming an absurd contrast with the apocalyptic weapon-like scene before them, leaving many people unable to react for a moment. Ahem, the voice cleared its throat, as if it had found the right channel, and the tone became slightly more serious. But that punchable, bizarre feeling didn't diminish in the slightest. Let me introduce myself. I am the new Demon King, Soto Kazuma. I've currently mixed my way into becoming a small Demon King in Axel. Nice to meet you. Oh wait, whether it's nice or not doesn't matter. Demon King. Soto Kazuma. This name sounded like a thunderclap, exploding in many people's hearts. Although the ordinary citizens of Erlode, whose information is relatively closed off, might not know much, the princes, ministers, and well-informed people present had more or less heard of this name. That outrageous human who rose to prominence near the city of Axel, famous for various bizarre and absurd methods, who was said to have defeated Demon King's army executives, and even abducted a goddess. Today, I'm here mainly for two things. Kazuma continued to speak in his maddeningly infuriating tone, as if chatting about daily life. First, to take my cute younger sister Alice home. I heard she suffered a bit of them little grievances here. Having recovered, Princess Alice suddenly raised her head, her azure eyes staring fixedly at the black castle in the sky, her small mouth slightly open, her face full of extreme shock, bewilderment, and a trace of surprise and warmth that she herself hadn't realized was rapidly spreading. Oni-chan? Is it really Oni-chan? He created such a big scene for me. Secondly, Kazuma's voice suddenly turned cold. Although it still carried a smile, it exuded a bone-chilling coldness. In view of the fact that some eyeless thing just said a series of extremely rude things to my little Alice, like barbarian and only knows violence, which severely hurt the fragile heart of this older brother. He paused deliberately, letting that icy chill seep into everyone's bones. So, I have decided that while I take my sister away, I will also give that unrestrained prince, and your country that condones his behavior, a little, small lesson. He said the word lesson lightly, yet everyone who heard it, including Prince Revi himself, felt a chill shoot from their feet straight to their scalps. What are you talking nonsense about? Prince Revi's face was deathly pale, but he still stiffened his neck, shouting at the sky with a fierce expression but a cowardly heart, his voice distorted by fear. I am not afraid of you. If you have the ability, come down. Don't hide in that iron shell and talk big. You, this demon king, are just bluffing. Oh. Kazuma's voice was filled with surprise and difficulty. Let me come down? Face to face? TSK. He made a series of ambiguous clicking sounds, and then, in an extremely punchable tone as if he had encountered a problem of the century but had to reluctantly agree, said, Oh my, this is really. I have lived for so long, and this is truly the first time I have heard such a, unique request. However, who made me such a kind-hearted and helpful demon king? His voice suddenly became light, even carrying a bit of eager excitement. Since the customer has made such a perverted a level of service request, if I don't satisfy it, wouldn't it make me look unprofessional? Fine. As you wish. The moment his voice fell, the huge black castle in the sky underwent a dramatic change again. Buzz, boom, 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 boom. A sound of mechanical operation, even more deafening than before, like the roar of countless ancient giant beasts, erupted. The black armor on the exterior of the castle surged, folded, unfolded, and reorganized like a living tide. Huge metal components, amidst dazzling magic light effects and steampunk-style mechanical transmissions, performed inconceivable form transformations with dizzying speed and precision. The armor on both sides extended and bulged, turning into giant arms covered with thick armor and bulging muscles. The main structure of the castle rose and deformed, forming a broad chest and a strong waist and abdomen. The thruster array at the bottom converged and deformed, turning into mechanical legs full of power to support the huge body. The top structure of the castle moved up, revealing a huge head with terrifying red light glowing in the eyes. In less than a minute, under the gaze of countless dull, terrified eyes that seemed to be witnessing a miracle, that floating black castle had turned into a towering, 100-meter-tall, pitch-black, gold-trimmed, radiating a destructive sense of oppression, super-giant robot. Imperial Caucasian Rhinoceros Beetle, reporting. Kazuma's voice now seemed to emanate from the chest of this steel giant, carrying metallic resonance and godlike majesty, echoing over the Elrod royal capital, and slamming heavily into the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene. Thud! The 100-meter-tall steel giant did not fall violently, but with a light posture full of power and control that did not match its huge size, it bent one knee and landed steadily on the empty square outside the royal capital, which had been set aside for large celebrations. At the moment of landing, the ground shook violently, dust rose into the sky, and the glass of nearby buildings shattered all over the ground. The giant touched the ground with one knee, the other leg supporting its body. Even so, its height still required everyone on the palace wall to look up with great effort to see the part above its chest armor. That pair of eyes flickering with scarlet light, like looking down at ants, indifferently looked at the group of Prince Revi on the city wall. Alice was completely stunned, her small hand covering her mouth, her azure eyes wide round, looking at the steel giant within reach and with clear details, and then at the Excalibur at her waist that seemed much more delicate, her brain a blank. Oni-chan, this is really... Prince Revi sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale as paper, a small patch of his crotch quickly soaked, his teeth chattering, unable to say a complete sentence. The ministers and guards around him were no better, some fainted directly, some knelt on the ground shivering, and some made meaningless hee-hee sounds like chickens whose necks had been pinched. Only the Prime Minister, Loggercraft, although he also showed just right shock and panic, his body trembling slightly, but deep in his lowered eyes, there was a cold and calculating calm. So, the loudspeaker on the steel giant's chest sounded again with Kazuma's processed, deeper and more majestic voice, "As you can see, I have come down. And face to face. Your Highness, regarding the lesson you mentioned just now, how would you like to start?" Its metal head turned slightly, its scarlet gaze sweeping across the paralyzed Prince Revi, sweeping across the terrified crowd, and finally, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, lingering for a very brief moment on the Prime Minister who was bowing his head and appearing terrified. "Oh, by the way, one more thing." Kazuma's voice returned to that tone with a mischievous smile, as if sharing a little secret. "Don't look at this guy as big, it's actually quite spacious inside. I brought all 300 or so of my Crimson Demon clan friends who have nothing to do all day but like to study some large-scale art, and a group of adventurous buddies who are also over-energetic and very interested in exciting activities, to come sightseeing together. So." He deliberately drew out his tone. "If your Highness, or any warrior of your country, wants to use a more traditional sway, such as exchanging fists or something, to ask for advice, I am also very welcome. Anyway, if it comes to combat power, I think you might," he chuckled, "have no chance of winning." Silence. Dead silence. Only the low sound of energy operation vaguely coming from inside the giant robot, and the sound of debris continuing to fall from some buildings in the distance due to the recent vibration. Exchange fists with this 100-meter-tall steel monster, as well as the 300 Crimson Demon clan members in its belly who are rumored to be able to blow up a city with just one, plus an unknown number of adventurers. Unless one's brain had been licked by a giant toad, no one would think like that. Prince Revi lay paralyzed on the ground, not even having the courage to look up, the wet area of his crotch expanding. Just in this suffocating silence and desperate atmosphere, an old but trying to keep calm voice sounded. It was the Prime Minister, Loggercraft. He stepped forward, blocking the paralyzed prince slightly behind him, bowed deeply to the steel giant, his voice carrying just the right amount of trembling and respect. Respected Demon King. Please calm your anger. His Highness is young and vigorous, spoke without manners, and offended you and the princess, which is truly inappropriate. This old subject, on behalf of His Highness, extends the most sincere apologies to you. He paused, seemingly organizing his words, and also seemingly observing the steel giant's reaction. Our country, Erlode, knows that its military power is meager, and we dare not contend with your divine power, Demon King. What His Highness said just now was purely an unintentional mistake, certainly not his intention. He skillfully characterized Revi's provocation as a young and vigorous and an unintentional mistake, trying to save a glimmer of room for maneuver. It's just that. Loggercraft changed the subject, lowering his head even further, his tone becoming more humble, even carrying a hint of helplessness and pleading. Demon King, you have graced our country with your presence. If you resort to violence just because of a verbal conflict, it would be beneath your dignity. Moreover, the matter of Princess Alice is, after all, a marriage contract between two countries, involving diplomatic relations. Perhaps there is still room for maneuver. He secretly raised his eyelids and then lowered them quickly. My Erlode was founded on gambling, and our people all love this, and His Highness is no exception. Perhaps you, Demon King, would be willing to change to a more gentle way, one that is more in line with our national conditions, to resolve this dispute. For example, decide the outcome by gambling. Decide the outcome by gambling. Inside the steel giant, Kazuma's voice seemed to carry a hint of interest. Exactly. Loggercraft seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, his speaking speed slightly faster. If you are willing, Demon King, we can agree to hold a fair gambling match at the largest casino in Erlode. If you win, Demon King, then the matter of the marriage contract will be left to you and the princess to handle, and our country will have no objections, and we are willing to offer a considerable apology gift and the originally scheduled aid money to calm your anger. If unfortunately our country manages to win by luck. He pondered his words. Then please show mercy, Demon King, let us reconsider the matter of the marriage contract, and our country will certainly treat the princess with courtesy and pay the aid money as soon as possible. Do you see, is this? He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. If you win, you take the person and get money. If you lose, you can't force it. We give money and promise to treat the princess better. Under the city wall, the giant robot was silent for a moment. That pair of scarlet eyes seemed to flicker slightly. Then, Kazuma's voice sounded again, this time with an undisguised, almost joyful smile, even making one imagine him rubbing his chin, with a planned successful expression on his face. Gambling, hey, TSK, sounds like it might be interesting. Using your most proficient method, on your turf, to win you over until you are convinced, this lesson a method seems. He deliberately paused again, making everyone's heart jump to their throats. Very much to my liking. Fine. It's settled. His voice suddenly became extremely crisp, even carrying a bit of impatience. The casino, right? Time? Rules? Betting details? Let your people decide quickly. My time as the king is very precious. By the way. His tone suddenly became kind again, as if reminding the other party. Remember to prepare enough stakes. After all, it's a rare opportunity. Whatever I can win, I will never leave a single cent. After all, my luck has always been pretty good. Oh, the beautiful lady next to me seems to have even slightly better luck. He seemed to be talking to the person next to him, his tone casual. Loggercraft on the city wall bowed quickly. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Demon King. This old subject will go and arrange it immediately. It will certainly satisfy you. On his lowered face, at an angle no one could see, the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely subtle, cold, and successful plan arc gambling. On Erlode's turf, using what Erlode is best at? Demon King, you are too arrogant. As long as the operation is proper? Inside the cockpit of the steel giant Imperial Caucasian Rhinoceros Beetle, Kazuma released the loudspeaker button, the smile on his face as bright as a child who had just discovered a gold mine. He turned his head to look at Chris, who was elegantly holding a red teacup, sipping it, and with a knowing smile in her purple eyes. Oh my, deciding the outcome by gambling, and voluntarily sending money to the door. Kazuma rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. Chris, do you think this counts as my luck being off the charts? Chris put down the teacup, smiled slightly, her voice soft but with unquestionable confidence. Assistant-kun, your luck has always been good. And my job just happens to be to make luck stand on our side. The goddess of luck with the highest luck value in the entire continent, plus him, the cheater with the second highest luck value. Going to gamble on luck with a human kingdom at the gambling table. Kazuma felt as if he could already see the gates of the Erlode treasury waving enthusiastically at him. However, Kazuma rubbed his chin, looking at the submissive Prime Minister Loggercraft on the screen, a thoughtful glimmer flashing in his eyes. This old man, thick eyebrows and big eyes, feels like a villainous spy. Is it an illusion? He shook his head, throwing this doubt to the back of his mind for the time being. The top priority was to prepare to win big, and then take his sister and the spoils of war back to Axel in style. A Demon King vs. Gambling Country high-stakes gamble with a unique style and astonishing bets was about to kick off at the largest casino in Erlode. Chapter 95, The God of Gamblers, Soto Kazuma. In the largest casino of the Erlode Kingdom, this night was destined to become the birthplace of a legend. Inside this sprawling, extravagantly decorated megastructure, lights blazed and voices roared, the air thick with a complex mixture of money, perfume, tobacco, alcohol, and humanity's most primal greed and fervor. However, unlike the usual pure clamor, tonight the casino was permeated with an indescribable tension and eeriness. The reason was simple: the largest roulette table in the center of the casino, along with the biggest poker, dice, and baccarat tables nearby, were now occupied by a group of guests whose style clashed completely with the surrounding environment. At the core was a seemingly ordinary brown-haired young man with a lazy smile on his face, though a cunning glint occasionally flashed deep in his eyes, Soto Kazuma, who claimed to be the new Demon King. He sat sprawled in the main seat of the roulette table, toying with several magic gold coins of staggering denominations, his posture as relaxed as if he were sunbathing in his own backyard. Beside him sat a silver-haired, purple-eyed girl with a gentle, calm temperament and a beautiful appearance, Chris. She was sipping the black tea served by a waiter, which had been carefully inspected by Kazuma using magic, with a composed expression. Behind them stood or sat several equally eye-catching women, Megumin, clutching her massive staff, her red eye scanning the various gambling tools with excitement. Yunyun and Whis, who were a bit nervous but trying hard to stay calm, curiously looking around. Darkness, chest puffed out, head held high, trying to strike a dignified pose as this Demon King's attendant knight, though her cheeks were slightly flushed and her breathing was a bit rapid. And Woolbark, squatting on Megumin's shoulder, flicking her tail, observing the crowd's emotional fluctuations with her golden red cat eyes with great interest. And the most heavyweight of all was Aqua, who was being firmly held by Darkness with one arm, struggling fiercely, flames of indignation burning in her blue eyes. "Let go of me. Darkness! You perverted knight! Why won't you let me gamble? I'm a goddess too. I want to play too. I clearly felt like I was going to win that last round. It was all because that dealer's hand shook. One more time and I'll definitely win it all back." Aqua flailed her limbs, trying to grab the mountain of chips piled on the gambling table. "Shut up, Aqua," Kazuma said without turning his head, his tone brooking no argument. "You stay put and behave. If you dare touch the gambling table again, I'll stuff you into Varney's mask and have him take you to the demon realm to experience life. Demon King, your proposal is quite interesting, but this devil has little interest in carrying such lively luggage. Varney, who had appeared nearby at some unknown time, leaning against a decorative pillar and elegantly sipping a glass of blood-colored wine, adjusted his mask, his red eyes flashing with a playful glint. He was happily tasting the mixed emotions of fear, greed, despair, and anticipation that had surged within the casino due to the arrival of Kazuma and his